They will come back. Some of them come back later for another song, right?
Actually, we planned that all the day around the hall. Then last, finally, Sherpa will come and they will sit here and sing the song and they will finish their song. Is it okay?
No, because I have them later.
Okay, it's okay.
Is it okay?
Then
Because I call them. First we have Solange and Peggy.
Okay.
Then I call them.
Okay.
I have here Sherpa community to sing a song. Yeah? Could you hold them then?
Okay.
Yeah, they come back later. Yeah.
This is the group for Sherpa song.
Perfect. I will call them back. Yeah. Slide. A very special thank you to the Indigenous people of Nepal for welcoming us today, the start of our celebration. A big round of applause. And to the Nepal Federation of Indigenous Nationalities for arranging this cultural welcome for us to start the RRI's 20th anniversary celebration. We'll have a little bit more later. If everybody could take their seats. Good morning. Welcome to the celebration of RRI's 20th anniversary. Woohoo! I think we started that off well. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Floor Versteeg. I am a part of a group of 4 facilitators who is going to take you through today and the next couple of days as we gather and celebrate RRI. Today we also welcome the Honorable Minister Ayen Bahadur Shahi Takuri, government officials, Indigenous, thank you, Indigenous local community and Afro-descendant leaders, RRI partners, collaborators in Nepal and in the rest of the world. Before we start, I want to mention something very important because it's the foundation of how we come together and gather. The importance of understanding and being understood. We have 6 languages available in our celebration and wonderful team of interpreters supporting so that we can all understand each other. This requires us to speak slowly in the microphone. It requires us to have only one person speaking at the same time. You cannot change language. When you start in one, continue your sentence in that language. And also, if you're coming from the audience, state your language before you speak so that the interpreters know who's going to need to do the translations. Now it is my great honor to welcome to the stage Peggy Smith, Chair of the Board of Directors of RRI, and Dr. Solange Badiaki Badji, President and Coordinator of RRI.
Good morning. Mic's on, everyone can hear. So RRI is very excited to bring our international coalition to beautiful Nepal. Nepal has been fundamental to RRI's history and success, and so it's very appropriate that we're holding our 20th anniversary celebration here. Nepal has been successful in developing community forestry, and we are here to learn from them and to take those lessons home with us. We have people here from 24 different countries, coming from some of the most naturally rich, some of the most naturally rich and biodiverse places on Mother Earth. And you are among the strongest leaders in community-led conservation and climate solutions. Thanks to our Nepal partners and collaborators and to all of you who have traveled from your families and your homes to be here to celebrate with us. So I'd like to share a prayer based on Anishinaabe teachings, which is the area that I come from in Canada, in Northern Ontario along the shores of Lake Superior. May we embody the 7 grandfather teachings in our work together to enable Indigenous peoples and local and Afro-descendant communities to reclaim our lands and strengthen our capacities so that we can build our communities based on our own priorities, ancestral and traditional knowledge, sustainable land and water stewardship, and respect for our rights. To cherish knowledge, is to have wisdom. To know love is to know peace. Respect is to honor all creation. Respect is humility in action. Courage is to face challenges with integrity. Honesty is to be sincere and to recognize equality. There is no living thing lesser or greater, and so we treat all as our sister or brother. Humility is to know that we're each a sacred part of creation, and truth is to know all of these things and to live them. May these teachings guide us. Gebej Gumen, we are all one.
Namaste. Good morning. Honorable Minister Ahin Bahadur Shahi Takuri, Nepali government officials and civil society members, indigenous, local community and Afro-descendant leaders, and my dear friends and colleagues from RRI, partners and collaborators. My name is Solange Panjaki Baji, and I'm the president and coordinator of the Rights and Resources Initiative, RRI. It is an absolute honor and privilege to welcome If we are here today, it's thanks to these visionary leaders who have created this amazing institution. So we are here also to celebrate their vision and to celebrate what they wanted RRI to be. We also have RRI early champions. As you know, when you create a coalition, there are many people at the beginning. We tend to forget, but it's because of them too, and they sacrificed their life. They did a lot of work to make sure that here today, we are here to celebrate 20 years of RRI. As the world's largest solidarity network for indigenous and local community and Afro-descendant rights, today we celebrate how far we have come and what our journey truly amounts to. The power of collaboration and the ancestral wisdom taught so well by our elders, both so badly needed in our turbulent and divided world right now. To be honest, we're very happy to be in Nepal. As many of you know, at the beginning, we wanted to have the celebration in Washington, DC, but I'm glad that we did not do it there. Here is the right place to celebrate RRI. RRI was born out of a bold idea to position indigenous peoples and local communities, Afro-descendant, as a central solution for global development, climate action, and conservation. It was bold because at that time, while each of these groups was advocating for self-determination, their rights remained lightly obscure in national legislation, as well as global human rights and environmental discussion. Today, we have come a long way from that. National laws recognizing community rights have grown. Their contribution to conservation and climate change, once neglected by many, are now component of many national, regional, and global frameworks. Their land and resource rights, once invisible to investors, are now part of key international corporate accountability frameworks. But most importantly, Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and community organizations, once disconnected from each other, are monumentally stronger through alliances we build together. Despite once fighting for public and private funding support, many now lead their own funding mechanisms. There are also more women and youth leading this change. Their voices in their communities and government are slowly but surely becoming an undeniable pillar of collective rights movement. No one alone can take credit for the advancement of communities have made in the last 20 years. They are the real heroes of their struggles against marginalization and oppression. But by raising global ambition, mobilizing their mutual trust and solidarity, and increasing their access to political, climate, and corporate decision-making, RRI can be proud of the role it has played in these struggles. We still have a lot more to do over the next 20 years, but we can be proud of what we have achieved so far together. Before I let the proceedings begin, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to Honorable Minister Ahin Bahadur Shahi Thakuri, Nepal's Minister for Forest and Environment, for gracing us with his presence and showing us how important community forestry and indigenous rights are to the government of Nepal. Thank you, Minister. I also thank our wonderful hosts, RRI partners and collaborators in Nepal. And they include the incredible FECOFUN staff led by Chairperson Thakur Bandari, who I call my brother, and supported by Ram Pudel, Arjun, Shiren, and Arti. FECOFUN represents over 23,000 community forestry groups in 7 provinces. I would like also to thank the Nepal Federation of Indigenous Nationalities, NEFIN, led by Galje Lama and Buddha Bahadur Gati. And NEFIN is composed of 59 indigenous nationalities in Nepal. We have seen the parade this morning. It has been just beautiful. Thank you. We also have Green Foundation Nepal, led by Gansham Pandey and supported by Arbin. Where is Gansham? Actually, Gansham has been involved in RRI from the early days and even was part of the RRI board. So we're very happy, Gansham, for us to receive us here. And we have also CIPRED, led by Dr. Pasang Dolma Sherpa. Where is Pasang? And supported by Bishwash and Mankesh. We also have the Women Rights and Resource Network, led by Bharati Kumari Patak and supported by Kabita and Binita. Where's Bharati? Honorable Bharati, who's also a member of parliament, and we're very proud to see a woman there and many women in Nepal who are really leading local government. So it's just very inspiring for me to see all the women here. We also have Nepal Indigenous Women's Federation, supported by Hira and Shobha Sunuar. And the Indigenous Women's Legal Awareness Group of Nepal, supported by Indira Shrees, Arzu, and Isha. And of course, we have the wonderful and very dynamic youth of Nepal from all these movements. So I wanted really for those youth to stand up for us. We can, thank you for being here. You guys are the next generation of RRI. So maybe in the next 20 years, when we come back here in Nepal, you will be the leaders of all these institutions that I mentioned. And of course, the leaders of RRI. Thank you. Last but not least, I'm so grateful and appreciative of the hard work put into this event by the RRI team from Washington, Canada, and also our Asia program led by Rose Nieras and our collaborating host here, and also Kamala, who is from Nepal. If you can stand, please. Finally, I express thanks to every coalition member in the room for traveling long distances to be here today, including our board of directors and fellows. We have over 300 people joining us today from at least 5 continents, including we have over 200 online. Present today, we have coalition leaders from countries across the world. From Africa, we have Kenya, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Chad, Zimbabwe. So if the coalition members from Africa, please send so we can see you. We also have our brothers and sisters from Latin America, Peru, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, Guyana, and Bolivia. Please stand. And from Asia, we have Indonesia, and of course, Nepal, India, Thailand, and the Philippines. So everybody from Asia, please. Thank you. And of course, we have our brothers and sisters from Europe, Canada, and the United States of America. Woo! I know traveling across continents to get here was not easy with all the turmoil in the world today, but you all made it, and we're very happy to have you all here. And those who couldn't be here and here with us are here with us in spirit. And as always, we are stronger when we work together. Thank you, Dandibat.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause once again for Peggy Smith and Dr. Solange Bajika Bajika.
You know, when you name countries, for sure, you tend to forget, but I heard I did not mention my country, Cameroon. So please, the Cameroonian, can you please stand? Chief Chani, we have Prince Clovis, and we have Cecile, our board members. Sorry about that, but thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. And like you said, celebrating really the collective action, and you can see here in the room how much beautiful representation RRI is bringing together. We'll celebrate more. First of all, I would like to invite to the stage the Sherpa community to share and offer to us their song. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause for the Sherpa community for offering their song for us in this welcome ceremony. It's my honor to now call to the stage Mr. Gyashambandi to read to us a message from the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal. Round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Chair of the session, Chief Guest, Honorable Forest Minister, all distinguished participants from abroad and also from Nepal. Greetings. And on behalf of our Prime Minister, Right Honorable K.P. Sharma Wali, I'm going to read his speech thoroughly. Before that, I think it's my great privilege to be also congratulate Andy, Arvind, Augusta, and Solange, and the whole RRI team and the coalition for the 20th anniversary. Let's give them big applause and the congratulations. And I recognize one of the biggest contribution through the Rights and Resource Initiative in Nepal when Kiran Gurung was a forest minister, and then we had a campaign on community forestry handing over in Tarai. Before that, there was no more large number of community forestry in Tarai. Through the RRI initiative support, we were able to bring more than 10,000 community forest users group with more than 1 million hectares. I would like to thanks for the great contribution. Thank you, Andy, Arvind, Solange, for this great contribution to Nepal. With these words, I would like to go through the Prime Minister's speech here. Prime Minister Office, Kathmandu, Nepal, respected chairperson of the program, distinguished international guests, representatives from various national and international institutions, esteemed media colleagues, a very warm welcome to you all in Nepal. First and most, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes to the Rights and Resource Initiative on the occasion of its 20th anniversary. I sincerely thank the chairperson and the RRI team for choosing Nepal as the venue to celebrate this important global milestone. Although I am unable to attend in person due to prior international commitments, I am honored to convey my greetings and support through this message. Since 2007, the RRI coalition has worked closely with Nepal's community forestry movement, one of the most inclusive and successful forest governance model in the world. Thanks to the dedication and stewardship of our local communities, Nepal has significantly expanded its forest cover from 29% to over 46%, an achievement of that speaks volumes about community ownership and grassroots conservation. Nepal's forestry model embraces various forms, including community forest, leasehold forestry, collaborative forest, and religious forestry. Among these, community forest users groups, CFUGs, have played a leading role not only in ecological restoration, but also in advancing social inclusion and gender equity. We are proud to require that at least 50% of executive position in CFUG be held by women. A policy that has made Nepal's forest governance globally recognized as a model of participatory leadership. Looking forward, Nepal is now transiting towards sustainable management under a federal structure, with the aim of increasing forest-based production, generating green jobs, especially for youth, and expanding the contribution of forests to the national economy under the broader vision of prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. However, we also acknowledge past challenges. Earlier efforts to commercialize Sal, Sharia Avasta forests under a narrowly defined scientific forest model led to the over-harvesting and imbalance. Recognizing this, our government has now revoked that approach and has recently endorsed the Sustainable Forest Management SFM guidelines. This comprehensive policy aims to protect ecological integrity while enabling sustainable utilization, equitable benefit sharing, and resilient livelihood, especially for forest-dependent communities, indigenous peoples, and women. As climate change continues to impact lives and livelihoods, particularly in vulnerable mountain countries like ours, forest conservation must be part of global responsibility. While Nepal remains committed to protecting its natural heritage, we also call upon the international community, especially developed nations, to deliver their climate commitment and support frontline nations like ours. In line with Nepal's three-tier federal system, we are reinforcing coordination across local, provincial, and federal level to ensure effective and equitable forest governance. We are also investing in disaster preparedness and ecosystem-based solutions to build long-term resilience. Once again, I express my appreciation to the RRI and Global Coalition for amplifying the voices of communities, indigenous peoples, and women around the world. We value your continuous support in strengthening Nepal's green economy, advancing right-based forest governance, and empowering those who sustain our forests. I warmly welcome all international and national delegates to Nepal and hope your time here is meaningful and enriching. We look forward to receiving the outcomes of this gathering and reaffirm our strong commitment to working together towards a just, sustainable, and inclusive future. Thank you and best wishes for the continued success of RRI. KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ghanshyam, for reading that for us. And now, from the Nepal Coalition, I would like to invite Gelshi Lama Sherpa from Nefin to give us some welcoming words.
धन्यवाद कार्यक्रम सञ्चालिका राइट रिसर्च इनिसिएटिभ आरआरआई को 20औं वार्षिक उत्सवका भव्य बनाउन अत्यन्त उत्साह र उमङ्गका साथ विश्वको विभिन्न कुनाबाट पाल्नुभएका आदरणीय महानुभाव घरमा उपस्थिति शोभाका उद्घाटन सत्रका अध्यक्षज्यू आजका प्रमुख अतिथि माननीय वन मन्त्री ज्यू संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघका विशिष्ट अतिथिज्यूहरू र स्थानीय समितिका प्रतिनिधिज्यू आरआरआई का उच्च पदाधिकारीज्यूहरू र संस्थाका प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू र स्वदेश तथा विदेशबाट पाल्नु भएका विशिष्ट अतिथिज्यूहरूमा यो बुद्ध जन्मेको देशमा यो सगरमाथाको विश्वको उच्च सगरमाथाको देशमा तपाईहरुलाई नेपाल आदिवासी जनजाति महासंघको तर्फबाट हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। जनजाति अभिवादन। वन क्षेत्र, प्राकृतिक स्रोत, भूमिमाथि आदिवासी जनजातिको महिलाको र स्थानीय समुदायको पहुँच र अधिकारका सुनिश्चित गर्न उल्लेखित काम गर्दै आएको आरआरआई को 20औं उत्सव आजदेखि 4 दिनसम्म काठमाडौँमा मनाउन गइरहेछौँ। संसारको विभिन्न देश साझेदार सबै ठाउँमा जमघट गराई नेपाललाई विश्व सामु चिनाउन खोजेकोमा आरआरआई का निर्णायक उच्च सम्मान गर्दै हार्दिक आभार प्रकट गर्दछु। विशेष गरी सौभाग्य हाम्रो अपर्च्युनिटी भन्नु छ। यो आरआरआई को 20औं अधिवेशन चाहिँ अमेरिकामा हुने थियो, तर हाम्रो चाहिँ अहिलेको राष्ट्रपति डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प आइसकेपछि त्यहाँका कतिपय देशका साथीहरूलाई भिसाको प्रब्लम भएर त्यसको चाहिँ भाग्य हामीले चाहिँ सौभाग्य हामीले पाएछौँ। त्यसकारण त्यसको लागि हामीले आफूले धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। विश्वको कुल जनसङ्ख्याको 6% मात्रै आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको जनसङ्ख्या रहेको छ, तर नेपालको देश यस्तो देश हो जहाँ नेपालको 35% आदिवासी जनजातिको जनसङ्ख्या ओगटेको छ। आदिवासी जनजातिको जनसङ्ख्या रहेको छ, तर आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको नियन्त्रणमा रहेको भूमि 0.5% मात्र नै हुन्छ। यो देशमा 35% आदिवासी जनजातिको जनसङ्ख्याले ओगटे पनि यहाँको भूमिमाथिको अधिकार चाहिँ 0.5% भन्दा पनि कम चाहिँ छ। अर्थात् आदिवासी जनजाति थकथलोबाट आदिवासी जनजातिहरू लखेटेका छन् अनि वन क्षेत्रबाट विस्थापित भएका छन्। आदिवासी जनजातिहरू प्राकृतिक स्रोतको उपयोगबाट विमुख भएका छन् प्राथमिक अभ्यासबाट समेत अलग्गिएका छन्। आरआरआईको 20औं उत्सवको सन्दर्भमा आगामी दिनहरूमा आदिवासी जनजातिको भूमि अधिकार, सांस्कृतिक अधिकार र पहिचानलाई कसरी सुनिश्चित गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने बारेमा व्यापक बहस हुनेछ भन्ने मैले अपेक्षा गरेको छु। विश्वको आदिवासी जनजातिका साझा सहलहरू प्रमुख मुद्दाहरूका रूपमा स्थान पाउनेछन् भन्ने विश्वास गरेको छु। नेपालको सन्दर्भमा केही वर्ष यता आरआरआईको साझेदारीमा आदिवासी जनजातिको ज्यादै महत्त्वपूर्ण र अर्थपूर्ण कामहरू गर्न सफल भएका छन्। सिपरेट मार्फत आदिवासी जनजातिको सहलमा भएका अध्ययन अनुसन्धान, इनल्याबको मार्फत आदिवासी जनजातिको अधिकारको स्वरूप वकालत अनि निप मार्फत आदिवासी जनजातिको महिलाको सहल र अधिकारहरूको विषयमा गरिएको अभियानहरूलाई स्मरणीय गर्न चाहन्छु। यसैगरी नेपालको आदिवासी जनजातिहरूसँग नेफिनले आरआरआईकोसँग गरेको सहकार्यको छोटो अवधिमा धेरै महत्त्वपूर्ण कामहरू गर्न सफल भएका छौँ। नेपालको 1/3 बन्दबट्टी जनसङ्ख्या रहेका आदिवासी जनजातिको नेतृत्व गर्ने नेफिनले आन्दोलनको रूपमा हरेक वर्ष अगस्त 9 अर्थात् अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी दिवस मनाउने गरेको छ अनि राज्यको आदिवासी जनजातिको पहिचान र प्रशासनिक अभ्यासलाई तहस नहस पार्दै आदिवासी जनजातिको माग, मुद्दा र भावनालाई व्यवस्था गर्दै जबरजस्ती घोषणा गर्न लागेका संरक्षित क्षेत्र राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको सन्दर्भमा राज्यको ध्यान आकर्षण गरेको छ। यो कुरा गर्दा झट्ट हेर्दा आदिवासी जनजाति वन विनाशका कारक हुन् कि जस्तो लाग्न सक्छ, तर राज्यको आदिवासी जनजातिहरूलाई यसै गरी गलत ढङ्गले चित्रित गर्दै दुष्प्रयत्न पनि गरेको छ। तर यथार्थमा के हो भने वन क्षेत्र र प्राकृतिक आदिवासी संरक्षण गरेको छ। आदिवासी जनजाति नै हुन् जिल्ला, किनकि प्राकृतिक हाम्रा लागि पूजनीय हुन्, आस्थाका धरोहर हुन्। त्यसलाई नेपालका आदिवासी जनजातिको थकथलो परम्परागत भूमि, प्राकृतिक स्रोत तथा भूमि पूजा अभिलेखीकरण हुनुपर्दछ। यसका लागि आरआरआईको सहयोग र समर्थन लागि हामी अपेक्षा पनि गर्दछौँ। अन्त्यमा आरआरआईको सँगको हाम्रो सहकार्य भावी दिनमा अझै महत्त्वपूर्ण र ऐतिहासिक कामहरू सहित अविश्राम जीवन्त रहनेछ। आरआरआईको 20औं उत्सव मनाउन उपस्थित भएका आदरणीय महानुभावमा हार्दिक स्वागत गर्दै विदेशबाट पाल्नुभएका अतिथिहरू नेपालको बसाइ सुखद र राम्रो रहोस् भन्ने कामना गर्दै मेरो भनाइ यहीँ राख्दछु। धन्यवाद। थुचेछे टसेदेले।
Thank you so much for these important words and for again welcoming us to this beautiful country. Another partner of the Nepal Coalition, Thakur Bandari from Fekofan, to welcome us with some welcoming words. Thank you. Round of applause for Thakur.
धन्यवाद कार्यक्रम सञ्चालकज्यू। आरआरआईको 20औं उत्सवको यस अवसरमा कार्यक्रमको अध्यक्षता ग्रहण गर्नुभएका अध्यक्षज्यू, आजको कार्यक्रमका प्रमुख अतिथि माननीय वन तथा वातावरण मन्त्री एन बहादुर शाहीज्यू, आरआरआईको सिङ्गो टिम, पार्टनर लगायत विभिन्न देशबाट आउनुभएका महत्त्वपूर्ण विद्वान अनुभवी प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू, नेपालबाट यस कार्यक्रममा सहभागी हुनुहुने सरकारी गैर सरकारी सङ्घ संस्थाका प्रमुख तथा प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू, पत्रकार मित्रहरू, सबैमा म सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालको तर्फबाट र मेरो व्यक्तिगत तर्फबाट हरित अभिवादन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। आज विश्वभरिका समुदायबाट पछाडि पारिएका समुदायका गरिब विपन्न वर्गहरूको अधिकारको अभियानमा अत्यन्तै खुसीका साथ यो 20औं हामीले एनिभर्सरी मनाउँदैछौँ। नेपालको सन्दर्भमा RRI को सुरुवातदेखि नै विशेष गरेर 2007 सालदेखि सन् 2007 देखि नै RRI र सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालले निरन्तर रूपमा समुदायका अधिकारहरूलाई स्थापित गर्ने, सामुदायिक वन मार्फत समुदायको क्षमता विकास गर्ने, जीविकोपार्जनमा सहजीकरण गर्ने लगायतका थुप्रै कामहरू गर्दै हामी अहिले यहाँसम्म आइपुगेका छौँ। नेपालको परिवर्तनको सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण पाठ अहिले 23,000 समूहका 32 लाख घरधुरीका 1,60,00,000 उपभोक्ता नेपालको कुल जनसङ्ख्याको 51% जनसङ्ख्याले वनको व्यवस्थापन गरेर समुदायका अधिकारहरू, समुदायको क्षमता विकास, समुदायमा नेतृत्व विकासका कामहरू निरन्तर गरिरहेको छ। यसमा RRI को सबैभन्दा ठुलो महत्त्व छ। म RRI लाई सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपाल र समुदायका सम्पूर्ण उपभोक्ताको तर्फबाट धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। हामी RRI ले हामीलाई राइट बेस्ड एप्रोचमा कसरी अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरालाई सहजीकरण गर्यो। त्यसै अनुरूप अघि भने जस्तै नेपालमा सामुदायिक वनको हस्तान्तरणको प्रक्रिया कम हुने बेलामा यसलाई व्यापक रूपमा हस्तान्तरण गर्न हामीले अभियान सञ्चालन गर्यौँ। राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज आरक्षण मध्यवर्तीमा स्थानीय समुदायको अधिकार सुनिश्चित हुनुपर्छ, हामीले अभियान सञ्चालन गरिरहेका छौँ। चुरे क्षेत्रमा जनताको अधिकार स्थापित हुनुपर्छ, हामी त्यो अभियान सरकारसँग निरन्तर छलफल गरिरहेका छौँ। युवाहरूलाई कसरी सशक्त बनाउने हामी छलफल चलाइरहेका छौँ। समुदायका महिला, गरिब, दलित, विपन्न वर्गलाई कसरी माथि ल्याउने सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालले आफ्ना हरेक संरचनामा कोटा निर्धारण गरेर सबै नेपालका सङ्घ संस्था सरकारलाई अनुभूति हुने गरी हामीले आदिवासी जनजातिको कोटा, त्यसै गरी मधेसी, मुस्लिम, दलित, महिला, युवा लगायतको कोटाहरू स्थापित गरेर नेतृत्व विकास र अधिकारका निम्ति हामी लागिरहेका छौँ। यसका निम्ति RRI ले खेलेको भूमिकाप्रति म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। हामी पक्कै पनि यो कार्यक्रमबाट अझै हामीलाई सशक्त अगाडि बढ्नका निम्ति हामीले नेपालको सामुदायिक वन मार्फत समुदायका पछाडि पारिएका वर्ग, आदिवासी जनजाति, दलित, हाम्रा परम्परागत अभ्यास, प्रथाजनित अभ्यास, ती सबै कुराहरूलाई सङ्गठित रूपमा कसरी लाने अहिले हामीले सामुदायिक वनका विधान र कार्ययोजनामा यसलाई स्थापित गर्ने, स्थानीय वन ऐन, सङ्घीय वन ऐन, प्रदेश वन ऐन र स्थानीय वन ऐनमा कसरी व्यवस्थापन गर्ने, यो ढङ्गले नेपाल अहिले अगाडि बढिरहेको छ। मन्त्रालय तहबाट, सङ्घीय मन्त्रालय तहबाट हामी सकारात्मक ढङ्गले छलफल गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामी अत्यन्तै गौरव गर्छौँ। नेपालको सन्दर्भमा सामुदायिक वन कार्यक्रम विश्वको एउटा नमुना कार्यक्रम हो, विश्वभरिको एउटा चाहिँ सबैको आकर्षणको कार्यक्रम हो र सामुदायिक वन कार्यक्रम समुदायका गरिब, दलित, विपन्न, पछाडि पारिएका आदिवासी जनजाति सबैको कार्यक्रम हो। यो ढङ्गले हामी अगाडि बढिरहेका छौँ। हामीले अहिले सामूहिक रूपमा यो कार्यक्रमको समन्वय गरिरहँदा नेफिन र फेकोफोनले समन्वय गरेर हामी त्यहाँभित्र रहेका चाहे महिला सङ्गठनहरू हुन्, चाहे उद्यमसँग सम्बन्धित सङ्गठनहरू हुन्, चाहे युवा सङ्गठनहरू हुन्, चाहे यससँग सम्बन्धित पत्रकार सङ्गठनहरू, सबै खालका सङ्गठनहरूलाई समेटेर हामीले यो कार्यक्रममा व्यापक रूपमा प्रभावकारी बनाउन र अत्यन्तै भोलिका दिनमा यसलाई अझै सशक्त बनाउनका निम्ति निरन्तर रूपमा छलफल संवाद गर्दै हामी अगाडि बढिरहेका छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि मलाई लाग्छ सुरुदेखिका RRI का अभियन्ताहरू यहाँ हामी बिच हुनुहुन्छ। म अरविन्द खरे एनडीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। सुरुदेखिको यात्रामा म आफै पनि फेकोफोनमा 2007 देखि निरन्तर रूपमा फेकोफोनको एकपटक अध्यक्ष भएर चेन्ज हुने प्रक्रियामा चाहिँ 4-5 जना अध्यक्षहरूले यो कार्यक्रमको नेतृत्व गर्नुभयो। म सँगसँगै यो कार्यक्रमसँग जोडिएर आएको हुँदा म यो कार्यक्रमसँग अत्यन्तै परिचित भएर, यो कार्यक्रमका नेतृत्वकर्ताहरूसँग परिचित भएर यो कार्यक्रमलाई नेपालमा अहिले अध्यक्ष भइसके पछाडि कार्यान्वयन गर्ने एउटा अवसर प्राप्त भएको छ। म यसका निम्ति सिङ्गो नेपालका सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता समूहहरू, यससँग आबद्ध सबै जाति, धर्म, संस्कृति, परम्परा, मूल्य, मान्यता, प्रथाजनित अभ्यास मान्ने सम्पूर्ण समुदायहरूको तर्फबाट धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु र नेपालका सबै सङ्गठनहरूको तर्फबाट यो कार्यक्रमको सफलताको शुभकामना दिँदै हामी बाँकी 4 दिन व्यापक रूपमा छलफल गर्नेछौँ र नयाँ निष्कर्ष निकालेर नयाँ गन्तव्य निर्धारण गरेर हामी अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ। यही शुभकामना दिँदै आफ्नो भनाइ टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you once again. And we've been welcomed by so many wonderful speakers already. I just would like to remind everybody, especially those who are coming up to speak, to take the speed of this talking into account for our translators, because again, it's important that we are all understanding each other and being understood. And also, if you are speaking, and there will be somebody who can make gestures in case you need to go slower. There are many of you here in front who are going to be up here, so that's why I'm mentioning it. We are working directly with the interpreters as well. Before we continue, I would like to ask you to all stand up for the national anthem of Nepal.
फुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो फुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल मेहरूका राजधानी स्वतन्त्र अचल ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहुजाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छ विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Thank you. And as we continue for our official opening, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister, Ain Bahadur Shahi Takuri, Minister for Forest and Environment, to come forward to light the lamp. And now, the official opening by Honorable Minister Ayan Bahadur Shahi Takuri. Oh, is he going to do this? Please, a warm welcome. Big round of applause.
इस कार्यक्रमका अध्यक्षज्यू, इस कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित RRI का अध्यक्षज्यू र यो कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित सङ्घीय प्रदेशका मान्यज्यूहरू, स्थानीय तहका साथीहरू, जनप्रतिनिधिहरू, सामुदायिक वनोपभोक्ता महासङ्घका केन्द्रीय अध्यक्षज्यू लगायत सम्पूर्ण पदाधिकारीज्यूहरू र यो कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय क्षेत्रबाट पाल्नुभएका विशिष्ट महानुभावहरू, पाहुनाहरू र नेपालका विभिन्न क्षेत्रका समुदाय, संस्था साझेदार संस्था लगायत यो कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण आदरणीय महानुभावहरू, सम्पूर्ण सबैमा यो सहयात्राको सामूहिक प्रयासको यो 20 वर्षको यो यात्राको साथै RRI को यो 20 वर्षको यो अभियानको हार्दिक सफलताको शुभकामना र यहाँहरूलाई हार्दिक बधाई दिन चाहन्छु। आज यहाँहरूको यो 20औं वार्षिक उत्सवको यो भव्य समारोहमा आज उपस्थित हुनुहुने विशेष गरी अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरका महत्त्वपूर्ण व्यक्तित्वहरूले जुन एउटा नेपाललाई एउटा छानेर यो कार्यक्रमको आयोजना गर्ने जुन एउटा प्रयास गर्नुभयो, यसका लागि तपाईहरुलाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। र विशेष गरी जुन 23 देखि 30 देखि जुलाई 3 सम्म 2025 असार 16 देखि 19 सम्म सञ्चालन हुने यो 20 वर्षको यो अभियान नेपालका सामुदायिक वन समूहहरू, क्षमता विकासको जीविकोपार्जन, सुशासन तथा स्थानीय, राष्ट्रिय, क्षेत्रीय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय क्षेत्रमा वन वातावरण व्यवस्थापन तथा जैव विविधता संरक्षण र दिगो वन व्यवस्थापनमा क्रियाशील रहेर आफ्नो महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्दै आएको कुरामा हामी सबै जानकार नै छौँ। र सर्वप्रथम म यो कार्यक्रम जुन हिसाबले निर्धारित गरेको थियो, म त्यो कार्यक्रम भन्दा केही ढिलो हुन गयो यो विशेष कारणले। यसका लागि म यहाँहरूलाई क्षमा चाहन्छु र सरी भन्न चाहन्छु। निर्धारित समय अलि लेट हुन गयो। यस अवसरमा म विशेष गरी RRI लाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु र स्थानीय समुदायमा रहेका सबै वर्गको अधिकार सुनिश्चितताका लागि निरन्तर नीतिगत पैरवी र वकालत गर्दै आउनुभएको र नेपालको लागि सङ्घीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्रलाई पनि महत्त्वपूर्ण सहयोग पुगेको कुरा मैले महसुस गरेको छु। RRI विगत 20 वर्षदेखि स्थानीय समुदाय र आदिवासी जनजातिहरूसँग जलवायु, वातावरण र विशेष गरी क्षेत्रीय अधिकारका लागि सहकार्य गर्दै आएको छ। यस सहकार्यले नेपालको गणतान्त्रिक आन्दोलनमा महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेलेको छ। RRI ले विगत 2 दशकदेखि एसिया, अफ्रिका, ल्याटिन अमेरिका लगायतका विभिन्न देशहरूमा प्राकृतिक स्रोतमा आधारित आदिवासी जनजाति र स्थानीय समुदायको भू अधिकार र नेतृत्व विकासमा उल्लेखनीय भूमिका खेल्दै आएको कुरा जानकारी पाउँदा मलाई अत्यन्तै खुसी लागेको छ। यसै सन्दर्भमा आज जुन 30 देखि जुलाई 3 सम्म अर्थात् असार 16 देखि 19 गते यो 2082 सम्म नेपालमा आफ्नो 20औं वार्षिक उत्सव सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालको समन्वय र सहकार्यमा मनाउनु हामी सबैका लागि गौरवको विषय हो। यस कार्यक्रममा RRI का विश्वभरका साझेदार संस्थाहरूबाट 100 भन्दा बढी र नेपालमा 120 भन्दा बढीको उपस्थिति हुन गएकोमा सबैलाई हार्दिक धन्यवाद तथा बधाई दिन चाहन्छु। RRI ले यस 20औं वर्षको वार्षिक उत्सवले विगतको समीक्षा गर्दै भावी योजना तय गर्ने भएकोले आउँदा दिनहरूमा दिगो वन व्यवस्थापन मार्फत समूहहरूको सामूहिक पक्ष, वातावरणीय पक्ष र आर्थिक पक्षलाई मजबुत बनाउन थप सहकार्यको लागि प्रभावकारी हुनेछ भन्ने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु। नेपालको सामुदायिक वनको संरक्षण र यसबाट जनताको आर्थिक विकास गर्ने योजना बनाएर वातावरण संरक्षण र जलवायु परिवर्तनमा आएको असर न्यूनीकरण गर्न सहयोग पुग्नेछ भन्ने मैले आशा र विश्वास गरेको छु। र यस वर्षका लागि वन तथा वातावरण मन्त्रालयले यस कार्यका लागि वन तथा वातावरण मन्त्रालयले हामीबाट हुन सक्ने सहयोग र समन्वय निरन्तर गरि नै रहनेछौँ। र फेरि पनि म यो 20औं वर्षको यो वार्षिकोत्सव भव्य र सभ्य र उत्साहजनक तरिकाले यो कार्यक्रम पूर्ण रूपमा सम्पन्न हुनेछ र यहाँहरूको यो बसाई सुखमय र अत्यन्तै यो नेपालको यो प्राकृतिक सुन्दरतामा यहाँहरू रमाउनु हुनेछ भन्ने विश्वास लिँदै म बिदा हुन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you very much. We are now officially open with another round of applause for our Honorable Ayam Bahadur Shahi Takuri. That brings our opening ceremony to an end, and we are going to continue now with some very inspiring speakers. Before we do that, I just wanted to check in the room because we are celebrating 20 years of RRI. So I'd like everybody to stand up who's involved with RRI. Everybody stand up who's involved with RRI. I would like everybody to stand up or stay standing. Stay standing if you've been involved for more than 1 year. Okay. Stay standing if you have been involved more than 2 years. More than 5 years? Stay standing? How about more than 10 years at RRI? Stay standing. How about more than 15 years? There's the group here in the front. Stay standing if you have been involved in RRI for 20 years from the beginning. Great. Let's give a big round of applause to these wonderful people. Do you want to say something? Me to say? Okay. Before we start off with the panel, we are now going to bid goodbye to the minister. Thank you again so much for being here today with us. Big round of applause. Thank you for your words of welcome. Thank you once again. We had a couple of people standing up here in the front, and that's exactly the people we're going to be talking to today in this very special panel that's going to talk about the reflections of 20 years of solidarity. First, I'm going to call to the stage our moderator, Yemi Katarari. He was the first chair of partners at RRI. At that time, he was also the Deputy Director General at C4. He has played a fundamental part in the start of RRI, bringing the voices of the African continent in the conversation. A big round of applause to our moderator. I think we're going to need some microphones on the stage. And maybe Andy and Arvind, you can already come up as well.
Hello. So good morning, everyone. Namaste. So I think we've heard in the opening ceremonies that we are here to celebrate 20 years of the work that RRI has been doing. We heard both from the Prime Minister and the Minister the work that local communities and indigenous people are doing in terms of community forestry in Nepal. And we also heard some very powerful testimonies from some of the partners here in Nepal regarding their partnership and collaboration with rights and resources. So this is a very, very important convening. We are celebrating 20 years of inspiring work that has been done by RRI and its coalition partners. But we're also here for another reason. We're looking back at these 20 years and the great work that RRI and its coalition partners has done, but we also want to look ahead the next 20 years, what has been called Vision 2045. So we're going to be spending the next few years looking ahead and asking very, very strategic questions in terms of, so what does RRI do looking ahead? So to help us look back, reflect, we are really honored to have here, and these two gentlemen have been introduced. They are the co-founders of RRI, Arvind Kare and Andy White. But also online, I want to check Doris Capistrano. Doris, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, Yemi. Hi, good morning. I'm online and I can hear you well.
Great, thank you, Doris, and thank you for making time to join us online. So, Doris was the first chair of RRI. So you can imagine we have the two co-founders here. We have Doris, that was the first chair of RRI. She's also been a long-term research fellow of RRI. The fourth person was not able to join us, but you will hear from this person a little later. We have a recorded message. She was also mentioned during the opening ceremony, is Augusta Molnar. She was one of the founding members of the Secretariat and made huge contributions to this organization. So, thank you all very much, panelists. And we want to have a conversation with Doris, with Arvind, and with Andy. And, when we look back, these four people, of course there are others that were involved in this, but they looked at what was happening in terms of the global trends. They were worried that there was a lack of respect globally by the global community in terms of forests, in terms of tenure, in terms of the rights of local communities, in terms of their agency to make decisions around these resources, and in terms of the benefits that they derive from the management of these resources. And so they started this global movement called Rights and Resources. So we want to have this conversation. We want to hear from you, from the three of you here, and then we will have a recorded message in between from Augusta. So, as a start, I just want to maybe ask the three of you, take us into your confidence as you were starting to think about these global challenges, beginning to think about how you might be able to come together, how you might be able to mobilize a global movement to bring about transformation, to bring about significant changes in terms of how the forests are managed, in terms of how local communities, indigenous people, Afro-descendants have agency in terms of management of these resources. And what you came up with is now what is being called a movement of solidarity, rights and resources. So the first question I want to ask is, as you look back over these past 20 years, what would you say are the significant transformations in the sort of land rights movement? And where do you believe rights and resources played an important role? And what are some of those roles? So let me start with Arvind, then I'll go to Andy, and then we'll come to you, Doris. So Arvind, over to you. Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, take this.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Yemi. And welcome to Doris. Very frankly speaking, in the beginning, everything was important. So for me to pick up one or two is going to be extremely difficult. I'll make a very brave attempt to see what I can pick up from that. But the beginning, if you will remember, I'm sure Doris and Andy do, there was hardly any organization, any initiative which was focused on community collective rights. There was none. And there was a paper which Andy and Alejandra Martin had published in 2003. It's called Who Owns the World's Forest? And two very significant findings in that particular paper was that approximately 22% of the world's forests were being managed by the indigenous people, local communities, and Afro-descendants. The second most important finding of that paper was that this area under the community ownership has doubled in the last 15 years. Now, and our prediction was it should further double in the coming 15 years. Easily said, difficult to do. And initially, lots of us were trying to brainstorm on this particular issue, but as it happened over a period of time, I would say about 4 major events in different continents which I can think of, which started giving some kind of a body and a strength to this particular movement. One was to strengthen the coalition itself. And I think the most significant development took place in Yaoundé, where the coalition partners realized that we have the strength, we can really move forward and start working on the field in different countries, different continents. I will give more details later when the time comes. But the second most important event occurred in Indonesia, the Lombok Conference, where for the first time, the presidential envoy actually accepted that the indigenous people have rights on the land. That was the turning point in Asia. Then the third most significant event which I can recall was mapping the Afro-descendant land in Colombia. That provided PCN and other organizations the material to stake claim to their rights. And as it happened, using that particular analysis, PCN and their collaborators were able to push for their recognition and got a seat on the table of decision making. So that was the other thing. The last but not the least, which was at the global scale, the series of dialogues which RRI organized on rights and climate played a very significant role. They were very astutely designed to coincide just before a significant global event, do a very sharp analysis of a particular problem which is facing in the rights and climate field, and get the adversaries to come and talk about it on the table in front of everyone. I distinctly remember one particular event in which the ambassador of Norway for climate change was present, and so was Mina Setra. And you can imagine their views were completely different, but we brought them together to this stage. So I think some of those, if I, as I said, there can be 100 other events, but I will leave it there. Thank you.
Maybe we should get the other one. No, thanks, Arvind. I mean, clearly, when you're trying to change people's minds, when you're trying to go against the status quo, I mean, those were early days about the rights of indigenous people, respecting the territories of indigenous people. Obviously, this couldn't have been very easy, Andy. I mean, these are struggles. So can you share with us some thoughts around that, maybe pick up on some of the points that Arvind has raised?
Sure. Thank you, Yemi. And I'd first like to just express my gratitude again to the people of Nepal, our host here in Nepal, to Nefine, FECO Fund, and CPRED, and all of those. It's just an honor, huge honor to be here, and so appropriate for us to celebrate here. So I'm very grateful and to be here with all of you. And have had this beautiful experience in my life to work with many of you and in solidarity with many of you. Maybe I'll start with this celebration, this parade of Indigenous peoples this morning to welcome us was just absolutely beautiful, absolutely stunningly beautiful. And I would, and it deserves many rounds of applause. And for me, it demonstrated, it was the perfect manifestation of the dreams and aspirations, I think, of RRI and what brought us into this to begin with. That was an expression of why we wanted to do this. I'm speaking for myself. Also, Arvind would agree. Many of us probably adore us in Augusta too. It was that beauty. Of course, it was the beauty of those people and community people. It was them as individuals. And the fact that they were rendered invisible. They were marginalized. Their rights weren't respected as people, as individuals, as humans. That pained us so deeply. And I think that's what motivated us to begin to fight this fight, begin to support them, begin to find ways to help them become visible in their own lands. I think that's what motivated us in the early days, and that's what kept us in the fight. And of course, as you said, in those early days, indigenous peoples were not popular. They were not on the global development radar screen. Land rights weren't on the global radar screen. Women's rights, much less. And so all of the forces of colonialism and all of those structures were holding sway in the world. And everything from the how local governments were structured to the international system, World Bank, UN, et cetera, et cetera. It was all structured against, designed to, in many ways, designed to marginalize these people. So I think the word struggle and fight is appropriate, but it was the beauty of the people, their potential, their expression, their struggle, their fight, their vision that I know kept me going through the difficulties and the challenges. Because of course, this is a collective action, getting people together. There's always free riders. There's always people who don't want to agree. But those were small compared to the beauty of the people that was so worth celebrating and had long been marginalized.
Thanks very much, Andy, for those reflections. I want to turn to Doris. Doris, you were there at the beginning. You were the chair of RRI. And so as the chair, I mean, what were the struggles, the challenges that you were seeing as the chair, trying to steer this ship against all adversity? And can you share with us some of your reflections sitting in that position as the chair? And what you needed to do in order to keep the ship moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Yemi. First, let me just add my congratulations to 20 years of solidarity and RRI's celebrating RRI's major achievements. I'm very happy, delighted, and very proud to be participating in this event and seeing the culture, the expression of cultural identity paraded before us. That really, like Andy was saying, this is it. This brings home what it was the spark that ignited this kind of interest. But let me reflect back and perhaps add to Arvind's and retelling of the context a little bit, and from my own part of it, small part of it, because it really was Andy, Arvind, and Augusta, the 3 A's that birthed RRI. And I came after, the embryo was there and was already in the process of being born, along with other partners, Forest Trends, and other coalition partners in the beginning that then formalized and were the what you call the birth, birthing instructors or the birthing assistants in this process of creation. So I am just so privileged to have been part of it. And as you said, having been the chair of the founding board of RRI, it was not easy sailing, as you know, Yemi, firsthand. Having a coalition of very strong partners, including the one that you were co-leading at that time. you know the story. As the director of forest and governance of a major international center on forestry that was also part of a coalition that was trying to break forth with its new identity, was, to say the least, a very fine balancing act. So it was very interesting, built character, as they said. But I think it was well worth it in terms of challenge. Let me reflect back by saying that those were really unusual times in terms of opportunity. In addition to the major events and opportunities Arvind was saying, this was also the time when many of these forested countries were looking at decentralizing forest resources, decentralizing governance of forest resources. There were conversations about governance more generally, but specifically applied to forest areas and lands. And this coming from, I was very new to C4, and I was recruited to start a research program on forest and governance. But before that, I was working for a philanthropy associated with resource rights. And many of you, especially FECOFAN and others, would remember a Ford Foundation and the role it played in community forestry, especially in Asia. And I was straddling those and recognizing knowledge alone, such as the ones that research organizations were producing, will not get us to the transformation needed to empower people to actually manage and benefit from forest and other land resources. So it was knowledge to action that was needed, but that was not the paradigm that was promoted, especially of knowledge generating organizations such as C4 in those days. Now it's different. C4 is also in the action of fomenting transformation on the ground. But this is why RRI was so unique. You see, it started from a base of solid knowledge and analysis. Who owns the world's forest? And later, Arvind did not mention who invests in the world's forest, and many other synthetic analytical researches that made sure that the assumptions were founded on knowledge and pointed to specific actions that needed to happen. But we all know, having worked on the ground, changes and policy reforms will not happen unless there is pressure from below. And decentralization, the conversation of decentralization, allowed that to happen, where grassroots movements were given the space to demand changes from policymakers and demand accountability. So this was the time when RRI was born, its character was formed. And I think what made RRI so unique was its consistency of purpose and commitment to the cause, consistently over 20 years. So I think that's what makes it unique. So looking back, what has changed? For us, it was a struggle to make sure that powerful coalition partners and other players did not dominate, and making sure that there was indeed space in the design of RRI to make sure that Indigenous peoples, local community-led groups were prioritized, not only in attending meetings, participating in governance discussions and priority setting within RRI, but these are actually embedded in the design of RRI itself. And you can see this until now, where even the leadership prioritizes indigenous peoples and, so you can see the change. Tenure was taboo in Indonesia when we're doing research 20 years ago. And now it's part of their priority, not only in Indonesia, but in the region. So those were the days, and I'm glad to see that it has borne fruit. Thank you, Yemi.
Great, thanks so much, Doris. So what we are hearing, I mean, the struggle was not just a struggle between the coalition and the external powers, but there was also a struggle within. When you bring together partners, the more powerful and very influential, well-resourced and sophisticated, and the others. And so to have a successful coalition, how do you hold these together? So there is a struggle and so this was playing out in the early days. And if you fail to hold those together, then you're not going to have a coalition. So, it's kudos to you guys, for being able to hold this coalition together. Analysis is another thing that is coming out, and that was the hallmark of Rights and Resources, bringing information, synthesizing, analyzing it, and then being able to take that out there and using it in terms of advocacy. And of course, consistency. So the message we are getting, you guys have been consistent for 20 years, and I think that is important. And consistency also builds, trust. So fantastic, huh? And thanks for those reflections. So we're going to take a little pause now. We're going to ask the IT team to play a video. We'll listen to Augusta, listen to her message, and then we'll come back to our panelists and we'll try to look ahead, because that's what we're going to be doing here in the next few days. So can we have the video, please?
Namaste. Hola. Bonjour. Hello. I'm very excited to be in your panel today. I'm sorry I'm not there with you in Nepal. How has RRI evolved over time? Well, it started as a very strong set of activists from international organizations, international research organizations, community federations, donors partnering all to create an alliance and a coalition that was strategic and nurturing its growth and evolution with a lot of their own time and effort put in addition to those of us who were staff in the institution, and framing a narrative from the very beginning that put down the challenge and put down the mission, that rights were much more extensive than people realized and really needed to be supported and go much further. A very agile management of funds so that RRI was able to get money to very, very local levels, something that donors wanted to do but really didn't have their own mechanisms to do that given the limitations and the cultures in which they were operating. And being able to do that in such a way that the donors continued to fund RRI and became very strong allies in thinking through strategies. Over time, governance has shifted to a majority of Indigenous Peoples organizations. It's a very different partnership than it was in the very beginning. A lot more alliances, and therefore driven much more by their agendas. There's new creative financing mechanisms. The strategic response mechanism was perhaps the earliest. Then you have the International Forest Land and Tenure Facility coming into being, spinning off, Clarify. So adapting, and also the other thing that's so striking in the evolution is adapting to emerging challenges. Climate change was never an original part of the agenda, and yet it became something where RRI was able to convene dialogues around this issue and totally open up a space that wasn't there, and follow this trend where forests were much more being discussed on that stage. What's the new challenges? Reduction in funding by the international organizations and by the bilaterals as priorities shift to defense, as governments tighten their belts. So where will funding come from in the future? We need to see. The challenges of climate change, obviously that's already hitting a lot of communities and making it much more difficult. Rollback, right swings in countries that lead to rollback and contestation of rights by industry and by governments that believe that development should be other. So what can we do? What can you do going forward? What's the best way to maximize the potential of this coalition? Well, one, you have to remain, I think, strategic. You have to remember that RRI's real niche is strategic. Being ahead of the curve, knowing what's coming, being able to inform others what's coming, and as a network, therefore, being able to work together to move towards the opportunities, keeping an eye on the opportunities, and not just being a network, but really being a strategic actor.
Okay, so I want to thank Augusta for making time to record. Just to pick up on a few points that Augusta raises. The first one is the one she refers to about funding and how Rights and Resources became a trusted partner, and the funders were willing to allocate funds to Rights and Resources, and Rights and Resources would make that money available to community groups and indigenous groups. But the landscape has changed. There's been a strong movement amongst the indigenous peoples and local communities, and they've been campaigning very strongly, not just for the recognition and respect for their territories and their rights, but also for direct funding. And we have champions here. Hindu has been in the forefront of these battles, demanding direct funding to indigenous people and local communities. So things have changed a little bit since then, and I think that Rights and Resources now, I think, sees itself differently, not as a, what did you call it, intermediary, no longer an intermediary in that sense. But in terms of the future, Augusta says Rights and Resources, if we are now looking ahead, needs to remain strategic if it wants to be relevant, but also to stay together. And I think that this is a huge challenge. How do you keep the coalition together for the next 20 years? And so I think that that's a good entry point for us to now take a few minutes to reflect a little bit more on the future, looking ahead. Because in the next few days, you're not just going to be talking about the past 20 years and celebrating all these achievements, but also beginning to say, what is our vision for the next 20 years? And one of the things when we look at what is happening globally, you look at geopolitics. It's become very complex. And what we are likely to see is a new wave of colonization. The big powers, the powerful economies are positioning themselves around different resources, the critical minerals, and so on and so on. And so we are also seeing multilateralism also being challenged. We're seeing the Rio Conventions being captured by the private sector. We begin to hear arguments that the private sector is going to find the solutions to the problems that they created, and that future funding, whether we're talking about climate change or biodiversity, is going to be through the markets, and the private sector is going to be the one that is going to be providing funding for biodiversity and climate change. So the spaces that we worked in, that we knew about multilateralism, the role of the private sector and those things, is also shifting. So this is really a difficult space. And that's the space we're going to go into. And it's going to be very dynamic. The situation today may not be the situation in the next 1 or 2 years. So the question is, as we look into the future, the next 20 years, how can Rights and Resources position itself in such an environment? Very fluid, very dynamic, very unpredictable. How can it continue to be transformative in terms of its agenda for it to be relevant? So what are some of the things that you believe? You're looking back and now here, being asked, can you advise us as we look into the next 20 years? What are some of the things that you feel that Rights and Resources needs to consider? So I want to start with you, Doris, this time. If you can share with us, some thoughts around those things.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Yemi. I very much agree with the points that Augusta has already highlighted for us in terms of the threats and the challenges going forward. To that, I will also add the threat of disinformation. Because of technology, because of the polarized political discourse, and the ease with which one can invent crisis or messages that can be used then by certain elements to drive a wedge through the coalition or through a coalition like RRI. So the first word of warning that I would like to have to relate to everybody and to remind everybody is the need for us to cleave together on the basis of shared principles, commitments, and a vision for the future. Because as the stakes are getting higher, as the forests and other resources become more valuable and become more contestable and contested, the tendency towards polarization, fragmentation will only increase rather than decrease. So this is really a reminder I would like to highlight for leaders of coalition members to make sure that within the coalition, there are mechanisms for us to deal with first responses. In other words, crisis and things that are perceived to be threats are then discussed in the open rather than whispered in corridors. Because it's very, very easy to divide a coalition through a whisper campaign and imagine threats. And I think RRI has weathered such kinds at a lesser extent in the early days, and I think should go back to mechanisms like transparent discussions, early response mechanisms. I'm very happy and proud of the SRM mechanism. You remember, Andy, when we were experimenting with budgeting, and we said we will keep some elements unprogrammed for opportunistic responses. And I think mechanisms like those would be even more important in the future. The kind that would quickly sense the threats and quickly be mobilized to make sure that communication goes out to coalition partners so that the fires are extinguished before they become major blazes and conflagrations. I think RRI needs to design mechanisms to make sure that this happens. And the other thing is, of course, this is a knowledge-based, database, data-driven organization. But now there's alternative realities or alternative facts, as they say. And I think it needs to be dealt with at a systemic level. What is alternative and what is fact, and what it is that we all subscribe to and agree to be the fact that we will work towards. I think in terms of practical terms, I think this would be very important. The other thing is the decreasing ODA funding available. And this has been a trend for a long time. In fact, this is one of the impetuses for the coalition and coming together to be more efficient in the use of resources. But this also highlights the need for RRI to invest in itself. I'm very happy to see, looking at the financial statements recently, that there's reserves that RRI has. And I think in the future, making sure that these funds are added to so that there is a measure of independence and a measure of non-politicization so that you can act based on convictions rather than based on where the funds lie or where the funds come from. So reinvesting in the RRI's capacities and institutional mechanisms and having the flexible resources and mechanisms become even more important. And the last thing I would emphasize is agility and nimbleness. Even in the early days, some coalition partners bemoaned the fact that RRI was everywhere, that RRI is so agile. How come these people are everywhere? They're so fast. And I think in the future, we need to be even more fast and nimble and agile. We have those mechanisms already in place, but perhaps it requires revisiting the protocols for accessing those mechanisms and for designing those. And because some of those issues will tend to be localized and very site-specific, perhaps what might be needed would be a more decentralized way of pinpointing or highlighting threats where they are developing, for that to be relayed in a quick manner to the central elements of decision-making within the organization. In other words, what I'm advocating for is real dynamic systems thinking and design going forward. RRI in the beginning was designed to be that, but it has to be even more so in the future. Thank you.
No, thanks, Doris. I hope people are taking notes here. So Doris has really listed some of the risks. That as we look ahead in the next 20 years, there are some real risks that we need to look at. How do we mitigate against some of those? And the issue of artificial intelligence, this is a reality. It can be a force for good, but similarly, it can also be abused, and we need to be ready to deal with that. Let me come to Andy, and then we'll end with Arvind. Can you pick up on some of the points that Doris has shared? What other reflections do you have to guide us as we think to the next 20 years?
Thank you, Yemi. And boy, it's tough to follow Doris. She's, as usual, comprehensive, big vision, very operational, and very hard to add to that. I think that I think the coalition, not only the coalition, but all local people and indigenous peoples organization, the challenges are going to get even greater going forward. I mean, of course, we know the old tactic of colonial institutions and systems is divide and conquer. And so, and I expect that's going to only increase. They're going to, because I think local people, indigenous people are beginning to, over the last couple of decades, especially in the last 5 years, beginning to show their power, beginning to realize power. And that is going to, and already has invited regressive pushback. And so I anticipate, unfortunately, there will just be more of that. And we see that as one of the larger transformations underway in the world today, with the rise of authoritarianism, including in the US, and autocracies and the capitalist oligarchies. They do not want to give up. I think they've kind of seen the risk of losing control, and they are not going to give up. They do not want to give up. So my takeaway is that for this broader movement of people, local people, indigenous peoples, communities, it's going to be necessary to even be stronger together. Stronger together, respect differences, and celebrate differences and diversity between indigenous peoples, local communities, Afro-descendants, respect all and celebrate all of that diversity, but maintain a way to stay together, because they're going to come after you. They're going to come after us just like they have been. That's not going to stop. So stronger together, I guess, is my big takeaway, and celebrate the diversity, and remain, I guess, too, I would say for RRI, remain ambitious. Don't be afraid. Indigenous peoples have not been afraid, and local communities have not been afraid. That's how they've been able to fight back and be resilient for these, last 500 plus years of colonialism and whatever. So continue that strength, and I think a challenge for the Secretariat and the coalition as an organization will be to continue to try to keep up with and reflect the passion, the innovation, the drive of their members themselves. The organization has to remain nimble and dynamic and ambitious just as much as its members. And of course, that's always a challenge for any organization. There's always gravitational weight to organizations, but I'm confident they'll find a way to continue to do that.
No, thanks very much, Andy. I mean, the risk of integration is a real one. Last year at COP COP16 in Colombia, a few of us had the opportunity to meet with Secretary General of the United Nations. And so we had a conversation with him, and one of his advice to us was, those with power don't give up power. If you want power, if you want to claim space, be prepared to fight. If you're not going to fight, nobody's going to hand it over to you. So really, if we're going to deal with these threats that are being highlighted by Doris, by Andy, and the real risk of disintegration, we need to be prepared to fight. We shouldn't be afraid. If we want to change, if we want to create narratives, our own narratives, not narratives that are by other people, we don't want to react to the agendas that are being set by others, then it's a battle, it's a war without guns. So we need to be ready to go to battle. Lastly, Arvind, you have a mic.
Can you hear me?
You've conquered technology.
Well, I agree with the prognosis which is being made by Doris, Andy, and Augusta. Next 20 years are going to be difficult years. It's mainly because there is big geopolitical changes are underway, and therefore one of the first victim of that will be the kind of finances that would be available. Your bilaterals are diverting their funding for their defense, your US is out of giving completely, your private sector donors have suddenly shifted their priorities under pressure from different regimes to whom they want to please. So financially it is going to be difficult. But more importantly, the international institutions who at one point of time provided the space for the articulation of indigenous local community Afro-descendant voices, forums like the UNFCCC, they are now not as strong. In fact, my understanding is they are now acting as a bit of a diversion to tackle the real issues. Means for 10, 15 years, they have done a good job in raising, let's say, the awareness, bringing the science to the whole issue of climate change. They also had provided a space for the articulation of the voices of the local communities and indigenous people. Now, I think they are just a matter of diversion. No $100 billion to the developing countries. Now that the demand is much more, they will never be able to fulfill it. No technology transfer to the developing countries. And it has become the biggest talking shop. So you have a problem that international institutions that were created, they are collapsing. Finance is collapsing. Now, so 20 years, next 20 years are going to be difficult, but what is our greatest strength? Our greatest strength is this coalition. Look at the size of the coalition. We started with 5. As per Solange, now it's 200 members connected one way or the other. And very frankly speaking, so we started when the finance was tight. We might get into the situation and the finances might be tight. And I would say this is exactly the time when we need to do 3 very important things. Firstly, derive the inspiration from your own partners, the indigenous people and their organizations, the Afro-descendants and their organizations. They have been at this struggle not because we provided them finance. They have been fighting this war for a very long period of time, and so will we. The important thing will be, where do you bring the power of this coalition, this collective, to bear on? You will have to be choosy. Which battle you are going to choose and fight and bring the entire power of the coalition to that particular battle. So to me it looks, we need to go back to the basics, continue the struggle as fearlessly as the indigenous people and other communities have been waging for centuries actually, essentially. And be very choosy where you wish to intervene, because when we will intervene, we want success at that particular point of time.
Okay, thank you, Yemi. I just wanted to add that I also see that there's great opportunity for change and hope. And there's this conversation, we shouldn't conclude without that. Of course, the global international development assistance structure is crumbling. But at the same, and millions of people will suffer, and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, will die because of lack of vaccines and all. That is absolutely horrible. At the same time, from my perspective, that international development architecture was not so helpful in the first place for these marginalized people. It's taken decades to get indigenous people and land rights and sovereignty on the radar screen. So now that it's crumbling, it seems to me that there's an opportunity to rebuild it and restructure it in a way, at least in part, that actually serves the interests of local people. And I think the tremendous progress by indigenous peoples and communities in establishing their own financial mechanisms over the last 10 years is absolutely remarkable. Though direct funding to those mechanisms is a path forward, not only for your own agenda, your own land rights, your own sovereignty. It's a path forward for remaking and redesigning international development from being a top-down, driven by the Beltway bandits, driven by the international architecture, to being more bottom-up and reflective of and respectful of local people. So I see there's a tremendous opportunity, but here too, it's have to come together to make that argument. RRI, I think, is well positioned to convene thinking about that and being ambitious. And don't be distracted, as Arvind said, with, and you said too, Yemi, about smaller things that the UNFCCC is organizing. Now there's biodiversity credits. My God, I mean, stop being distracted by all those things and focus on channeling funding to your own organization.
You can see the energy levels now here. They're going up. Timekeeper, how are we doing? 5 more minutes. Okay, so this is what I'd like to do to sort of conclude. I'll give you a chance. I'm going to ask each one of you, you know, there are young people here. Recall at the beginning we asked the youth to, you know, to stand up. So I'm going to ask you all, and you can use that time to say what you're going to say. But also, you know, what message would you give to the young people that are listening to you and are being inspired by the vision that you have, the commitment that you had to start this global movement? So that's what I'd like to ask you. And you'll get 2 minutes each, and then we close. So, message to the youth, the next generation of leaders in this space. And so if you want, you can do 1 minute of that and 1 minute of just concluding remarks. So I'll start with Andy. Then we'll, no. Who wants to start? Okay, Arvind, you start, and then we go to Doris, and then we end with Andy.
Before I come to the questions, I wanted to add one more thing. When the international institutions start talking about private sector funding, market-based mechanism, that's a red herring, which means they are not going to contribute anything. They will create some hybrid structure, which will never, ever provide 1 penny to the indigenous organizations, to the local communities. So beware. Now we are hearing that we don't have money, but we want private sector to join in, and that's where the money will be generated. Don't get fooled by that particular thing. Nothing is going to come there. So that's just a word of caution. Now, second thing, Yemi, you're talking about When I was young, I thought always that the old people have nothing to say to me. And I agree with it. I don't have anything to say to the youth because my understanding is the youth, as always, will charter its own course. My only thing which I can say, if I can, be unafraid. Don't ever believe just because some elder is saying something. You should challenge everything. Absolutely everything should be challenged. But remember, your strength, your solidarity is in numbers. So as many people as you can work with, that's what is going to be your future. I have no particular message.
That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. Strength in numbers, don't be afraid, and always be prepared. Challenge. Doris, over to you.
Okay. I think this is going to be a continuation of Arvind's exhortations, but also with an additional opportunity. When everything is broken, does not seem to be working, here is your opportunity to reinvent everything and to reinvent it in a way that is going to work for you. And the one particular aspect that I see as a major opportunity, I'm an economist. I was trained as an economist, and I thought that. And if I were to teach things over again, I would throw everything out of the window because it really doesn't work for the new realities. And so when there is a discussion of market-based mechanisms, business models, I think everything is up for grabs. And the strength of the coalition, I think, is the ability to demonstrate working models on the ground that could then be calibrated and coalesced and reinterpreted to serve as the functional model for what the possibilities could be. And I think here is where there is an opportunity to make sure that there are models and principles and designs that are highlighted that already have equity from the very beginning. Equity is central to it. Sharing and reinvesting in its own capacity and the capacity of the system is central to the design, and that in the long term, it rests on sustainability because everything would have been factored in, costed for, and designed into compensation mechanisms within themselves and across and up the scale. So I think there are models that Indigenous peoples, local communities have been operating for many years and centuries that have been off the radar that now could be brought to the surface and demonstrated at scale that would then say, here is a model that we offer to the world instead of what is broken. This is not trickle down. This is actually starting from the ground and welling up to the rest of the world and the rest of the system. I think this is a challenge, not only intellectually for those who are doing, theoretical conceptual work, but also for those who are working on the ground to demonstrate actual operating models and making sure that these are documented with your MELIA or whatever mechanisms you have for monitoring, for which the evidence is irrefutable. Just like when you started with who owns the world's forest, now there is an opportunity to say, here is a system that could work and offer hope for the future. And I think the numbers that RRI, the coalition, offers is a very good, very broad sampling space that I think will provide credible evidence for that sort of alternative. So that would be my challenge for you, for the next leaders of RRI, and for those who will change the word from here on. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Doris. And you'll have the final word.
Oh, that's a big task. Well, I too just echo what Arvind and Doris are saying about not being afraid and challenging the received wisdom. I was about to say advice to younger people, never listen to your elders, but then I remembered my own age. But there is absolutely a truth in that. Of course, respect elders and the principles that they have brought us forward, that they've guided all of us with. I'm extremely blessed to have been working for the last several years with the elders of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, the Gadua people, and I've just been floored and just honored by what I've been able to learn from them. So certainly respect elders and the indigenous wisdom. I think what we're saying about don't be discouraged. Don't give up. Don't be discouraged. Stand together. Be inclusive. Stronger together, and all of that. And I want to maybe end with something, the inspiration that I learned last night over dinner with Gustavo Sanchez of Red Mocap. He's in here somewhere. I saw him earlier, but Gustavo, there he is right there, is also involved in the Mesoamerican Alliance. But Gustavo told me of a new pilot that they're initiating in Mexico, where it's community forestry banks, their own financial system. Some communities have some funds, they're saving. Individuals have some funds, they're saving. There's ways that they can save more and leverage other community capital. They can develop their own financial architecture. And for me, that's just so inspiring, and it's an example of the innovation that exists throughout the world every day, being created by indigenous peoples and local communities. So I would just say trust and believe in and invest in your ideas and your institutions, and you will continue to inspire the world and earn support from the rest of them.
Fantastic. So thanks very much to our panelists. Colleagues, as with these kinds of discussions, we've run out of time. That's the bad news. The good news is that Andy and Arvind are still around. This is only the beginning of the conversation. There are going to be other panels. They're going to be around here. Please grab them and continue these conversations. Doris, I'm going to volunteer you that I'm sure if people want to reach out to Doris, the Secretariat can facilitate that. And please, reach out to Doris. So with this, I want to thank you all for listening. And please, let's give a round of applause to our panelists and thank them very much. Doris, thank you so much for joining us remotely.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
And a big round of applause for our wonderful moderator as well. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to give a little shout out also to all the technical support that we're getting, to having Doris here from the other side of the world, Augusta on the video. So tech team, thank you so much. This is wonderful to have everybody here with us. Before we continue, I had an announcement, and I wanted to ask Kamala if she could help me with that, because it's about interpretation. Some of you might not yet have picked up your translation headset at the reception. So me explaining this in English will not help, which is why I wanted to check if Kamala could help me. She left the room, I think. As soon as she's back, she'll repeat that message. Important to know, of course, anyone else can. Great. Yes, Ram, thank you so much. This is the head of the interpretation team, everybody. Just a big round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful help. Maybe just in Nepalese, explain to pick up the headsets. Yeah, do we have yeah, there you go.
नमस्कार यो कार्यक्रममा अंग्रेजी तथा नेपाली दुवै भाषामा लगातार भाषा अनुवादन साइमल्टेनियस इन्टरप्रिटेसन भइरहेको छ सम्पूर्ण नेपाली सहभागीहरू यहाँहरूलाई आफूले नेपाली भाषामा कुनै पनि छलफललाई सुन्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने पछाडी जहाँबाट तपाई अघि भित्र आउनु भएको छ रजिस्ट्रेसन गर्ने ठाउँमा ट्रान्सलेसनको डिभाइसहरू राखिएको छ कृपया तपाईहरुले त्यहाँ गएर आफ्नो नाम रजिस्टर गरेर अनि डिभाइस लिन सक्नुहुन्छ आवश्यक परेको बेलामा सुन्न सक्नुहुन्छ ब्रेकको बेलामा तपाईले आफैसँग राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ र यो हलबाट बाहिरिएर घर जाने बेलामा चाहिँ कृपया फेरि अनिवार्य रूपमा फिर्ता गरिदिनु होला फिर्ता गर्दाखेरि पनि आफैले गएर त्यहाँ रजिस्टर गरेर मैले फिर्ता गरे भन्ने टिक लाउने ठाउँ छ त्यहाँ चाहिँ एकचोटी टिक मार्क पनि गरिदिनु होला धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद
Okay, thank you very much. So interpretation, Pick up your headsets. And the other thing, we would love to have you with us, of course, for the whole day. But if for whatever reason you have to leave, please make sure to drop your headsets as well at the desk. Before we transition into the new panel, I just wanted everybody to stand up. Stand up. And what I would like you to do is to find someone. We won't have interpretation, so you need to find somebody who speaks the same language where you can find each other, and just share a key takeaway from this panel. What is something that that stood out for you, that you remembered from this panel that you're taking with you? So find someone in the room to talk to while we transition the stage as well. When you hear the bell, we'll come back to plenary. So it could take about 3 to 4 minutes. Talk to your neighbor. What is your key insight from this panel? It's okay.
Yeah, and I asked like, Grazi, is it okay? I can go immediate.
It was actually fine. It was around there, because
Yeah.
then we could. It was perfect.
Even better, because then they...
Could you give me the bell? This bell. That's Barbara's bell. This one. There you are, Barbara. Good. There you are. They moved the chairs. Hindu asked to take the tables away. Do you want a table just for Hindu said they're so far away with the table. That's all. Yeah. We can see. Okay. Let's make sure we have the microphones ready. Yeah, I think so. We'll have 5 people. Are the slides okay? Okay, thank you so much. Always nice to share with other people what you have in your mind and what you were thinking after a panel like that with so much inspiration. Let's all take a seat. Because we have more inspiration to come. Where's he? Mas ele, onde ele está? Ok. Mas ele está. Okay. Okay, while we get set for our panel, maybe what I can do is actually just see if somebody wants to share any insights. All right, there's a group that's still talking here. All right, let's see if we have any insights here. Sorry, just a little bit. Would you like to share what some of the insights you had from the panel? Stand up. You can stand up.
धन्यवाद यहाँ सम्पूर्णलाई नमस्कार म आरती पाठक नेपालबाट WRRN को अध्यक्ष हामीले चाहिँ यो ग्रुपमा साथीसँग छलफल गर्ने क्रममा सिकाइ के रह्यो भनिरहँदाखेरि आज RRI 20 एनिभर्सरी मनाउनसम्म सफल भएको छ यदि सामूहिकतामा एकता भयो भने सबैले एकताबद्ध रूपमा काम गर्न सक्यो र क्षमता अभिवृद्धिको लागि चाहिँ समुदाय लेभलबाट नै क्षमता अभिवृद्धि गराउनु पर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ प्यानलिस्टमा रहनुभएका RRI को संस्थापकहरूले चाहिँ एक खालको प्रस्तुतिकरण गर्नुभएको थियो हामीले पनि सामूहिकतामा एकता भयो भने सफलता प्राप्त गरिदो रहेछ भन्ने कुरालाई चाहिँ बुझेको छु हस् धन्यवाद त्यही सल्लाह चाहिँ साझा रूपमा चाहिँ हामीले सल्लाह गर्यौं धन्यवाद
Thank you so much. Really highlighting that diversity, the community. Thank you. I'm going to take one more voice of an insight. Here we go.
Thank you so much. One thing that I really liked about is because as a youth, नेपालीबाटै भन्छु ल मलाई एकदमै मन परेको कुरा चाहिँ म आफू युवा भएको कारणले जुन अन्तिममा उहाँहरूले मेसेज दिनुभएको थियो युवाहरूको आन्दोलन चाहिँ तपाईहरु आफूले बनाउनु हामी कसरी अगाडि बढ्न चाहन्छौं निडर भएर आफूले अगाडि बढाउनु भयो भने चाहिँ सफलता हासिल हुन्छ नडराउनु भनेको मेसेज चाहिँ एकदमै धेरै मन पर्यो बिकज एल्डर्सहरुबाट कुरा सिक्दै आउँदाखेरि हामीले अहिलेको अवस्थामा कति भोगेका कुराहरु चाहिँ कहिलेकाहीँ एल्डर्सहरुको सिकाइ चाहिँ गर्न गाह्रो हुने जस्तो भइराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो आफ्नो अहिलेको एक्सपिरियन्सेस इनोभेशन्स अनि हाम्रो अहिलेको नलेजेसहरुबाट युज गरेर जानुस् भनेको त्यो मोटिभेसन चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो लाग्यो
Thank you so much. The voice from the youth speaking, charter your own course, very important. I think we have our moderator in the room now and we can get started to set us up for the panel. And maybe the panelists can already come to the stage. Do you want to come to the stage? And then I will introduce you. A big round of applause for our panelists of the next panel. And I have the honor of introducing to you the moderator of that panel, which is Kim Arin, and he is a former board member of RRI. His organization, LEPA, is a coalition member, and he's also on the advisor committee of Clarify. So he's going to introduce to you the rest of the panelists. So please welcome Kiraman and the rest of our panelists for our next panel. Big round of applause. Yes, I will find him. You have a microphone. You have the microphone. I think you're sitting on it. I will find it.
Good afternoon. Namaste. Namaste. Tashidile. Hello, good afternoon. We're just trying to give one of our panelists a minute to show up. And perhaps in the interest of time, I can introduce myself again. You can see my name on the screen there. On the, I don't know whether it's your left or right side of your screen, is left. And I come from Kenya, the Maasai pastoralist community. This is an indigenous community based in Kenya. And I'm extremely honored and humbled to share this podium with a very distinguished panelists, whom if you don't know, if you can't recognize their faces, you're either too young or you just joined the movement. Because these faces define the respective movements of indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants. And because I will introduce them, I just wanted to pick up really some of the reflection we had from the opening remarks and to the founders panel that just ended. We learned that RRI aspiration is contribute to the recognitions of rights to land and resources of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and local communities. And to do this, we were told, both from the President, Solange, and the founders, that the role of RRI is really in three big areas. One is in analytical work, evidence building, to generate counter-narratives to existing narratives that have marginalized and excluded these communities from enjoying their rights. The second is a role of RRI as a convener and a builder of consensus in spaces that hitherto indigenous people, local communities, Afro-descendant could not access. The third role of RRI was to trigger a much more enhanced access to resources, and we had issues of, for example, the SRM, others like Clarify. This is the role of RRI. But in the same breath, the presenters recognize that analytical work is not enough, that money is not enough, that the issue of self-determination of right holders is foundational to this struggle, that translating this knowledge to action by building pressure from below, by generating models as discussed by Doris in the last panel, the mix of right holders exercising their self-determination and the contribution of RRI in those three areas is the ingredients that have facilitated the big gains and achievements so far, which we are celebrating in this day for the last 20 years of. Can we celebrate again RRI, the 20 years of achievement, please? Please. Thank you. And so what we had in the first session is only the first half of the story. Here is the second half of the story, where basically, in order for RRI to champion these rights, it has to have a moment of reflection on the aspirations, the challenges and opportunities experienced by indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendant in order to really be in sync with the pulse of the issues and the interests that these communities are dealing with and are advancing. And we have a chance really to hear firsthand from trailblazers. The people seated here in front are people who have influenced spaces, who have advanced ideas into actions, who are recognized and celebrated in their own rights, as Indigenous people leaders. And really, it's my humble pleasure to introduce to you, firstly, I think my extreme right, Dr. Albert Barume, who serves as a sitting special rapporteur, the United Nations sitting rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous people. Dr. Barume, please applaud. Dr. Barume is an expert on conflict, natural resources, indigenous rights, environmental security. He has advised governments, international organizations, and private sector, and held senior roles with the UN and African Union and ILO. I must say, this is really, really a very simplified story of Professor Albert Barume, whose work I really know. And can we please appreciate one more time? And I will skip Barbara because the story I have here may not reflect what she wanted me to say. I'll give her a minute to say it. Yes. Yeah, and I want to respect that. And I want to now introduce, next to me, my immediate right is Hindu. Hindu is a chair of the 23rd, has been a chair of the 23rd session of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and a co-chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change several times. She's been my chair there. And she is an environmental activist and member of the Chad's Indigenous Bororo community. Hindu began advocating for indigenous rights and women's livelihoods at age 16. Can you believe it? The youth here, you should take a hint. As president of the Association for Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad, her work bridges traditional knowledge and science to protect ecosystem and rural communities. I've always wondered where Hindu gets the energy to champion our rights in multiple spaces. And really, please welcome and appreciate Hindu for us. Thank you. And so next to Hindu is another great friend of mine whom I have had to serve with in a number of spaces, one Gustavo Sanchez. Gustavo is the president of Red Mocaf, executive council member of MBP. He is a board member of the Rights and Resource Initiative and the president of MOCAF, a national network of community forest organizations in Mexico. He also serves on the executive committee of the Mesoamerican Alliance for People and Forests and advocates globally for indigenous and community forests and climate justice. Please give a warm welcome to Gustavo. And last but not least, maybe we should hear the voice of Barbara Reynolds, who I give a minute to introduce herself in the interest to respect the right for proper introduction. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It was just what is past should not be interpreted as present. So I just wanted to be very clear in the interest of the sensitivities that I've rotated out of the chairpersonship of the working group. I've also rotated out of the co-chairpersonship of the CARICOM Skills Task Force, and I used to be an advisor on GPE. It's just a question of past tense. It's just in case anybody outside of this building hears that. Thank you so much.
And please welcome Barbara. Thank you. And so before she hands over the mic, maybe we should just begin with her or continue with her. Basically, as I've said, in the first half, we heard about the dreamers of RRI and the kind of work they have done. And we heard that the focus is on the rights of indigenous people, local communities, and Afro-descendants. And they have shared the journey of RRI. In this session, we really want to hear the journey of these constituencies that are represented or whose RRI support. And Barbara has been really a very strong leader in the context of advocating for the rights of Afro-descendants. And I really we want to hear from you, how did the Afro-descendant movement grow to where they are now? To the extent that very recently, there was a United Nations decision recognizing their rights. Over to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, everybody. Congratulations, RRI, on your 20th anniversary. I like to think that before we talk about Afro-descendants, we should acknowledge that Africans have had an uninterrupted bloodline, lifespan. When we talk about Afro-descendants, it seems to suggest almost implicitly that life began with enslavement, and that's not necessarily a good thing, either implicitly or explicitly to really embrace. The fact that there are Afro-descendants and Africans in the diaspora and Africans suggests that even now we continue to perpetrate the schisms that were imposed on Africans by mostly Europeans and others. So I guess the first point is to understand that within the DNA of every Afro-descendant, within the bloodstream and the brain cells of African descendants, is embedded some residual of who the African person has always been. And therefore, for many persons who are Afro-descendants, there's a yearning to return home. Now, some might argue that one could never return home, but there's still that yearning. And I think that if you could imagine the journey of being taken from your home in a village to Gore or Elmira, and what that meant, I think one gets a sense that this journey was not, as the revisionist history in Florida suggests, that slavery was a good thing for some people, but actually it was marked by resentment and resistance. And from that resentment and resistance has emerged an enduring resilience on the part of people of African descent. And it is that endures to today through movements that preceded the United Nations. There's always been a Pan-African spirit. Those people who, in the Americas mostly, and those people on the continent who understood that they were essentially one people. And so as far back in 1920, there was a conference in New York that spoke to this. That was long before there was a UN. I think what the UN has done is to bring to the fore, to the global stage, that this is a legitimate force, a legitimate movement with specific goals and ideals. So let's fast forward to where we are. The UN at its birth was not an institution that acknowledged the sovereignty of many countries where Black peoples, whether Africans or people of African descent, inhabited. And therefore, if you look at the architecture and the structure of the UN, you'd realize that really there was no voice of people who today are struggling for voice. And that's why there is a bit of a dissonance in the UN, where even within the UN, one has to struggle for DEI. You go to some country offices of the UN, you wouldn't know that they're Black people who live in that country because they're not represented in the office structure. And that's just representative of who we are. So moving through this, there are 4 things that are happening now in contemporary spaces. First of all, the pursuit of racial equality and racial equity is at one end of this nexus. At the other end is the pursuit of reparatory justice. Reparatory justice cannot proceed without racial justice. And racial justice, or the pursuit of racial justice, fuels reparatory justice. In between then, as the world has changed, there are two other priorities that are emerging as absolutely critical to people of African descent, Black peoples around the world. One of them is environmental justice. For a range of reasons, if you look at the Caribbean, for example, climate and the environment are critical to survival, economic survival. But it's also that Black peoples have always had an affinity for the land. It manifests itself in different ways. And the last piece of the coin is digital justice. Now, as a working group, we did our thematic report in 2024 on digitalization and AI. And that's a whole can of worms if you consider that digitalization and AI have taken on and have embedded in them all the racism that we see in pre-digitalization contexts. After all, the people who control AI and who have done the research, and the people and the groups on which the algorithms are based are not Black peoples. And that's why, for example, Google will, as it reputedly did, mixed up, I think it was a gorilla and a person of African descent in its recognition algorithm. And that is because embedded in these structures and these ideologies is racism. So that's one. Therefore, where the movement is that they're not just one area of focus, but the four that I mentioned. In racial justice, it's about contemporary wrongs. Reparatory justice is about reversing and compensating for historical wrongs. Environmental justice is about placing a holder, a marker for generations that are to come, ensuring that what we pass on to them is as viable as we inherited. And of course, digital justice is a melange of known knowns and unknown unknowns. In terms of the groups for which justice is being sought, it would be in the first instance member states of the United Nations because of their precursors. Those were the ones who left to find Asia, lost their way, and discovered the Americas in losing their way. So that's the first group, the member states. The second group, the set of religious autocracies that thought that God would bless the peculiarities and the horrific slave trade. And the third, of course, would be the precursors of the insurance companies of the 21st century, the commercial houses like the Dutch East India Company. Why is this important? And this is my last point, moderator. Because where we are today is we exist in a space that is the result of 4 or 5 centuries of cumulative deprivation, degradation, disenfranchisement, and disempowerment. And that takes us somewhere. But on the other side of the equation are persons who occupy a space who have benefited from 4 or 5 centuries of cumulative theft, grift, and whose parents were able to add intergenerational wealth based on that theft and grift. And that's why the gap is so wide. And I say this with all respect to understand that when there is an imbalance, unless it is recalibrated, as we say as human rights practitioners, all rights, all human beings, all the time. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Barbara, for those very insightful reflections that, yes, the abstraction of Afro-descendant from the African roots does not erase their DNA of the roots and heritage in that region. That essentially, if there is any gains made over time, it speaks to the resilience, spirit of Pan-Africanism embodied or enacted by the movement of Afro-descendants, wherever they may be in the continent. That these spaces of injustices, racial, the issue of reparation and environmental justice are spaces within which Afro-descendants have managed to express themselves, and actually any recognition seen within the UN is an outcome of self-determination and resilience by these communities. We will come back to you later a bit on some of the challenges and maybe what you see in the years to come. And with this, I think I need to move to your neighbor on your left, Gustavo. While these communities, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, local communities have some commonality sometimes in the struggles, but they each have their nuances in the story of struggle for their recognition. So the question to you, Gustavo, is what has been your experience when advocating for the recognition of local communities in international spaces? Over to you, Gustavo. And please put on your headsets. Gustavo speaks Spanish, kindly, so that you can easily follow the conversation.
Gracias, Kimaren. Buenos días a todos, a todas. Quisiera comentar en primer lugar que me siento muy honrado de estar presencialmente en este evento de 20 aniversario de la gran coalición que es RRI. Y sobre la pregunta que me haces, Kimaren, quisiera compartir con ustedes que ha sido muy retador y muy interesante el proceso de reconocimiento de los derechos de las comunidades locales en diferentes espacios internacionales. Ha sido un proceso de aprendizaje, ha sido un proceso también de establecer alianzas con pueblos indígenas y desde luego entre comunidades locales de diferentes partes del mundo, incluyendo a nuestros hermanos de FECOFUN aquí en Nepal, con quienes hemos tenido la oportunidad de intercambiar experiencias y ellos han estado en México conociendo el trabajo de comunidades forestales en nuestro país. En este proceso ha sido fundamental el apoyo de la coalición RRI para intercambiar experiencias entre diferentes organizaciones comunitarias y construir una propuesta de criterios de identificación y autoidentificación de las comunidades locales que funcionen. Esa es la aspiración a nivel global para todas las comunidades locales del mundo, todas esas grupos humanos que se quieran autoidentificar como comunidades locales. Estos criterios son básicamente 4. Uno de ellos es poseer una historia y una cultura en común. El otro es una gestión colectiva de un territorio. El tercero es una forma propia de representación y gobernanza territorial. Y el cuarto es la autoadscripción a una comunidad y el reconocimiento de la comunidad al individuo como parte de la misma. En este camino nos hemos guiado mucho en la experiencia que han tenido nuestros hermanos de pueblos indígenas en la construcción de criterios como están contenidos en el convenio 169. Ha sido para nosotros una inspiración, pero también ha sido un trabajo de alianzas con nuestros hermanos afrodescendientes, particularmente los compañeros del proceso de comunidades negras de Colombia participaron muy activamente en la construcción de estos criterios. Independientemente de que en algunos contextos y aplicando el principio pro homine, algún grupo decida acogerse bajo cierta identidad o en otros contextos puede acogerse con los paraguas que estas sombrillas a nivel de identidades que existen a nivel global. Quiero quedarme con en esta reflexión con uno de los señalamientos que se hacían en el anterior panel, de que ante un escenario muy retador necesitamos estar juntos y estar más fuertes. Y la única manera de hacerlo es tender estos puentes que hay entre los diferentes grupos. Los únicos que se benefician con que estemos peleando entre nosotros o fijándonos en las diferencias y no en lo que tenemos en común, tanto en problemas como en propuestas, los únicos que ganan son las fuerzas fácticas, que ya sean a veces de la iniciativa privada, en muchos casos hasta del crimen organizado, en otros hasta proyectos gubernamentales. Estas fuerzas son las únicas que se benefician cuando estamos desarticulados y cuando los diferentes grupos, pueblos indígenas, afrodescendientes y comunidades locales estamos distanciados y no tenemos comunicación. Creo que esta gran coalición de RRI sirve mucho para fortalecer y construir estos puentes entre nosotros. Ahí dejaría mis palabras para escuchar también las reflexiones que tienen mis hermanos aquí del panel. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Gustavo, again, for those very enriching reflections on what your journey as local communities has been like, the elements that you highlight, and that we need to build bridges, solidarity, because if we don't build on the commonalities we have, those that we wrestle to get our rights from are the ones who will benefit. And that an open mind to learn from our constituencies, from other movements, has been a powerful tool for you, and building alliances has been really a very valuable strategy that has brought the gains for local communities. So moving on now to our sister here, Hindu. Hindu Ibrahim really has been one of the prominent faces of Indigenous Peoples movement in biodiversity, in climate, and in the human rights space, and really one of our inspiration as an Indigenous people movement. So to you, Hindu, it's really more the same reflection. What are some of the learnings of Indigenous movement? Some insights into the direction and perhaps where the movement is going from here. How has your journey been, and what are some of the lessons you want to share with us? Over to you, Hindu.
Thank you, Brother Kim, the King of Africa, the King of Indigenous Peoples, and my brother. On Bali Jam, on Pini Jam, and namaste to everyone here. I really understand most of us have jet lag because it's 2-3 a.m. home, and we are boring you with our speak. But it is the 20th anniversary of RRI. I hope that will make us all awake. Thank you, Solange, for this. Happy birthday. So this is so energetic, even we feel tired. We say, no, 20 years. It's a journey. It's really a generation. And we have to celebrate our achievement. And I'm so honored to be with my brother, special rapporteurs, my sister here, Afro-descendants, my brother here, local communities. So we're really representing also the value of RRI. I wanted really to mention that before to respond to your questions. So coming back to your questions, Indigenous Peoples movement started 5 years before the creation of RRI, where we adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I remember that. It was 13th of September, 2000. And in that days, everything shifted. to institutionalize, to have the indigenous peoples mechanism within the UN. One of them representing by my brother here, the special rapporteurs, especially for indigenous peoples. But of course, we have also the MRIP, who is one of our expert group meeting based in Geneva, having the indigenous expert that can contribute to document the right of indigenous peoples through all educations, health, environmental, all the social environmental life. But we have also the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues that I really had honored to chair and is still a member serving there. So all those official mechanisms give already the advancement of the work of our ancestors that fighted, that had the UN Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples as a basic one that can tell every member state, every organization, you have to follow if you really wanted to respect and include indigenous peoples. But the movement on the human rights shift to some sectoral way. And one of the sectors I wanted to focus on it is environmental. How we really evaluate on the environmental way. We really went to very far on that one to have our participation. I start by the CBD. So the Convention of the Biological Diversity, where we have the Article 8G, the Article 10C, those are created under the convention who make indigenous peoples participate in the level that we are contributing. With our knowledge, we are contributing as experts in the CBD and at home. And of course, the good news is when the Article 8G mandate finished, so we went to Cali, and we have the new body that have been created. That new body have a unique way because it have a body for indigenous peoples and local communities, but it have also a new body for Afro-descendant. So the recognitions of the movement of indigenous peoples have been inclusion, and having the representation to be there. But of course, we are waiting for the naming, for the functions, etc., how it's going to work. This is one of the challenges. But the second one is the UNFCCC, the convention that is fighting climate change. In that convention, we have been participating for so long. But until Paris, where we worked very hard, I was honored to have my brother here. We worked really very hard to get 5 references of indigenous peoples on our rights, on our participations. And of course, we get how we can respect our knowledge. So the knowledge have been the Article 7.5 of the Paris Agreement. The knowledge have been the creations of the facilitative working group and also the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. So those have been a big achievement we have on the climate change, being co-chairing with the SABSTA chair and being into the negotiation with our own body to contribute to the climate solutions at the national level and at the international level. Then last year in December, one of the convention, of the sister convention of Rio, the UNCCD, the one who can fight the desertification, is the Land Convention. So for the first time, we had adopted 2 caucuses, one for indigenous peoples, another one for local communities, that we will be working to see how it can be operationalized at the COP17 next year in Mongolia. So of course, we worked very hard to get our recognitions. But is that the effort we deserve? We worked so hard. We have in the paper maybe the right, maybe the knowledge because it's helpful. But still, they are cutting our forests, burning them to make our right in the paper. But we wanted our forests to be protected. It's still our land getting grabbing, and more we are becoming vulnerable. We don't want to have just the mention in the paper. We wanted them to protect our land there, right to land. It's still our water is polluting with all the, what's called solutions from the extractions. So what we want as indigenous peoples is not only having the movement to check the box. We want it to be in the decision making for the reality, because those are the 4 pillars we ask it as indigenous peoples. We wanted to participate, not to check the box, to be the decision makers. Happy to see my sisters here leading the indigenous movement in Nepal, being in the parliament. We wanted to see indigenous peoples more in the ministry, as the one in Brazil, the indigenous ministry led by a minister, as the one in Colombia, and indigenous leaders that are leading the Ministry of Environment, as the one in Burundi, and indigenous women leading the Human Rights Ministry. We wanted to have more seat in the table to take the decision, not being a checking box. The second one, we wanted to have our knowledge to be recognized, to be valued, not to be still. To be co-produced with the scientists, not to say they have to confirm our knowledge. Our grandmothers and grandfathers know how to maintain all our biodiversity. They have PhD++, as I used to say it every single day. They don't need to go to school to know how they can restore their ecosystem, how to replant the trees, how to maintain the balance between the nature. They know it because they get it from their own ancestors. The third one, of course, we all agree we wanted to have the indigenous people's leadership. From our rights to our participations to our knowledge. We wanted to have a direct access finance. And so happy to see Yemi in the panel that with all Andy and the rest, they highlighted how RRI are playing the role on not being intermediary, but achieving a direct access finance. We cannot anymore accept layers and layers and criteria to get access to the finance. No. We're already protecting the environment. We know how to do that. And what we want, what is lacking, is a direct, real access finance, not a commitment. Yes, we achieved something. Yes, we achieved at the COP26, where we have 1.7 billion dedicated to indigenous peoples and local communities. But most of the money went through intermediary. Only 7% of it went to the community directly. So the second pledge, and any pledge that is coming, we wanted that pledge to be equitable. We wanted to be to the women, to the youth, to the people on the ground. We wanted this money to be a direct access finance that can fund the real action, that can reduce the emission, that can protect the biodiversity, that can keep indigenous peoples as leaders, and in all the places to collaborate with the local communities, with the Afro-descendants, to show our leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hindu. I know this is quite unfair. Imagine a journey of how many years? 3 decades, and telling people to speak in 5 minutes. And thank you for making the effort to really effectively share these lessons, and you are actually doing it. I think Hindu has just demonstrated really how indigenous people recognition is positive on paper. Institutionalization is positive in some UN spaces institution, the MRIP, the LCIP in the climate change, the special rapporteur here with us, and the permanent forum where she actually sits. Thank you that she has demonstrated that this recognition is really been growing in paper and in high-level institutional spaces, but she questions the value of this recognition in real life and respect for the rights of indigenous peoples on the ground. And she's calling for us to go beyond just recognizing knowledge, but to value this knowledge, to go beyond pledges in resources and rhetoric around that to real funding, scaled up, direct and enhanced to indigenous peoples. Thank you very much, Hindu, for these insights. And now I think it's a very good connector to one of these UN spaces represented by Professor Albert Barume here, and he has actually served also under the MRIP. He has also tried to unpack the ILO Convention 169 And I think we couldn't have a better panelist to speak to this. So my question to you is, how are indigenous and local communities defining and differentiating their roles within the rights and multilateral environmental spaces? What are the main challenges they are experiencing? Over to you, Doctor. The mic?
Thank you, Kimarana. Thank you for RRI for inviting me. It's a happy anniversary, by the way, to invite me to this very private party of yours, which is very careful. Thank you for the Nepalese government, peoples, for the welcome. Really felt very welcome, and thanks for the colors. The colors are really, really wonderful. I think I responded positively to the invitation as a duty for me as a special rapporteur, but I also RRI is. I happened before I became a special rapporteur. I was sitting on the board of one of our babies. I think they have quite many now, one of babies, so the 10-year facility. I have always wondered why RRI was called RRI. I was actually expecting some explanation. Why rights and resources together? But I suppose, and really forgive me, just to make, I'm gonna make like a 3.5 points. The first point I want to make as a practitioner of international human rights law, that's really what I do, that's the only thing I know, is that rights are compartmentalized. Right works in silos sometimes, in silos. There are blocks of rights. You have right for women, you have right for children, you have right for disabled person. The logic has always been in compartments. Yes, you do establish, horizontal or vertical relations between different blocks of human rights, but conceptually, human rights evolve in blocks. And that is for one single purpose. Is most human rights have a remedial purpose. They are construed to correct some things that went wrong. And it makes totally sense that rights are written in block because they focus on a specific wrong. It has to be that way. So the second point, and I can only speak, allow me only to speak for indigenous peoples, because I am a special rapporteur on the right of indigenous peoples. I'm not a special rapporteur on the right of local communities. But that's just a bracket. The second point I want to make is really what makes the uniqueness of indigenous peoples human right block, if I can call it that way. It's essentially one thing. It's a land dispossession grounded in racial discrimination. And I tend to call it high-grade racial discrimination. It's really a very unique type of racial discrimination because it's not just looking at the other as someone racially different. It goes beyond that. People were looked at or continue to be looked at as literally animals, as savage. And it has been either themselves or their livelihoods, which are seen as savage. But is done, excuse me, is done for the simple purpose of acquiring the land. Because you portray them as savage and then explain why they cannot possibly own land. They are so savage, so disorganized, so uncivilized. They cannot possibly have a right to property. So it's racial discrimination devised to dispossess land, ancestral land. It's very unique because it's not every single community that have lost land on that ground, if you think about it. And that's what makes the indigenous peoples' claim particular and morally compelling. I'm going to actually say my second point, but it's my half point, which is a conclusion point. Solidarity is really my half point, which is a conclusion point, but let me say it here. Solidarity will be in a diversity of rights. That's my little token contribution to RRI, to what RRI will be next. So my second point. My second point is, again, what makes really indigenous people very particular. And this is in the basis of international law, is that indigenous people's land claims are almost the only land claim grounded in the right to self-determination. Under international law, technically speaking. And this is because the right to self-determination was devised in the 60s. And I've said this in one of the meetings. It was devised as part of the United Nations framework against decolonization. When you read Article 1, the common Article 1 of the Convention on Civil and Political Rights and the Convention on Social, Cultural, and Economic Rights, the common Article 1 has 3 paragraphs. You will see a dimension of a political autonomy supplemented with sovereignty over resources, because you cannot be politically independent if you actually do not have control over the resources. In the 60s, actually indigenous peoples thought the United Nations will deal also with their issues, because they were equally colonized nations. They are peoples. They are nations that pre-existed before colonization. Unfortunately, the UN somehow failed indigenous peoples. And actually, there is in history, there is a Cree of Canada in the 60s established a connection with the decolonization movement in Africa. There was a Cree official who connected to the Kahunda discussion in Zambia, who almost opened an office in Zambia to engage with the decolonization movement, because they saw potential in the decolonization movement. So it's not wrong to argue that the indigenous people land claim it's a decolonization unfinished business. It doesn't necessarily mean it will lead to statehood, because this really gets, scared states. Every time I've said this, and states go like, "Oh, Mr. Baruma, are you claiming for statehood?" No, self-determination does not necessarily have to lead to statehood. But it's critically important to understand what makes indigenous people unique in their claim. My third and last point.
Yes, and actually, Doctor, you need to perhaps also say your last word in the panel as you do that with 1 minute, because I'm told we only have 5
Yes,
minutes.
my last point
Yes.
is really the threat on indigenous people's land rights in the coming years. And I think Yemi panel did touch on this. The rush for transition minerals is coming through the communication and complaints that I get as a special rapporteur on a daily basis, between 5 and 10 every single day. They are on top of the list. So this will be the coming fights and the solidarity in diversity of rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, sorry for rushing you. Yes, perhaps maybe the mic should still stay with Barbara next to you. I'm going to give each of you 2 minutes each. I had a follow-up questions, and unfortunately, I doubt we have time for you to do justice to it. And to Barbara, it was about what structural barriers continue to marginalize Afro-descendants, and how do we dismantle them? That's a thesis question, but in 2 minutes. I know you already touched a bit of these structural embedded things in the digital space and artificial intelligence. Maybe in 2 minutes, what can you share around this as Gustavo thinks about what gives him hope right now?
Thank you, moderator. I'm going to associate with much of what my colleague on the right has said. In the context of where we are today, it's important to note that in many countries, people of African descent are not considered indigenous peoples. And there's a growing disruption, disconnect, if you will, in that narrative. I think, for example, of places like Suriname or Guyana, my own country. So that's important to note. And therefore, this pillar of the land rights of people of African descent has now to be pursued on parallel lines. On the continent, it's one thing. The rest of the world, it's something slightly different. The complications of the legal diversity in which people of African descent live is amazing. If you think about Dutch law, British common law, whatever happens in France or didn't happen, Portugal, we begin to understand what that means to be able to move together in a coherent and cohesive manner. One of the things that people of African descent are discovering is that economic viability actually trumps political visibility. And if you look at the elections in countries over the last X number of years, we do understand that having a prime minister who is black or having a government that's black has not translated to economic viability, economic empowerment, economic independence of a large number of people of African descent. Let me say 2 other things. It's important when we look at the global financing mechanisms that every time a conflict erupts in Europe or the Middle East, that the funding for these issues close to our heart plunges. And then the last thing, which is a big surprise to all of us, is that we used to think that racism on the part of individuals did not matter. We looked at institutional racism, we looked at structural, systemic. But when we look at current world leaders, we realize that if a current world leader is a racist, then that permeates everything. And so the world has changed fundamentally within the last 12 months. And we have to be able to understand, so first analyze, understand, and therefore be able to address the new realities facing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Gustavo, please. What gives you hope? 1 minute.
Gracias, Kimarain. Yo quisiera enviar un mensaje de optimismo respecto al futuro del proceso de reconocimiento de derechos de comunidades locales y de también la alianza con otros sectores. La semana pasada vimos con mucho entusiasmo el posicionamiento en la Semana del Clima de nuestros compañeros de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, colocando mensajes muy fuertes en torno a lo que se espera en materia de financiamiento hacia la COP30. Esta Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales es una plataforma de, digamos, alianza tanto entre pueblos indígenas como de comunidades locales. Y el poder elevar la voz juntos es uno de los ejemplos de lo que sucede cuando trabajamos en conjunto. También hacia la COP30 queremos compartir con ustedes que diferentes organizaciones de comunidades locales vamos a lanzar el Caucus Internacional de Comunidades Locales sobre Cambio Climático, en el que esperamos que muchas organizaciones, incluyendo aquí nuestros hermanos de FECOFUN, puedan estar en ese importante evento. Por cuestión de tiempo, Kimaren, quisiera dejar aquí mis comentarios. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. And over to you, Hindu. What's your last word around solidarity, co-governance? Any successful co-led reshape political systems between indigenous people and other actors in 1 minute? Sorry.
That's hard one, but the best example we have is where we are sitting here. The best example is like gathering people here and asking them, let us think about the next 20 years. How indigenous people's rights will look like, how local communities' rights will look like, how Afro-descendant will look like. Is that any avenue to come all together? So I think building the governance and building the structures, not for only tomorrow, but for the next 20 years, and I can say maybe let us think about the next 7 generations, so then that can help us to really get a best way of partnership and governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hindu. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our panel. Thank you for your patience standing between you and lunch. What we had is hope. Hope. There have been a lot of gains made, not optimal. A few more barriers to be overcome. Solidarity is key. Every one of them mentioned this word, solidarity. And the issue of contextualizing our struggles within the geopolitical context in which we find ourselves in, and recognizing that funding is key and often is plunging down, and we need to find strategy to trigger more access to this financing. And thank you so much for your patience, for your engagement. They will be here, please appreciate them. Follow through in case you have anything you want to follow with our distinguished panelists. Thank you very much, it's an honor to have you.
Thank you, and a big round of applause for our wonderful moderator as well, Kimaren. Wonderful, thank you so much. We just got a request here from the photographer for a group picture of the panel, so if we all stand up. Do you want me in the picture too? Great. With the paparazzi now, right? Great, thank you very much. What a beautiful panel, and a lot of inspiration to start us off this week. And again, so many of these conversations will continue over the next days. Grab them over lunch if you want to discuss more as well. Thank you so much. No, that's fine. Gracias, thank you. As you have noticed, we're already at lunch. And we have changed the schedule a little bit. So we're going to start with the presentations of the organizations of the Nepal Coalition after lunch at 2 o'clock. I would like to ask the 8 presenters of those partners to come to stage before lunch so we can talk about how we're going to organize ourselves. So you know where, I know where to find you, but please come to the stage so I can tell you about the afternoon. And for everybody else, have a great lunch. It's served next door. And if you are leaving us, make sure you drop off your headsets, your interpretation headsets, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. And we eat in here, so you grab food next door and bring it here. So you have your lunch in this room, okay? Grab the food next door and then have it here. And please, the presenters of the organizations of the Nepal Coalition, just to come forward so I can brief you about the afternoon. I need a, sorry. I have this. The guy who does upstage, switch me off. for the afternoon.
I'm glad you could come.
For those of you who are waiting for us to start and you already have your phone in your hand, you can point it at the QR on the screen if you want to share your key insight from this morning with us. It'll bring you to a Mentimeter while we wait to get started. So you can share your key insight.
Can you come tomorrow? If you want to, it's going to be same time. We start at 9 in this room.
Make sure we all get seated so that we can get started with our afternoon.
Glad you could make it. Time card. I think we have already someone for the time card.
All right, everybody take your seat.
Barbara, one of the
And then we can get started. Wonderful. Perfect. All right. We are going to continue our afternoon. Oh, I'm already going too fast. Sorry. We're going to continue our afternoon, starting us off with several beautiful presentations from the organizations that are part of the coalition in Nepal. And I would like to ask all the representatives already to come forward and take your seats here. So where are the beautiful representatives that are going to be presenting? You can already come forward to take your seats. That's 2. I'm missing 6. Can we have the presenters of the organizations from the Nepal Coalition come forward? Take your seats. I see Dr. Pasan as well. Do you want to come forward? Who else are we missing? So during the afternoon, we're going to have several presentations from the different organizations in which they're going to be sharing their key achievements and lessons learned over the last years. And what we're going to look at as a whole organization is how we can then amplify those lessons and achievements to other parts of the world, just to really stimulate community leadership and innovation. So I want you to really listen to these presentations with that question in mind. What can I take from this to my community, to my region? Because there's some very inspiring stories coming from the different organizations in Nepal. We'll do 2 presentations at a time, and then we'll pause to do some reflections from the audience as well. For the panelists here, for you to know as well, we have my colleague Barbara. Barbara, do you want to just say hi? She's going to help you with the time, so you don't have to worry about keeping track of the time yourself. She has different colors of timekeeping with numbers, so you know how it's going as well. We're missing, sorry. The red one means the time is up. And the blue one is for speaking slower to help our interpreters, okay? Because it's important that everybody understand. So, okay, and if she makes that symbol, it means speak slower, okay? So we have green is 5 more minutes, yellow or the orange is 2 more minutes, and then red is end of time, and blue means speak slower for the interpretation. Great, wonderful. We are going to start the presentations with Thakur. Please give a big round of applause. He's the chairperson of FECOFAN. Nepal's largest network of community forest user groups. Do you want to talk there or you want a microphone? Are you okay to talk there or do you want to have a handheld? So do you decide? He's also a long-term advocate for community rights and sustainable forest management. He works to strengthen local livelihoods and environmental governance across Nepal. I'm going to pass to you here so you can go to your slides. Just this big button in the middle. If you need to go back one, you can go. Yeah, this should start your presentation. Do you need to go back? Okay, now we're going, I think we're going, which one were you? Do you need to go back? Okay, back one is this one. Down. Because this one is already the next one. I think we are here. This one's yours, right? This is the beginning? Yeah? Okay, good. Big round of applause for Thakur.
धन्यवाद मैले छोटो प्रस्तुति राख्छु प्यानलमा उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण विज्ञ व्यक्तित्वहरू यो कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित हलमा उपस्थित विश्वभरिबाट आउनुभएका अत्यन्तै विद्वान समुदायको अधिकार रक्षाका निम्ति लाग्नुहुने सम्पूर्ण विद्वान व्यक्तित्वहरू नेपालका सम्पूर्ण सङ्घ संस्थाबाट सहभागी साथीहरू पत्रकार मित्रहरू सबैलाई म सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालको तर्फबाट फेरि पनि हरित अभिवादन खास गरेर मैले यो स्लाइडमा सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता समूह गठन नहुँदाखेरि कस्तो अवस्था थियो र उपभोक्ता समूह गठन भइसकेपछि कस्तो अवस्था भयो त्यो पहिलो चित्रले त्यो देखाउँछ यो अत्यन्तै महत्त्वपूर्ण चित्र हो यो चाहिँ एकै ठाउँको चित्र हो सामुदायिक वन नहुँदा त्यस्तो थियो सामुदायिक वनले अघि कुरा भयो 39% वन 46% नेपालमा पुर्याउन सफल भएका छौँ अर्को चित्र हो हाम्रा आदिवासी जनजाति स्थानीय समुदायले आफ्ना प्रथाजनित अभ्यास परम्परागत अभ्यासहरूलाई चाहिँ एकदमै व्यवस्थापन गरेर बस्नु भएको छ अब मैले अलिकति यो कसरी भयो यसमा अलिकति राख्छु खास गरेर नेपालको इतिहास हेर्ने हो भने राणा कालमा अलिकति सम्म वनमा अंकुश लगाइएको थिएन त्यसकारण चाहिँ अलि स्वतन्त्र त्यहाँका आइपिएलसी सबै समुदायहरू स्वतन्त्र ढङ्गले आफ्नो घाँस दाउराको प्रयोग गर्थे 2013 साल अथवा मलाई लाग्छ 1962 तिर नेपालमा चाहिँ वन क्षेत्रमा यस्तो निरङ्कुशता हावी भयो कि वनलाई राष्ट्रियकरण गरियो र वनमा प्रवेश गर्न निषेध गरियो त्यस पछाडि 2080 सालतिर आउँदाखेरि नेपालको वन लगभग नाङ्गो भयो एकदमै उजाड भयो अघिको चित्र त्यो त्यही 80 सालतिरको चित्र हो र 2000 पछाडि 46 सालमा आउँदाखेरि अब नेपालको वनलाई अलिकति समुदायलाई दिन पर्छ 1989 मा चाहिँ एउटा छलफल पनि भयो राष्ट्रिय स्तरको विभिन्न राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सङ्घ संस्थाका प्रतिनिधिहरू छलफल गरेर यो चाहिँ अब समुदायलाई दिएर समुदायलाई मालिक बनाउनु पर्छ समुदायमा आदिवासी जनजाति स्थानीय समुदाय सबै छन् महिला गोलपोल्नी सबै छन् तिनीहरूको अधिकारलाई स्थापित गरेर दिनपर्छ भन्ने कुरा आयो 53 मा एक्ट आयो त्यसपछि सामुदायिक वनको अभियान सुरु भयो र राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय रूपमा सफल भएको मैले दुईटा एउटा विगतमा अधिकार सामुदायिक वनमा अधिकार हस्तक्षेप नगर्दाखेरिको अवस्था र निरङ्कुशता हावी भएपछिको अवस्था प्रस्तुत गरे अहिले नेपालमा चाहिँ 23,000 भन्दा धेरै सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता समूहहरू 3.2 मिलियन 3.2 मिलियन हाम्रो हाउस होल्ड छ देशभरि कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा अहिले चाहिँ 2.4 मिलियन हेक्टर वन व्यवस्थापन गरेको छ अहिले चाहिँ यसमा चाहिँ कुल नेपालको जनसङ्ख्याको 51% जनसङ्ख्या यो सामुदायिक वन व्यवस्थापनमा इन्भल्भ छ र विशेष गरेर जैव विविधता संरक्षण त्यसको व्यवस्थापन हामी संरक्षण मात्रै भन्दैनौँ व्यवस्थापन भनेपछि कम भएकालाई बढाउने बेसी भएको छ नि इकोसिस्टम जस्तै त्यसलाई घटाउने यो ढङ्गले हामी कुरा गर्छौँ हाम्रो लाइभलीहुड हैन सपोर्ट लगायत हाम्रो नेतृत्व लिडरसिप नेतृत्व विकास यस्ता कामहरूमा चाहिँ सामुदायिक वनहरूले काम गरेका छन् मैले यो चित्र हामी एसडीजी का जुन 17 वटा गोल छन् नेपालको सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता समूहले एसडीजी का 17 वटै गोलमा कन्ट्रिब्युसन गरेको छ। यति भनेपछि मैले लामो व्याख्या गर्न पर्दैन। जुनसुकै 1 देखि 17 सम्म हेर्नुहोस्, एउटा नेपालमा त्यो 16 नम्बरको सायद होला पानीमुनि भन्ने नेपालमा त्यो छैन। अरू 16वटा गोलमा चाहिँ तपाईँको चाहिँ नेपालको सामुदायिक वनले कन्ट्रिब्युसन गरेको छ। स्वास्थ्यदेखि भोकमरीदेखि हरेक कुरामा। म यहाँभित्र प्रवेश गरिनँ, समय छैन, अहिले मैले फेरि समय व्यवस्थापन गर्नुपर्छ। यो अवस्था छ। यो एसडिजीको गोल सर्टकटमा चाहिँ सबै पुरा गरेको छ। अब आरआरआईको सपोर्टमा हामीले के गऱ्यौँ, मैले बिहान पनि अलिकति भने, हामीले खास गरेर यो कन्जर्भेसन एरियामा चाहिँ जनताको अधिकार भएन भनेर हामीले ठुलो लडाइँ आरआरआईको सपोर्टमा निरन्तर रूपमा हामीले आवाज उठाउँदै आयौँ। त्यो आवाज अहिले पनि कन्टिन्यू चलिरहेको छ। विशेष गरेर नेसनल पार्क, त्यहाँ चाहिँ मानव अधिकार छैन, महिला अधिकार छैन, आदिवासी जनजातिको अधिकार छैन, दलित विपन्न कसैको पनि अधिकार छैन। त्यसकारण समुदाय मैत्री पार्कहरू बन्नुपर्छ भनेर हाम्रो एडभोकेसी स्थापना कालदेखि यो सबैभन्दा नेपालको ठुलो मुद्दाको रूपमा सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपालले उठाएको छ र हामी पार्क त्यसको मध्यवर्ती राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज आरक्षण संरक्षण क्षेत्र फेकोफोनले स्वीकार्दैन, जनमैत्री नहुँदासम्म स्वीकार्दैन। यो ढङ्गले हामी काम गरेका छौँ। त्यस्तै हामीले चाहिँ विभिन्न एक्टहरू बनाउने बेलामा, रेगुलेसन बनाउने बेलामा आरआरआईको सपोर्ट छ। हामी निरन्तर रूपमा छलफल गरेका छौँ। हामीले खास गरेर यो पछिल्लो चरणमा अलिकति सामुदायिक वनमा चाहिँ अब खास गरी लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्रदेखि नै हामीले यो अधिकारको आन्दोलनलाई हामीले जोडेका छौँ आरआरआईको सपोर्टमा। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि मैले भने आरआरआई हाम्रो अभिभावकको रूपमा, फेकोफोनको अभिभावकको रूपमा हामी त्यसलाई ग्रहण गरेका छौँ। किनभने हामीलाई एडभोकेसी गर्नका निम्ति अलिकति म कहिलेकाहीँ अलिक कडा पनि हुन्छु एडभोकेसीमा। त्यो के हो भन्दा मलाई अन्यथा अर्थ नलाउने हो भने आरआरआईको सिकाइ हो। एडभोकेसी हाँसेर, एडभोकेसी एकदम नरम कुरा गरेर अधिकार प्राप्त हुँदैन। एडभोकेसीमा अलिकति धक्का दिनुपर्छ, त्यसपछि मात्रै अधिकार प्राप्त हुन्छ भन्ने सिकाइ भयो। त्यसैको आधारमा हामी गर्छौँ। यो ढङ्गले जेसी लगाए समावेशीमा हामी नेपालमा टप छौँ। हामी जतिको समावेशी मैले अहिलेसम्म थाहा पाएको छैन। साथीहरू यहाँ धेरै क्षेत्रका हुनुहुन्छ, फेकोफोनभन्दा बेसी समावेशी भएको कुनै पनि सङ्गठन नेपालमा छ भने हामी छलफल गर्न र हामी सिक्न तयार छौँ। किन भन्दा हाम्रा कोटा, हामी स्थानीय समुदाय भने पनि हामी सबैको नेता हो अथवा नेतृत्व गर्ने हो। आदिवासी जनजातिको कोटा छ, दलितको कोटा छ, महिलाको कोटा छ, युवाको कोटा छ, अपाङ्गताको, मधेसीको, मुस्लिमको सबैको कोटा। यहाँ पनि फेकोफोनका साथीहरू, आदिवासी जनजातिका थुप्रै साथीहरू आउनुभएको छ, मधेसी समुदायबाट, दलित सबै क्षेत्रबाट, अपाङ्गता भएका क्षेत्रबाट, सबै क्षेत्रबाट यहाँ आउनुभएको छ। यस्तो खालको हाम्रो समाविष्ट छ। अबको हाम्रो फरवार्ड के हो भन्दा अब हामीले आरआरआईसँग अलिकति गर्न खोजेको खास पोलिसीहरू सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हो। पोलिसीमा हामीले निरन्तर रूपमा हाम्रा कुरा उठाउनुपर्छ। फरेस्ट म्यानेजमेन्ट, सस्टेनेबल फरेस्ट म्यानेजमेन्ट, अघि प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूको जुन शुभकामनामा पनि साइन्टिफिक फरेस्टका नाममा नेपालको वन क्षेत्रमाथि हस्तक्षेप भएको छ भनेर सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले समेत अहिले एकदम बोलिदिनु भएको छ। हामी एकदम स्वागत गर्छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामी चाहिँ पर्यटन विकास, उद्यम विकास, क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ लगायतका थुप्रै यी क्षेत्रमा हामी काम गर्न चाहन्छौँ। अबको हाम्रो आरआरआईसँगको हामीले अबको 20 वर्षमा हाम्रो वे फरवार्ड के हो भन्दा यही हो। अहिले हामीले यहाँ जे प्रस्तुत गरेका छौँ यो विषयमा हामी सहकार्य गरेर अगाडि बढ्न चाहन्छौँ। यति भनिसकेपछि मैले आफ्नो प्रस्तुतिलाई यहीँ टुङ्ग्याएँ। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you so much. Wonderful. The first presentation, thank you. This was wonderful. For our second presentation, maybe we can, do you have the clicker? Let me just get, yeah. Yes, one more and then we can introduce, one more and then we can introduce you. Yes, exactly, perfect. So from the Green Foundation Nepal, we have Ghanshyam Pandey, who is going to talk to us about forest-based prosperity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Thakurji. I think you have made me very easy that what so far we achieved, and also you have highlighted the way forward also. So all the distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Green Foundation Nepal. As she mentioned, I am Ghanshyam Pandey, chairperson of Green Foundation Nepal, and this time I am taking initiative on how we can make forests for prosperity, improving livelihoods of the indigenous and local community. So welcome again. Again, congratulations for the 20th RRI anniversary. So, I think Nepal community forestry changed the landscape. As Thakur showed before, this photo is very popular in Nepal, that the grey mountain, the mountains are converted into green mountain, and these are the testimony of having same photographs from the same region. This is because of the community forestry movement that we have started since last 5 decades. So for the achievement, as Thakur mentioned that now we have more than 23,000 community forest users group, which are managing more than 2.3 million hectares of community forest area, and 2/3 of the Nepal population involved in the community forest management and community-based forest management system. Similarly, not only the changing the restoration in the mountain, but also we are able to increase our forest area, forest land from 39% to 46%, which is, I think, very, very incredible achievement because of the community forestry. And it is not only in a specific region, the achievement from Tarai to mountain and Himalaya, east to west, all the region that covered, and because of that, the capital, human capital, political asset, everywhere we have contributed. As the United Nations vision that the sustainable forest management and contribute for the economic growth is one of the most important things that we have to look here. So how is it possible? Is it possible? This is the scenario that if you do the sustainable forest management in our forestry sector, that the scenario 3 that we could produce about 120 million cubic feet from the community forestry, and which can generate about $1 billion the royalty. It is the potentiality of the forest sector for the community, from the community forestry. So this is a highly potential area. And then there is a potentiality of creating the employment from the plantation, the sowing, transportation, product diversification, and there is approximately estimated we can create 1.3 million green jobs through the sustainable forest management and forest enterprise development in Nepal. So there is a huge potentiality, and there are so many types of the forest enterprise we could develop here: non-timber forest product, timber-based ecotourism, and so many. There are different types of the enterprise we can do, and these are some examples that we have been doing in Nepal. Yes, and there are some enabling policies that we have now, as a Prime Minister's message this morning and the Minister's the speech, that we have the sustainable forest management guidelines. We have the recognition of the forest sector as an economic sector by the government policies, the periodic plan, and other related the forest policies, which I have highlighted here. And though there are a lot of challenges still there are. Some of them is the skill enhancement at the community level, and another great challenge which Thakur didn't mention, that the half of the number of the community forests in Nepal, they didn't have the current forest operational plan. So they need that's being a big challenge now to operate the sustainable forest management in the ground level. So there are so many other issues. We can say the community forestry is in the crossroad. Yeah, there are so many things is happening in the country. Again, the renationalization or providing the community forestry land to the private sector, or developing the mega project in that areas. See, these are some challenges, issues that we are facing, and we are having the less technical support to enhance the community forestry. So these are some challenges that. So, in this scenario, then we could develop, where it has gone, oh, sorry. Oh, no. What happened? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, very interesting. Okay. It will say, oh, no, what happened? Lowest button? Oh, yeah. Exactly, I found it. Okay. So sorry for that. So which partnership model can the community forest enterprise can do is whether the state and private sector partnership. I think no, it cannot be done. But we can invite the private sector and state. But only the private and state partnership cannot solve the current problem. And state partnership may not be workable at the grassroots level. In that scenario, community partnership means the networking alliance of the community forestry enterprise across the country, they could work. And I would like to suggest to have a better partnership between community, public and private partnership with the leadership of the community that could work better, where we can make the forest for prosperity. This is the concept that I would like to highlight. And lastly, making forest for prosperity. For that, the conclusion is we need to have the capacity building of IPLC and the other stakeholders, including private sector and government, to make understanding about the IPLCs. And we need to have an immediate support for the community forestry operation plan, which the more than 12,000 community forestry users group, they don't have the current operational plan. They cannot work without it. So it's current necessary to help them. Similarly, community, public and private partnership, we can do it. I think similarly, aggressively implementation of the policy that benefit to the local communities and indigenous people, for example, sustainable forest management policy that we could implement and secure the community perpetual rights, implementation of the sustainable forest management and increase investment for the forest-based enterprise. Also, we need to have the collective branding and marketing and community forestry enterprise need to make alliance and networking together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We had our first two wonderful presentations. Thank you so much for that. Now we're going to pass, and I'd like to present you, I already presented to you my colleague Barbara. I also want to present to you my colleague Stefan, and he's going to take us through some reflections on these two presentations.
Yeah, well, good afternoon from myself as well. We wanted to hear a little bit from you now after hearing these two presentations on community forestry and how, starting from regenerating the forest, you can gain a lot of additional benefits, but also you need to work on all sorts of different issues to make that happen. And so to get us started, maybe there are a few people from outside of Nepal who could share in a couple of sentences how that resonates for them, if you're also working in similar settings, to hear from you. So anybody who wants to share their experiences. There's a...
My name is Shobha. I'm from India. So we're also working with this forest conservation work related, which means we engage the community to work on, to empower themselves and to improve their economic conditions. Which means the community themselves go to the forest and collect resources and they sell themselves. So we are motivating the community to engage their own economic sustainability. That's what. So one of the models I see here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I am coming from Sierra Leone, and I work for the Sierra Leone Land Alliance.
we have been very much key in working with women in the forestry sector, because we were mindful of the fact that in Sierra Leone, mining operations have been depleting the environment to a very large extent. So with the RRI support, we initiated an income-generating activities for women so that they will not go to the forest and cut down the trees, and they will not go to the forest and destroy the environment. So we incentivizing them to do small-scale gardening in their neighborhood and in their environment, and we are building their capacity to understand that the government enacted the Customer Land Act of 2022, and in that act, it gives away the age-old discriminatory aspect of women access to land. So we are providing capacity support for them to understand that government has enacted the law, and now they are in courtship with their families. Now women do have access to land. So this kind of initiative is a replicable model which we think women, especially so for Africa, there is this colonial legacy that has been left to almost all African countries. So we are trying to decolonize this kind of arrangement. So the forest sector is one key area which we think women are the breadwinners of their families, and we think bringing them to the fore in terms of discussing about the sustainable forest management will be very key in the operation of forestry around the world.
Thank you. Up in the front, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lawrence Kiplagat from Kenya, leading an investment network there in Kenya under CLAN. I'm very impressed with the work the Nepalese are doing here. In Africa, particularly Kenya, we have a myriad of challenges. Number one, we have very good policies in place, which supports investments, which supports also the communities. But at times, with the investments which are coming in on carbon and all this, the communities are get challenged because they get evicted from the same forests, yet they were the ones participating in the making of these policies. Asking the Nepalese colleagues who are here, do you participate in this policy making? If yes, how well do you get engaged on the same? Because in Kenya, we get engaged, we participate in the policy making, but at the end of the day, you get evicted from the same forest because an investor is coming from XYZ country or an investor from whatever world. So the whole thing is communities must get engaged. They should be ambitious that these are their forests, these are their livelihoods, because that heritage, it is their faith, it is where they come from. So I am very impressed with the same, but as we participate on this, more advocacy needs for these communities, because with the carbon markets and the carbon issues coming in, our communities are also getting more marginalized, they are getting more minority in those forests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've heard about different groups benefiting, and then now, you know, only on paper rights don't necessarily make secure rights. There was somebody back there, and then do we have another microphone maybe for him? Okay, start here, then we have you, and then we go here to Liz. You go ahead.
Is this on?
You have to switch it on.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Kalahandi, Odisha, and it's a part of India. So I'm representing the Federation of Community Forest Right Owners, that's Gram Sabhas from Kalahandi. And the two presentations that preceded this, I think they are sort of path showers who have actually guided and mentored our efforts towards empowering communities and towards securing their indigenous spaces. And I think the issues that are raised in this forum and the discussions that happened, they are a lot beneficial for us, since we are just following the footsteps of the Federation in Nepal. And when we talk about the strength of collectives, because that's what we have been discussing since morning, there are a lot of policy changes happening. There are a lot of international changes that have been happening. And just to take a small example from where from my place of work. So recently, there have been a few changes in regulations about conflicting jurisprudence, right? And from my experience, what we have seen is that this, when indigenous people come forward to decolonize that knowledge system, that livelihood and conservation are not necessarily contradictory. There are certain pushbacks from the state, from the private players, but it is the community that prevails, because the struggles that they bring about, the knowledge systems that they bring about, and such platforms that RRI has presented today, and in these collectives that RRI presents, these have been really helpful for us to feel emboldened enough to continue doing our work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So please.
Oui, merci, c'est Issa Lumbelo de la République démocratique du Congo. Et félicitations à nos amis de Népal par rapport à cette initiative de la foresterie communautaire. Bon, peut-être on peut trouver que la cartographie du pays ou bien les lois du pays ont pu faciliter d'arriver là, mais c'est différent par rapport au niveau de la RDC, car il y avait d'abord un processus qu'on devait reconnaître légalement les forêts des communautés locales. C'est un travail qu'on a fait avec les organisations de la société civile pour que l'État puisse mettre des réglementations pouvant reconnaître les forêts des communautés locales. Mais lorsqu'on vous reconnaît, il y a aussi une autre étape qui est là. Il faut que vous puissiez élaborer les plans simples de gestion. Un plan simple de gestion que vous-même, les communautés, vous élaborez, de sorte à donner un peu une orientation économique ou bien une orientation de gestion de cette foresterie communautaire. Mais le défi en est que nous sommes maintenant à 4 millions d'hectares de communautés qui ont déclaré leurs forêts. Il y a certaines qui manquent maintenant des moyens pour aller au plan simple de gestion. Parce que les plans simples de gestion permettent à produire les plans de développement local où on peut s'asseoir sur les investissements à long terme. Maintenant, il y a beaucoup de partenaires, même l'État n'a pas de moyens pour accompagner les communautés à produire ces plans simples de gestion et les plans de développement local. La réflexion est que comment est-ce qu'à votre niveau, j'ai vu vous avez essayé un peu de faire les reboisements, mais aussi au-delà de ça, quels sont les appuis que vous avez eus pour arriver à initier des activités de développement communautaire? Parce que chez nous, il y a un problème de financement de ces plans simples de gestion qui peut aider les communautés à se développer. C'est tout un défi.
Yeah, and we've heard also that for a lot of communities here, the management plans are a challenge as well. Liz, I think you...
I didn't understand. I thought it was Congo.
Namaste. I want to ask a question. I asked this question in 1993, when I was here in 1994, 1997, 1998, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008. And forgive me for asking it again, but I think it's very fundamental. It seems the first speaker mentioned the forests are owned, but handed over to the community. My reading is the community, all 32,000 wonderful forest user groups, have absolutely no tenure rights. And I feel at this point, and it's the same thing for the indigenous peoples, that Nepal and really maybe governments should be here. You are missing out on the one breakthrough, legal breakthrough that has been made in the last 30 years. And that is the advent of community land title. And I just feel that the power of 32,000 community forest groups to refuse to do the bidding of government. The rules are all set by government, always have been, as far as I can see. And I just feel you have the power to down tools And same with Indigenous people, and say we cannot make a step further unless you grant us our ownership of these lands. And if there is a problem about being a user group, you have village councils that can hold the ownership on and maybe lease it to the forest user group. But this is the most important structural tool. And forgive me, even in Africa, 28 countries, excuse me, now provide for communities to have the land vested in them. Or they provide for the community to have its forest or its rangeland vested in them as the owner. So I'm asking the question again, and I'm sad to ask it, but the bottom line is I feel you deserve your 32,000 communities, all the Indigenous people. It really is time now to say enough is enough. Why are we, this fabulous country, which I love very much, why are we still refusing to introduce not private title? Private people, by the way, can get their land, no problem here, but not communities. So I'm just asking again, is anyone working on this? Anyone fighting for this? Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. I'll hand it back over to the panel, and maybe you can briefly respond to the 2 or 3 questions that came up before we move to the next set.
धन्यवाद। 8 जना महानुभावहरूले प्रश्न सोध्नु भएको छ, अत्यन्तै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ र केही आफ्ना महत्त्वपूर्ण विषय पनि उठाउनु भएको छ। विशेष गरेर महिलाको सहभागिताको कुरा सियरा लियोनबाट गर्नुभयो। हाम्रो 50% मिनिमम, कम्तीमा 50% महिलाको सहभागितालाई हामीले सरकारको कानुनमै सुनिश्चित गरेर अगाडि बढाइरहेछौँ, कम्तीमा भनेर। त्यसलाई हामी एकदमै यो विषयमा अगाडि छौँ। मैले यति मात्रै भने। अघि भारत ओडिसाबाट भन्नुभयो, हामी हिजो पनि दिनभरि जसो छलफल गऱ्यौँ। मैले अहिले केही धन्यवाद मात्रै दिएँ। खास गरेर कङ्गोको सरले भन्नुभयो हामी विभिन्न समूहलाई कसरी मिलाउँछौँ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा अलिकति अब हामीसँग समय छैन। नेपालमा सामुदायिक वन गठन प्रक्रिया छ। हाम्रो सामुदायिक वनमा हामी आदिवासी, जनजाति, स्थानीय समुदाय, त्यहाँभित्र दलित, महिला, विपन्न, मधेसी, मुस्लिम, सबै खालका अपाङ्गता, सबै खालका हामी त्यहाँ छौँ। सामुदायिक वनले त्यहाँभित्र सबैलाई समेट्ने प्रयास गरेको छ। अझै हामी त्यसमा चाहिँ छलफल, अझै अहिले पछिल्लो चरणमा हामी आइपिएलसी सँगै बसेर पनि टेन्योर फेसिलिटी प्रोग्राम अन्तर्गत कसरी हाम्रा प्रथाजनित अभ्यासलाई व्यवस्थित गर्न सकिन्छ त्यतातिर हामी छलफल गर्दैछौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यो समूह गठन प्रक्रियाले चाहिँ एउटा दिशानिर्देश गर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ नेपालको सन्दर्भमा। अब त्यहाँको अवस्थाको बारेमा मैले त्यति गर्न सकिनँ। अर्को अन्तिममा प्रश्न सोध्नुभयो, अत्यन्तै महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रश्न, टेन्योर राइट के छ भन्ने विषयमा। वास्तवमा टेन्योर राइटका सबै ती प्रक्रियाहरूमा चाहिँ पूर्णता छैन। त्यसैले हामीले अहिले टेन्योर फेसिलिटी प्रोग्राम अन्तर्गत टेन्योर राइटकै बारेमा तल समुदायसम्म छलफल चलाइरहेका छौँ। कसरी अधिकतम रूपमा ती सम्पूर्ण अधिकारहरू, टेन्योरहरू हामीले प्राप्त गर्ने भन्ने विषयमा। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि जमिनको अधिकार अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो वनको अधिकार छ। जमिन हस्तान्तरण गरेर दिएपछि पहिला हामी समूह दर्ता गर्छौँ, पछि त्यसको कार्ययोजना बनाएर हस्तान्तरण गरिसकेपछि त्यहाँ भएको व्यवस्थापकीय पाटो हामी गर्छौँ। त्यहाँभित्र पनि केही कुराहरू अझै हामी आन्दोलनमै छौँ। हामी सरकारसँग छलफल गरिरहेछौँ। अघि वन मन्त्रीज्यूले जुन कुरा भन्नुभयो लाग्छ, सरकार हामीले उठाएका मुद्दामा 1 to 1 धेरै पोजिटिभ हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री, मन्त्री, राजनीतिक पार्टीका नेतृत्वहरूसँग निरन्तर रूपमा संवाद गर्छौँ। कार्यान्वयन गर्ने कुरामा टेन्योर राइटको सवालमा चाहिँ तपाईँले 1953 देखि जे भन्नुभयो, अहिले पनि हामी त्यो छलफललाई निरन्तर रूपमा अगाडि बढाइरहेछौँ। यद्यपि पछिल्लो ऐन जब नेपालमा लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्र आयो, नयाँ संविधान बन्यो, नयाँ संविधान बनिसकेपछि त्यसअनुसारको ऐन, रेगुलेसन सबै कुराहरू बन्दै गए। त्यसमा केही कुराहरूलाई हामीले स्थापित गर्न सफल भएका छौँ। यो पूर्ण छैन। मैले यति मात्रै भने। धन्यवाद। सबै प्रश्न गर्ने महानुभावहरूलाई म धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। सुनिदिने सबैलाई पनि धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Did you want to have a last short reaction as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thakurji. I think you have already replied the key, the concern that raised by the audience. So I think I would like to go through the list, the last point that you raised the issue of the land tenure ownership. Actually, we were raising this voice since long time, but it's a very interesting in the land governance system. Land belongs to the government, but tree belongs to the community forestry. So it's quite the dual governing system in terms of the land management. But one of the good things that our constitution, our Forest Act, and other policy recognize the perpetual right of the community forest users group. They are perpetual, they are autonomous, they can do their governance system. They have their sign, they can go to court, and all those things are more equivalent power to the other government institutions. So beside of the land rights, but we do have the other kinds of the legal rights over the forest resources. So, but still the FECOFON, along with the Green Foundation and others, we are doing advocacy for the community federalism. That means we should have the 4 tiers of the governing system: community level governing system, local government system, provincial, and the federal government system, so that will be more helpful. But this is a continuous fight, and also the advocacy that will go for a long time, and hopefully we will win one day. Again, we celebrate that recognition of a community forest tenure rights as well. But we are much more stronger than past. When we have started the community forestry, it was so the simpler system. There was no any legal entity, but now the community forestry users groups are being legal entity, and that's the big achievement. And the final one is role of the civil society's community in policy formulation. Yes, we have been participating through the joint committee, research, even sometimes through the agitation and the public demonstration. And the good thing is that many community forestry activists are in the parliament, are in the mayor, are in the government system. So, but they are still less majority, but we have to work much more coming days. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And before we head to the next 2 presentations that are waiting, I was just told he forgot one answer.
अघि केन्याबाट नीति निर्माणमा सहभागिताको कुरामा चाहिँ हामी नीति निर्माण प्रक्रियामा व्यापक रूपमा सहभागी हुन्छौँ। गएको 4-5 वर्ष अगाडि वन ऐन बनाउने बेलामा 1 वर्षसम्म हामी नियमित रूपमा मन्त्रालयसँग बसेर नीति निर्माण ऐन बनाउने कुरामा लाग्यौँ। पछिल्लो चरणमा नियमावली आउने बेलामा अलिकति हाम्रा कुरा आएनन्। त्यसपछि हामीले आन्दोलन गर्यौँ, फेरि वार्ता समिति बन्यो। हामी महिनौँ वार्तामा बसेर हाम्रा कुराहरूलाई ल्याउने प्रयास गर्यौँ। प्रदेश तहमा पनि त्यही खालको स्थिति छ, स्थानीय सरकारमा पनि हामी त्यही ढङ्गले लागिरहेछौँ। नीति निर्माण प्रक्रियामा हामीले दर्रो बहस गर्छौँ र बाहिर जुलुस निकाल्छौँ, भित्र हामी वार्ता गर्दै हाम्रा कुराहरूलाई प्रेसरको रूपमा त्यहाँ राख्ने प्रयास गर्छौँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. And a big round of applause for our first 2 presentations. Thank you so much. Wonderful. We're going to go to the next presentations, and the first person who I'm calling to the stage is Advocate Indira Kumari Shrees, who's an environmental lawyer and chairperson of the Indigenous Women Legal Awareness Group, with over 30 years of experience of advancing the rights of Indigenous communities, especially women, through legal empowerment and advocacy. She's currently dedicated to strengthening the Women Human Rights Defender Group, who's the first initiative of this kind in Nepal. Give a big round of applause.
Thank you, entire RRI team and विदेशबाट पाल्नुभएका सबैजनालाई यो 20औं वर्षको गोल्डन अपर्च्युनिटीमा हाम्रो लामो समयमा 30 इयर्स भन्नुभयो, 30औं वर्षको हाम्रो अनुभव समस्या स्किल च्यालेन्जिङ सेयरिङ गर्न दिनुभएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। म चाहिँ एउटा संस्था छ हाम्रो आदिवासी इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन लिगल अवेरनेस ग्रुप भनेर, हामी सर्ट नेम इनोल्याग भन्छौँ। त्यसको हामी फाउन्डर प्लस अहिले चेयरम्यान छु। र विशेष गरेर यो पिक्चर देखाइएको छ, यो पिक्चर चाहिँ धुरपाट एन्ड हन्टिङ रिजर्भ हो, कन्जर्भेसन एरिया। यही एरियाबाट म यो ठाउँमा आएर उभिरहेको छु र तपाईहरुसँग यो कुराहरू शेयर गर्न लागिरहेको छु। सुरुमा हामीले 2000 मा इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन लिगल अवेरनेस ग्रुप इस्टाब्लिस गर्यौं र हामीले अब कसरी काम गर्ने त इन्डिजिनियस वुमेनहरुको प्रोटेक्सन राइट्स सेक्युरिटीको लागि कसरी काम गर्ने, सचेत कसरी गराउने, राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय कानुनहरुमा भनेर हामी छलफल गर्यौं। छलफल गर्दा निकै लामो समयसम्म हामीले जसरी कोलोनियल लहरु हामीसँग हाम्रो सरकारले हामीलाई प्रोवाइड गरेको छ त्यही ल अन्तर्गत काम गरिरहेका थियौं, सचेत गराइरहेका थियौं, एडभोकेसी गरिरहेका थियौं। तर केही समयपछि हामीलाई यो कुरा पत्ता लाग्यो कि हामी आदिवासी जनजातिहरु विशेष गरेर हामी हाम्रो यो फरक खालको समस्याबाट गुज्रिरहेका रहेछौं भन्ने हामीलाई लाग्यो। त्यसैले हामी यो कन्जर्भेसन एरिया र विकासले गर्दा अथवा यो नेशनल पार्कहरूले गर्दा हाम्रो सम्पूर्ण भूमि, हाम्रो प्राकृतिक स्रोत साधनहरू सम्पूर्ण गभर्नमेन्टले अलरेडी लिइसकेको रहेछ, अकुपाई गरिसकेको रहेछ। त्यो कारण हामी विस्थापित भएछौं र हामी क्रिमिनलाइज भएछौं र हामी यो हाम्रो संविधानले दिएको, ऐन कानुनले दिएको समावेशीको सिद्धान्तमा हामी किन पछाडी छौं भन्ने कुरा हामी पत्ता लगाउन सफल भयौं। र अहिले हामीले यो वर्किङ हाम्रो एरियामा जस्तै नेशनल पार्क, कोसीतप्पु वाइल्ड लाइफ कन्जर्भेसन एरिया, शिवपुरी, नागार्जुङ नेशनल पार्क, बफर जोन एरिया, चितवन नेशनल पार्क एरिया अनि यो धुरपाटन हन्टिङ रिजर्भ एरियामा हामी काम गर्न थाल्यौं र हाम्रा आदिवासी जनजाति महिलाहरू विशेष गरेर यो कन्जर्भेसन नेम अफ कन्जर्भेसन नेशनल पार्क र विकासले गर्दा हामी पछाडी परेका रहेछौं र त्यो कारण हामी क्रिमिनलाइज भएका रहेछौं। त्यो कारणले हामी आफ्नो मेन स्ट्रिममा पुग्न सकिरहेका छैन रहेछौं भन्ने हामी पत्ता लगायौं। र अझ एउटा लर्निङ के छ भने हामी सुरुमा एउटा तनहु हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट नेपाल सरकार र एडीबी, एआईबी अनि जाइकाले लगानी गर्यो र त्यहाँबाट यो इनर्जी जेनेरेट गर्ने भनेर ठुलो त्यहाँको तनहुको आदिवासी विशेष गरेर मगरहरूको जमिनलाई अकुपाई गर्यो सरकारले, अधिग्रहण गर्यो। त्यसपछि हामी कानुनी सचेतना समूहको टिम त्यहाँ पुगेका थियौं। उहाँहरू हाम्रो समुदायहरू त्यहाँबाट राम्रो कम्पनसेसन नपाएर रोइरहेको हामीले देख्यौं र त्यसपछि हामीले के गर्ने त हामी सल्लाह गर्यौं र हामी त्यो क्षेत्रमा अब के छ ल पोलिसीहरू उहाँहरूलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्ने, उहाँलाई संरक्षण गर्ने, उहाँहरूको सुरक्षण गर्ने के छ भनेर अध्ययन गर्न थाल्यौं। हामीसँग नेपाल सरकारले आईएलओ कन्भेन्सन 169, यूएन रिप, सीबीडी र यूएनएफसीसीसी जस्ता इन्टरनेसनल स्ट्यान्डर्डहरू पास गरेको रहेछ। त्यसैले त्यो अनुसार हामीले उहाँहरूको मागलाई अनि त्यो इन्टरनेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट ब्याङ्कहरूको पनि आफ्नै सेफगार्ड पोलिसीहरू, सुरक्षण नीतिहरू रहेछन् र उहाँहरूलाई हामीले कसरी सुरक्षण दिने भनेर कम्प्लेन गर्न सुरु गर्यौं र कम्प्लेनबाट अहिले हाम्रो कम्युनिटीले, हाम्रो इन्डिजिनियस कम्युनिटीहरूको मेन माग भनेको हाम्रो ल्यान्ड हो, नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हो, हाम्रो टेरिटोरी हो भन्ने उहाँहरूको मुख्य सचेतना भइसकेपछि उहाँहरूको मेन डिमान्ड, अहिलेको डिमान्ड भनेको त्यसलाई कसरी संरक्षण गर्ने भन्नेमा हामी छलफल गरिरहेका छौं सरकारसँग। र यो हन्टिङ रिजर्भ अथवा यी हाम्रा एरियामा हामीले धेरै सिकाइहरू पायौं। हामी कोलोनियल लले हामीलाई विस्थापित गरेको रहेछ। त्यसैले यो कोलोनियल ल अथवा यो इन्टरनेसनल ल र नेसनल लहरू आदिवासी पर्सपेक्टिभबाट राइट्स पर्सपेक्टिभबाट कसरी संरक्षण गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरामा हामी वकालत गरिरहेका छौँ र हामीले ठुलो रूपमा यी कन्जर्भेसन एरिया अनि यो हाइड्रो पावर एरियाहरूमा जो इम्प्याक्टेड इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन ह्युमन राइट डिफेन्डरहरू खडा गरेका छौँ। अराउन्ड 100 इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन ह्युमन राइट डिफेन्डरहरूलाई हामीले ट्रेन गरिरहेका छौँ। उनीहरू मार्फत हामीले पोलिसी लेभलमा सुरुमा त उहाँहरूले आफैले कसरी प्रोटेक्ट गर्ने र कसरी आफ्नो सोसाइटीलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्ने र गभर्मेन्टसँग आफ्नो पोलिसीहरू चेन्ज गर्नको लागि कसरी लभिङ एडभोकेसी गर्ने भन्ने बारेमा हामी उहाँहरूलाई स्ट्रेन्थेन गर्न सुरु गऱ्यौँ र केही यो आरआरआईको सहयोगले हामीले ठुलो अनुसन्धान पनि गऱ्यौँ यो धुर्पाटन हन्टिङ रिजर्भमा। अनि हामीले के पत्ता लगायौँ भने यो हन्टिङ रिजर्भ अथवा कन्जर्भेसन एरियामा ठुलो रूपमा हाम्रो आदिवासी जनजातिहरू चाहिँ विस्थापित हुन लागिरहेको विस्थापित भएको त्यो कारणले उहाँहरूलाई कसरी संरक्षित गर्ने भन्ने बारेमा एउटा हाम्रो आफ्नै कस्टमरी प्र्याक्टिसहरू इन्स्टिट्युसनहरू रहेछन् है त्यो मार्फत नै हामीले स्ट्रेन्थेन गर्नुपर्ने हो कि भनेर हामीले सिकाइ भयो र एफिक भन्छौँ हामीले फर्स्ट प्रायर इन्फर्म कन्सेन्ट त्यसलाई हामीले प्रकाशित गऱ्यौँ नेपाली भाषामा र हामीले एउटा कान्तिपुरमा पनि शिकार आरक्ष रैथानेलाई व्यवस्था जबकि सरकारले विकासको नाममा इन्कम सोर्सको नाममा हाम्रो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेसहरू ल्यान्डहरू प्रयोग गर्छ तर आदिवासीहरू विस्थापित हुँदै गइरहेका छन् उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ व्यवस्था गरिएको छ भन्ने बारेमा हामीले कान्तिपुरमा पनि पब्लिकेसन गऱ्यौँ एउटा यो एफिक पब्लिकेसन गऱ्यौँ र ठुलो रूपमा एउटा आरआरआईको सहयोगमा हामीले यो रिसर्च गर्न पनि तयारी गऱ्यौँ र पब्लिस गरिसकेका छौँ। यो चाहिँ नेपालीमा पनि छ र अर्को हाम्रो अब के त फेरि फ्युचर च्यालेन्जिङ मेन च्यालेन्जिङ मैले भनिसकेँ यो च्यालेन्जिङ भनेको हाम्रो ल्यान्ड हाम्रो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस सरकारले कोलोनियल लले यसलाई लगिसक्यो अकुपाई गरिसक्यो क्याप्चर गरिसक्यो अधिग्रहण गरिसक्यो अब फेरि हाम्रो समस्या हामी चाहिँ विस्थापित हुँदै जाने त्यो होइन। हाम्रो सिकाइ के भयो भने अब चाहिँ हाम्रो ल्यान्ड हाम्रो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हाम्रो टेरिटोरीभित्र हामीले कसरी त्यसलाई सम्बोधन गर्न सकिन्छ हामी त्यसलाई फेरि क्लेम कसरी गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने बारेमा हामी वकालत गर्न सरकारसँग र हाम्रो इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन ह्युमन राइट डिफेन्डरहरूलाई स्ट्रेन्थेन गर्ने उनीहरू मार्फत हामी फेरि सरकारसँग यो अहिले धेरैजनाले सोध्नु भएको छ इन्डिजिनियस कम्युनियल ल्यान्ड जस्तै ल्यान्ड अहिले भर्खर हाम्रो फेको फन्डको सरहरूले के भन्नुभयो भने अथवा हाम्रो बुझाइमा केही फरक छ कलेक्टिभ ल्यान्ड र इन्डिभिजुअल ल्यान्ड हाम्रो जति पनि नेपाल सरकारले बनाएको एक्टहरू छ ल्यान्ड एक्टहरू त्यसमा इन्डिभिजुअल ल्यान्डको व्याख्या गरेको छ कलेक्टिभ ल्यान्डको व्याख्या गरेको छैन। फेरि हाम्रो यो संसदमा विधेयकहरू धमाधम गइरहेको छन् तर कोलोनियल माइन्डसेटले नै त्यो गइरहेको छ। अब कसरी फेको फन्डसँग अथवा इन्टरनेसनल हाम्रो समुदायहरूसँग मिलेर हामी कोलेब्रेसनमा फेरि इन्डिजिनियस अन्टोलोजी भन्छौँ त्यो पर्सपेक्टिभमा हाम्रो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हाम्रो ल्यान्डलाई कसरी प्रोटेक्ट गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामी यारुसलाई फेरि पनि आह्वान गर्दछौँ र हामी सिङ्गो हाम्रो आदिवासी इन्डिजिनियस वुमेन लयर्स टिमहरू पनि लागिरहेका छौँ। हामी मात्रै लागेर हुँदैन तपाईँहरू इन्टरनेसनल जो प्र्याक्टिस छ तपाईँहरूको ठाउँमा तपाईँहरूको एरियामा त्यो प्र्याक्टिसहरू पनि हामीले यो सिकाइको रूपमा आज भोलि पर्सिसम्म ठुलो तरिकाले सिक्न सक्नेछौँ र हाम्रो समस्याहरू पनि कसरी समाधान गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा यसलाई छलफल हुनेछ। हामी लास्टमा के भन्न चाहन्छु भने मैले हाम्रो समस्या ल्यान्ड एन्ड नेचुरल रिसोर्सेसको जब त्योबाट हामी विस्थापित हुन्छौँ त्यसपछि हामी सरकारले बनाएको संविधानमा हामी समावेशी रूपमा समानताको लागि लड्न सक्दैन रहेछौँ भन्ने ठुलो सिकाइ भएको छ। त्यसैले हाम्रो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हाम्रो भूमि अझ सरकारले के गर्दैछ भने बफर जोन एरियाहरू कन्जर्भेसन एरियाहरू साँगुरो भयो अलि फराकिलो बनाउनु पर्छ किनभने कन्जर्भेसन र ह्युमनको द्वन्द्व हुन लाग्यो विवाद हुन लाग्यो त्यसैले यसलाई फेरि रिम्यापिङ गर्नुपर्छ भनेर निर्णय गरिसकेको छ अब झन् च्यालेन्जिङतिर जाने हो कि यसमा हामी अलि क्लियर हुन सकेनौँ भने यसमा म्युचुअल अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ हुन सकेन भने अझ च्यालेन्जिङतिर जाने हो कि त्यसैले हामीले बुझ्न जरुरी छ र हामी म्युचुअल एग्रिमेन्टमा जान सक्नुपर्छ किनभने समस्या कसको हो को भुल्नरेबल हो कसलाई इम्प्याक्ट परेको छ र कसरी इक्वालिटीको कुरा गर्छौँ त्यो हाम्रो आइडेन्टिटी हो ल्यान्ड र नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हाम्रो आइडेन्टिटी हो आइडेन्टिटीबाट बाहेक हुन कसैलाई पनि दिन हुँदैन भन्दै मैले लास्टमा we are not a problem we are the part of solution we are collective way of the life we have distinct culture tradition spiritual values and belief we are custodian of land territories and water natural resources and holders of indigenous peoples which contribute to exist sustainable of earth. Thank you so much. Time ke thiyo. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Indira. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the next presentation. For this, we're going to call Ms. Shobna Sunuvar, who is the General Secretary of the National Indigenous Women Federation in Nepal. She is also an Indigenous activist engaged in promoting and protecting rights of Indigenous people through the means of literature, leadership, and movement building for more than 15 years. Big round of applause.
Thank you, Dhanyavad, Florence. सबैजना आजको यस ठुलो यो महासमारोहमा पाल्नुभएको सबैलाई स्यो र राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घको तर्फबाट आदिवासी अभिवादन टक्राउन चाहन्छु। मुभ भएन त मुभ गर्दिनु सार्दै जानु यसमै हैन यसमै यता यता ए ओके go ahead. Which one? This one? Yeah.
The bottom is going back and this big one is to go forward.
Oh, can you help me? Yeah, okay. First. Okay. Okay. राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घ को अलिकति मैले भन्नुपर्दाखेरि राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घ नेपालको सम्पूर्ण आदिवासी महिलाहरूको चाहिँ एउटा छाता सङ्गठन हो जसले चाहिँ नेपालमा रहेका 18% आदिवासी महिलाहरूको चाहिँ मौलिक अधिकार पहिचान र सबै महिलाहरूको जुन चाहिँ ग्रासरुटदेखि लगेर हाम्रो सम्पूर्ण महिलाहरूको मौलिक अधिकारको लागि चाहिँ एउटा आन्दोलनको लागि जन्मिएको र स्थापना गरिएको संस्था हो जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो काम गर्ने एरियाहरू यहाँ छ अलिकति यसमा मलाई प्रब्लम भयो which one this okay I try this one
no this is the big one in the middle
yeah this my time is lost
it's okay do you want to go back
this one no
go back is the down
and down
the front is the big one
yeah दिदी तपाई चलाइदिनु एकचोटी है मैले जानिन के मैले देखिन आँखा चस्मा लाउनु पर्छ का दिदी यो भन्दा अगाडि जानु न अझै अगाडि म भन्दै जान्छु तपाईले गर्नु न अझै अगाडि दिदी अझै अगाडि फर्स्टमै मेरो त सुरुै छ के गरेको छैन फर्स्ट देखि नै गरे छैन लास्ट लानु भयो ओके भयो जुन चाहिँ यो अगाडिको चाहिँ हाम्रो महिला महासङ्घको एउटा देखाएको छ जुन हाम्रो आरआरआईसँग चाहिँ गरेको त्यो फोटो हो त्यो म पछि त्यसको भन्ने छु र अगाडि जाऊँ दिदी राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घ चाहिँ अब आत्मनिर्णयको अधिकार सहितको चाहिँ एउटा सामूहिक अधिकार सुनिश्चित गर्नको लागि चाहिँ जुन स्थापना गरिएको हो र यसको चाहिँ मिसन चाहिँ महासन्धिहरू अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय महासन्धिहरू ILO 169 र UNDP डिक्लेरेसन जुन चाहिँ छ र हाम्रो सिड महासन्धिहरू र विभिन्न महासन्धिहरू छन् त्यो सम्बन्धी चाहिँ हामीले त्यो चाहिँ अधिकारको लागि जुन चाहिँ राज्यसँग त्यो अधिकारको लागि चाहिँ प्रत्याभूत गराउनको लागि चाहिँ बाध्यकारी गराउनको लागि बहस र पैरवी गर्दछ र काम गर्ने क्षेत्र यो बागमती प्रदेश हाम्रो जुन चाहिँ RRI सँग चाहिँ जुन चितवनमा चाहिँ माडीमा पर्वे खोलामा काम गर्ने क्षेत्र हो जुन चाहिँ चेपाङ समुदायमा र चेपाङ समुदाय यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ एकचोटि उठेर बसिदिनु हुन पनि अनुरोध गर्दछु चेपाङ समुदाय जसले हाम्रो काम गरेको छ र यसैगरी हाम्रो यो संरचना हो हाम्रो नि फेडरेसनको चाहिँ संरचना हाम्रो 50 वटा जातीय संस्थाहरू चाहिँ आबद्धता छ र 7 वटा प्रदेश र 66 वटा जिल्लामा आबद्धता छ र अगाडि दिदी हाम्रो साझेदार संस्थाहरू अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो यो 4 वटा छ राइट एन्ड रिसोर्स इनिसिएटिभ RRI त छँदैछ त्योभन्दा अरूहरू पनि छन् मैले छोटोमा ल्याएको छु र अगाडि दिदी यसको उद्देश्य चाहिँ हाम्रो नेपालका जुन आदिवासीहरू छन् जुन आदिवासी महिलाहरूको लागि एकता रूपमा चाहिँ सद्भावना भावना अभिवृद्धि गर्ने साझा सवालमा चाहिँ जुन सामूहिक अधिकारको लागि चाहिँ नेतृत्व प्रदान गर्ने दिने र जुन उहाँहरूको चाहिँ भाषा साहित्य जुन चाहिँ संस्कृति परम्परागत जुन चाहिँ प्रणालीहरू छन् त्यो प्रणाली आत्मनिर्णयको अधिकार स्वशासनलाई चाहिँ सुनिश्चित गर्नको लागि चाहिँ बढीभन्दा बढी बहस पैरवी गर्दछ र यसैको यसमा मैले अलिकति जोड्न चाहे दिदी अलिक स्टप गर्नु होला अनि विशेष गरेर चाहिँ हाम्रो आन्दोलन महिलाहरूको चाहिँ अधिकारको मौलिक अधिकारको लागि चाहिँ सरकारलाई चाहिँ बाध्यकारी बनाउनका लागि आन्दोलन गर्दछ भौतिक आन्दोलन मात्रै होइन हाम्रो चाहिँ बौद्धिक आन्दोलन पनि हुन्छ जुन चाहिँ नेपालको आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ जुन ग्रासरुटबाट हामीले उनीहरूको चाहिँ भूमि भूभाग भूक्षेत्रदेखि लगायत जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो रैथाने अभ्यासहरू छन् परम्पराहरू छन् प्रथाहरू छन् उनीहरूको लागि चाहिँ एडभोकेसी गर्नको लागि र स्थानीय सरकारदेखि लगेर प्रदेश केन्द्रसम्मलाई चाहिँ यो एडभोकेसीको काम चाहिँ गर्दछ र यसको चाहिँ हाम्रो RRIसँग जोडिएर चाहिँ काम गर्दा सहकार्यमा चितवन जिल्लाको चाहिँ पर्वे खोला माडी 9मा चाहिँ काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो एकदम राम्रो उपलब्धिहरू भएको छ जुन उपलब्धिको लागि चाहिँ मैले यहाँ थोरै भन्न चाहन्छु जुन चाहिँ कुसुम खोलाबाट चाहिँ 75 सालमा चाहिँ पर्वे खोलामा ल्याएर सार्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँ उनीहरूको घाँस बाँस कपास र जुन भूमि अधिकारबाट चाहिँ वञ्चित गराएको थियो जुन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जले चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जले त्यसमा चाहिँ उनीहरूको जुन अवस्था चाहिँ अगाडिको मैले स्लाइडको फोटोमा देखाएको थिएँ त्यसपछि अहिले चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई बत्ती थिएन बिजुली बत्ती दिएको छ र जमिन भूमि चाहिँ हाम्रो नाप भइसकेको छ एउटा रसिद र लाल पूर्जा दिने चाहिँ प्रतिबद्धता गरेको छ खानेपानीको व्यवस्था गरेको छ शिक्षामा सुधार आएको छ र त्यसमा चाहिँ स्थानीय सरकार वडा र पालिका प्रदेशसम्म चाहिँ हामीले ध्यान आकर्षणहरू बुझाउँदा त्यहाँको सरकार चाहिँ महिला महासङ्घलाई चाहिँ एउटा सहकार्य गर्नमा र ऊ चाहिँ एकदम स्थानीय सरकार चाहिँ सकारात्मक भएको छ र हामीसँग साथसाथै काम गर्ने प्रतिबद्धता पनि गरेको छ जुन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जहरू वनहरू पनि वन चाहिँ सबै चाहिँ वनको चाहिँ सामुदायिक वनहरू सबै चाहिँ सहकार्य गर्नमा चाहिँ सकारात्मक भएको छ र यो चाहिँ हाम्रो एउटा पर्वे खोलामा चाहिँ RRIको सहयोगमा काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो एकदम सिकाइ चाहिँ के भयो भने कलेक्टिभली हामीले नहारिकन कलेक्टिभली सामूहिक रूपमा काम गर्दा चाहिँ हामीले काम गर्न चाहिँ सकिँदो रहेछ भन्ने चाहिँ सिकाइ भएको छ हामीलाई र भविष्यमा हुने चुनौतीहरू यो चाहिँ समग्रमा भन्नुपर्दाखेरि पर्वे खोलामा मात्रै नभएर सबै महिलाहरूको चाहिँ जहाँ जहाँ आदिवासी महिलाहरू ग्रासरुटमा रहनु भएको छ जमिन र जङ्गलको छेउछेउमा रहनु भएको छ उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ के च्यालेन्ज छ भने उनीहरूको चाहिँ आत्मनिर्णयको अधिकार चाहिँ कार्यान्वयन नहुँदाखेरि र भूमि र भूक्षेत्रहरू चाहिँ उहाँहरूको स्वामित्वमा नहुँदा नस्वीकार्दा चाहिँ सरकारले नस्वीकार्दाखेरि चाहिँ संविधानमा चाहिँ त्यो कुराहरू जुन पुनः लेखन नगर्दाखेरि चाहिँ ILO 169 र UNDPलाई चाहिँ नस्वीकार्दाखेरि त्यो बाध्यकारी भएर पनि त्यसमा अर्को चाहिँ सिडा GR39 लाई चाहिँ त्यसलाई पनि जुन सुझाव दिएको कमिटीले सिडा कमिटीले दिएको सुझावहरूलाई चाहिँ नस्वीकार्दा त्यसलाई चाहिँ कार्यान्वयन नगर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीलाई त्यसमा चाहिँ धेरै नै समस्या छ र अर्को चाहिँ यो जुन पर्वे खोलाको चेपाङहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले एउटा अधिकारको लागि चाहिँ जुन भूमि अधिकारको लागि हामीले गरेको यो फोटोहरू हो आन्दोलन गरेको र अगाडि जाउँ त दिदी यसमा मैले अलिकति अझै पनि जोड्न चाहे मेरो समय 3 मिनेट भएको हुनाले र विशेष गरेर महिला महासङ्घले राष्ट्रिय र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय रूपमा अहिले पनि विभिन्न नीति निर्माण र पहुँचको लागि हामीले काम गरिरहेको छ जुन चाहिँ नेपालको चाहिँ महिलाहरूको लागि आदिवासी महिलाहरूको लागि राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घले एउटा छाता सङ्गठन हुँदाखेरि जुन चाहिँ नेपालमा सूचीकृत गरेको 59 वटा आदिवासी जनजाति मध्ये पनि 50 वटा महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले ग्रासरुटबाट काम गरिराख्दाखेरि त्यहाँनेरि चाहिँ उनीहरूको जुन मौलिक अधिकार आदिवासी महिलाहरूको ज्ञान सिप भूमि अधिकार र रैथाने परम्पराहरू चाहिँ उनीहरूबाट बचेको हुन्छ जुन जमिन जङ्गल भूमि भूभागहरू सम्बन्धी चाहिँ हामीले बहस र पैरवी गरिरहेको छ जुन चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय रूपमा पनि हामीले यो कुराहरूको उठान गरिरहेको छ जुन हामीले उहाँहरूलाई बढीभन्दा बढी चाहिँ क्षमता अभिवृद्धि गराउने सचेतना गराउने जुन चाहिँ अहिले सरकार चाहिँ हाम्रो सङ्घीयता भयो सङ्घीयता हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ 3 तह भयो र 3 तहमा पनि हाम्रो अधिकारहरू चाहिँ ग्रासरुटबाट हुनुपर्छ र त्यहाँको नीति निर्माण लेखनमा पहुँचमा चाहिँ हाम्रो कुराहरू राखिनुपर्छ भनेर हामीले ज्ञापन पत्रहरू र हामीले विभिन्न डायलगहरू गरेर चाहिँ संवादहरू गरेर हाम्रो कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ पटक पटक राखेको छ जस्तै नेपालमा चाहिँ विभिन्न नीति निर्माणहरू भइरहेको छ नीति निर्माणहरू भइराख्दाखेरि जस्तै विधेयकहरू बनेको छ विभिन्न ऐनहरू बनेको छ जस्तै ग्लोबल वार्मिङको कुरा गर्छौँ हामी त्यो ग्लोबल वार्मिङको कुरा गर्दाखेरि आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ कस्तो खालको प्रभाव पर्छ र उनीहरूको सांस्कृतिक धार्मिक रूपमा चाहिँ र आर्थिक जीविकोपार्जनमा के असरहरू गर्छ यो कुराहरूको चाहिँ हामीले बहस पैरवी गरिरहेको छ त्यसो हुँदाहुँदै पनि सरकारले हामीलाई जुन चाहिँ आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई एउटा सबैलाई एकै ठाउँमा राखेर एउटा जङ्गलमा बस्ने भनेर चाहिँ हामीलाई एउटा विभेदीकरण भएको हुनाले यो सम्बन्धी हामीले आवाज पनि उठाइरहेको छौँ र जुन अर्थपूर्ण सहभागिता नभएको हुनाले चाहिँ हामी यसमा पनि अहिले आन्दोलनको रूपमा पनि काम गरिरहेको छौँ हामी सबैको आदिवासीहरूको आवाज हामी सबै तर्फबाट नेपालमा चाहिँ जुन 36% छ महिला र आदिवासीहरू चाहिँ एक हुनुपर्छ भनेर पनि यो हाम्रो एउटा उद्देश्य र लक्ष्य हो धन्यवाद
Thank you so much. Thank you both of you for these wonderful presentations. I'm going to pass to Stefan to get some reactions from the room.
Okay. Thank you, Flor. Thanks for the 2 presentations. So you've heard 2 presentations around defending rights where they're not secure specifically for women, and where the self-determination, so the mere fact that you exist and don't have the rights is a crucial issue as well. Yeah, again, we'd love to hear from you guys. What are other experiences that that relate to this that you would like to share? Or if you have any specific questions, you can also obviously share those. Oh, and when you speak, say the language first, please. It helps the interpreters.
हेलो म नेपालीमा बोल्दैछु म राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी जनजाति महिला महासङ्घबाट मेरो क्वेसन छ फेक पकवानलाई अघि छुटेको भएर क्वेसन छ सामुदायिक मनको नीति नियम ILO 169 र UNDP लाई कसरी कार्यान्वयन गर्नुभएको छ अर्को क्वेसन छ फेकोफन भित्र अहिलेसम्म राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा कतिजना आदिवासी जनजाति महिलाहरू नेतृत्वमा आएका छन् धन्यवाद
Thank you. We'll go give it back to the podium after we collect a few more voices from the room. Anybody else wants to share an experience relating to the presentations we've just heard? Up front. Can you? Yeah.
Merci pour la parole donnée. Je suis le prince Clovis Kouagné, je viens du Cameroun à Bafoussam. Avant de faire quelques petits commentaires, je voudrais poser la question aux panélistes. Au Népal, comment est-ce que les jeunes et les femmes ont accès à la terre? Parce qu'au Cameroun, notamment à l'ouest du Cameroun où je viens, la terre est un bien collectif. Et l'orientation de l'accès à la terre a été faite depuis la base. Chaque jeune garçon, quand il a l'âge déjà de se construire, il doit avoir une portion de terre pour faire sa concession. La femme, quand une femme a l'âge de se marier, dans la concession où elle peut se marier, elle partage la terre avec son mari. La femme qui arrive à mariage et le mari ne donne pas, elle rentre chez eux et la famille trouve un espace pour qu'elle se case chez eux. Ça, c'est le plan B. Et je voudrais dire ceci, notre combat, droit à la terre, c'est une question collective, ça nous concerne tous. Et nous devons travailler à amener les gouvernements à retourner à la base. Parce que souvent on accuse le gouvernement, nos gouvernements, mais ils ont la main liée depuis la colonisation. Les lois qui sont appliquées sont des lois qui sont élaborées souvent ailleurs, qui n'ont rien à voir avec nos valeurs culturelles. On doit travailler cela, décoloniser les mentalités. Et on peut être membre du gouvernement pour un temps, mais on est membre d'une communauté pour toute la vie. C'est ce que moi au Cameroun, je dis à tous les pouvoirs publics, à toutes les réunions, vous serez au gouvernement aujourd'hui pendant 5 ans, mais vous serez dans la communauté toute votre vie. Si vous avez l'opportunité d'être au gouvernement, vous ne travaillez pas pour la communauté. Quand vous allez rentrer, vous n'aurez plus le bic pour signer. Vous allez aussi souffrir des choses que vos frères au village souffrent. Un des problèmes que je pense que RRI doit adresser dans les futures années, c'est la question de la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Parce que les pesticides qu'on met dans notre terre, c'est une forme de colonisation de nos terres. Ça veut dire qu'on ne mange plus en fait ce qu'on devait manger. Ce qu'on mange ne nous donne plus ni la santé ni la bénédiction. On doit décoloniser nos terres en travaillant à ce que l'agriculture soit propre, soit naturelle. Le jour où on pourra se soigner davantage avec les plantes médicinales, le jour où on pourra manger avec ce qu'on a produit sans pesticides, moi, je pense qu'on aura commencé un bon pas pour cette décolonisation. Les droits à la terre, c'est nos droits, ce n'est pas les droits des autres. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Yes, up front.
टास्दिले नमस्कार म निमी शेर्पा राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी जनजाति महिला महासङ्घको तर्फबाट चाहिँ फेको फोनलाई मेरो एउटा क्वेसन छ यो हामीले आदिवासी जनजाति महिला महासङ्घले चाहिँ उता चाहिँ तपाईको यो चाहिँ निजी वनभित्र चाहिँ महिलामाथि भएको हिंसा सम्बन्धी हामीले चाहिँ यो थारू र दलित महिलामाथि भएको चाहिँ हिंसामा चाहिँ हामीले एउटा अध्ययन गरेको थियो त्यहाँ चाहिँ थुप्रो आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ हिंसा भएको छ त्यसलाई तपाईले कसरी हेर्नु भएको छ एउटा अर्को कुरा चाहिँ हामी आदिवासी जनजाति महिलाहरू चाहिँ विगत लामो समयदेखि यो चाहिँ जङ्गल जमिनहरू जोगाउनेमा हाम्रो चाहिँ ठुलो योगदान छ तर तपाईले नेपाल सरकारले कार्बनको पैसाहरू चाहिँ आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ डाइरेक्ट मन्त्रालय टु मन्त्रालय जाने भएकोले तपाईको त्यो चाहिँ फेको फोनले चाहिँ कस्तो नीतिहरू चाहिँ यो आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई र स्थानीय महिलाहरूले तर ग्रासरुट लेभलमा चाहिँ कसरी त्यसलाई चाहिँ तपाईको समावेश गर्नुहुन्छ भनेर मेरो दुईटा क्वेशन फेको फोन लाग्यो धन्यवाद
Thank you. So we have one more voice here.
धन्यवाद म सरिता कुमाल सामुदायिक वन उपभोक्ता महासङ्घ नेपाल सचिवालय सदस्य यहाँ शोभा सुनवारलाई एउटा क्वेसन सोध्छु यो जुन हामी फेको फन्डबाट आदिवासी सबै आदिवासी जनजातिको हामी सबै जातिको कुरा गर्छौँ र म पनि फेको फन्डबाट जनजातिको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छु र यहाँ उहाँले कुरा त्यहाँ प्रस्तुति ल्याइरहँदाखेरि जनजाति महिलाको अधिकारको कुरा बोलिरहँदा एउटा समुदायको मात्रै कुरा त्यहाँ प्रस्तुति भयो हाम्रो देशमा जनजाति जस्तै म कुमाल समुदायबाट म अल्पसङ्ख्यकभित्र पनि पर्छु तर बागमती प्रदेशबाट उहाँले यो ल्याउनु भएको छ बागमती प्रदेशभित्र पनि जनजाति अल्पसङ्ख्यक कुमाल समुदाय पनि त्यहाँ छ र एउटाबाट मात्रै किन आयो हस् धन्यवाद
Thank you. So we have one in the front, then I have one more here, and then finally I can, yeah. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to react to the two ladies that have shared their experiences in advocating for indigenous women's rights. I would like to encourage you because I'm Cecile Jabet, I'm also doing almost the same thing, the same work, advocating for rural women's rights to forests and to land. But from my experiences, I have understood for the past 20 years that I'm working on that we need to work also at the local level and at the political level. And at the local level, what we are doing is working now with husbands and fathers. We have built a relation and we have shown to husbands and to fathers that women, their wife and girls, their daughters, need to have security. Of course, we need enabling environment. So that where you are still lacking. We need to have policies that are enabling to help us achieve that. So I'm just understanding that the challenges women are facing, being in Africa or in Asia, are shared. And this is a collective action we need to take, all of us, and we need to work with men and women all together, and especially those who are making laws have to be in. In the past few years, we have understood that we need to move from classic conservation to community-based conservation. And there, we are trying to mainstream women, build their capacities to understand the policies, but also working with parliamentarians, those who are drafting the laws, to make sure that the conservation is moving from the classic approach towards the community-based approach. And we need to share that, to make sure women are part of the process of that change. This is what I wanted to share with you and to tell you we are all together and we're going to continue within RRI coalition to push for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have one more voice here and then a final voice before we give back to the, on this table there.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je vais parler en français. Je suis Moniré Presilia. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. J'aimerais m'adresser à tout le panel, le panéliste. En fait, c'est vraiment un apprentissage. Et là, je vais juste poser une question en rapport avec tout ce qui est le cadre légal du Népal, en rapport avec la mise en œuvre de toutes les lois et ainsi de suite. Parce que vous avez parlé en rapport avec les aires protégées, la dépossession des terres et consorts. Et je me dis, par rapport aux politiques nationales, comment est-ce que la mise en œuvre est efficace? Parce que si je prends les cas de notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo, il y a pas mal d'avancées en rapport avec la réglementation de tout ce qui est les questions de droits des peuples autochtones et communautés locales. Néanmoins, l'implémentation reste un défi permanent. Et je veux directement aussi à la présentatrice qui a présenté l'organisation de femmes. Comment est-ce que vous travaillez en rapport avec les questions relatives aux droits fonciers des femmes, tout en se disant déjà qu'il y a ces défis-là de coutumes qui pèsent sur les femmes. Je ne sais pas si aussi au Népal, c'est la même chose que chez nous, parce qu'en RDC, on a vu la femme, elle est discriminée à des niveaux, et surtout la femme autochtone. Donc, la première discrimination, c'est le fait qu'elle soit autochtone. La seconde discrimination, c'est le fait qu'elle soit femme. Et maintenant, par rapport au Népal, j'aimerais en fait apprendre de vous comment est-ce que vous faites avec toutes les cultures ou les traditions qui pèsent souvent à l'égard de la femme. Merci.
Merci. Thank you. So, one final word.
धन्यवाद. मेरो नाम मन्जु मलासी हो. घर चाहिँ सुदूरपश्चिम डोटी हो. मैले प्रश्न गर्न खोजेको आदिवासी जनजाति महिलालाई हो. विशेष गरेर महिलाहरू आदिवासी जनजाति महिलाहरू टप लेभलको यो भेलिभेट मात्रै हो कि यसको पछाडि परेका सुदूरपश्चिमका महिला मात्रै पनि यहाँ छैनन्. मैले देखिरहेको छैन महिलाहरूलाई. तपाईहरु टप लेभलको मात्रै महिलाहरू आदिवासी जनजाति पर्छ कि सुदूरपश्चिममा सबै समुदायका महिलाहरू छन्. त्यहाँ चाहिँ तपाईको गुरुङ छ, श्रेष्ठ छन्. उनीहरू आफ्नै श्रेष्ठ हुँ गुरुङ हुँ भनेर पनि रुचाउँदैनन्. किन त्यो पछाडि परेका वर्गलाई चाहिँ तपाईहरुको टप लेभलसम्म बनाउने तपाईहरुको अधिकार अधिकार भित्र पर्छ कि पर्दैन, एउटा कुरा. अर्को कुरो सामुदायिक बनौटा महासंघबाट तपाईको साच्चै नै भन्नुपर्दा आज यो ठाउँमा बोल्ने अवसर पाएको छु. हिजो सुदूरपश्चिमको पछाडि परेको एउटा महिला, कपनी नजान्ने महिला, घाँस काट्ने महिला, किसानको खेती गर्ने महिला, म आज चाहिँ यही RRI को कार्यक्रमबाट म ठाकुर भण्डारी र यहाँ चाहिँ टप लेभलमा बस्ने हाम्रो के अरे भारती पाठक घनश्याम र उहाँलाई अरविन्द खैरेलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु. 43 वटा समुदाय वन भित्रबाट 43 मेरो स्थानीयमा चाहिँ दिपाइसी नगरपालिकामा 43 वटा समुदाय वन छ. 43 वटा समुदाय वनमा 15 वटा महिला समुदाय वन छ. त्यो समुदाय वनले मलाई जिताएर स्थानीय सरकारको प्रमुख बनायो. त्यो प्रमुखको प्रतिनिधित्व गरेर मैले चाहिँ RRI को कार्यक्रम छोटो कार्यक्रम दिएको थियो. स्थानीयको कुनै प्रदेशले पनि नबनाएको, तपाईको चाहिँ संघले पनि नबनाएको मैले चाहिँ वन कानुन बनाएर देखाइदिएको छु. स्थानीय सरकारमा भनेपछि त हामीले आज यहाँसम्म ल्याए यो बोल्ने क्षमता बनाएको छ, त्यो ठाउँमा पुगाएको छ भने आदिवासी जनजातिलाई मैले धेरै सबै देखिरहेको छु. पटक पटक मैले सहभागिता भन्दा हेर्दाखेरि सुदूरपश्चिमका महिलाहरू आदिवासी भित्र पर्दैन कि भन्ने जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई. धन्यवाद.
Thank you. Very inspiring. Thank you. So I pass the word back to our panel and see if there are any remarks, final remarks until we move on.
Let me give you the microphone here like this. Some short reactions to some of these questions.
धन्यवाद सबैजना जतिजनाले सुझाव दिनुभएको छ, एकदमै एक्नोलेज गर्छु. र केही क्वेसनहरू पनि राख्नु भएको छ. जस्तै विशेष गरेर हाम्रो उहाँ नाम मैले अलि टिपिनँ, उहाँले एकदमै राम्रो सुझाव दिनुभएको छ. अनि क्यामरुनको साथी उहाँले कानुनको कुराहरू उठाउनु भएको छ. जस्तै क्यामरुनमा एकदमै राम्रो कानुनहरू छ भन्नुभएको छ. हामी भोलि पर्सि बसेर खुब तपाईहरुसँग सिक्न, सुन्न, लिन तयार छौँ. अनि नेपालको सन्दर्भमा कानुनहरू सबै कोलोनियल छन्, जो कि इन्डिभिजुअलिस्टतिर छन्, कलेक्टिभ राइट्सको छैन. जस्तै अहिले ल्यान्ड राइट्स एक्टको विधेयक संसदमा छ, फरेस्ट एक्टहरू सबै संशोधन हुँदैछन्. तर अझै पनि इन्टरनेसनल स्ट्यान्डर्डहरू नेपाल सरकारले राटिफाई गर्यो, मैले भनिसकेँ अघि नै. तर त्यो खालको इन्टरनेसनल स्ट्यान्डर्ड र नेपालको डोमेस्टिक लमा कन्ट्राडिक्सन छ, मिलेको छैन. जबकि हामी 35% गभर्मेन्टको डेटामा आदिवासीहरू छौँ भनेका छौँ र हाम्रो आफ्नो क्लेम्स चाहिँ 50% ओभर आदिवासीहरू छौँ. र हाम्रो भूमि र प्राकृतिक स्रोत साधनसँगै हाम्रो अट्याचमेन्ट छ. त्यो बिना हामी रहन बस्न सक्दैनौँ, नत्र सरकारले हामीलाई विस्थापित गरिसक्यो र क्रिमिनलाइज बनाइसक्यो। त्यसैले त्यो इन्टरनेसनल स्ट्यान्डर्डहरूलाई डोमेस्टिकेसन गर्नको लागि यो हामी प्रयासरत छौँ, मिलेको छैन। यो अन्टोलोजीबाट सरकारले पनि हेरेको छैन, हाम्रो पार्लियामेन्टहरूले पनि हेरेको छैनन्, यो लोकल सरकारहरूले पनि हेरेको छैनन्। तर केही सुरुवात चाहिँ भएको छ है, लोकल सरकारहरूले, स्थानीय सरकारहरूले आदिवासीको अधिकारहरूलाई संरक्षण गर्नको लागि केही एक्टहरू पनि छ र सुरुवात गर्न थालेको छ। जस्तै अहिले सिप्रेतको म्यामले भन्नुहुन्छ, उहाँले धेरै त्यसमा काम गर्नुहुन्छ, हामी पनि साथसाथमै छौँ। यो ऐन कानुनहरू, इन्टरनेसनल स्ट्यान्डर्ड, आदिवासीको स्ट्यान्डर्ड र यो लोकल हाम्रो गभर्मेन्टको स्ट्यान्डर्ड एकदमै फरक छ। यसलाई कसरी हाम्रो पन बनाउने भन्नेमा हामी चिन्ताजनक छौँ र यसमा तपाईँहरूको पनि समर्थन चाहिन्छ भन्छु। धन्यवाद यसको लागि। अर्को हाम्रो सुदूरपश्चिमको साथीले, विद्वान मित्रले क्वेसन उठाउनु भएको छ, यो टप लेभलको आदिवासी महिलाहरू मात्रै हो कि भनेर। हामी यो चौतर्फी जताततै 77 जिल्लामा पुग्ने प्रयास गरिरहेछौँ। हामी सुरुवात मात्रै गरिरहेका छौँ। हाम्रो आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको भूमि, प्राकृतिक स्रोत र अन्य अधिकारहरूको इस्टाब्लिस गर्नलाई हामी सचेतनामूलक र एडभोकेसीमूलक र लिडरसिप डेभलपमेन्ट गर्दै ठाउँ पुगिरहेका छौँ र तपाईँको ठाउँमा यदि छैन भने हामी तत्काल पुग्नेछौँ। मैले यो कमिटमेन्ट गरेको छु। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। दिदीले राख्नुभएको कुरालाई म दोहोऱ्याउन चाहन्न। विशेष गरेर हाम्रो क्यामरुन र हाम्रो अर्को सिस्टरले दिनुभएको सुझाव एकदम राम्रो छ। म यसमा खुसी छु र यसमा सहमत पनि छु हामी अगाडि बढ्नको लागि। र अर्को चाहिँ जुन हाम्रो सरिता तामाङज्यूले उठाउनु भएको कुरालाई चाहिँ, जुन उहाँले चाहिँ अघिको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा एउटा मात्रै महिला समुदायको कुरा उठाउनु भयो भन्नुभयो। यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो के छ भने समयको फ्रेमको आधार मात्रै नभएर हामीले चाहिँ आरआरआईसँग चाहिँ सहकार्य गर्दाखेरि एउटा मात्रै समुदायमा गरेको छौँ र गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ जुन चेपाङ समुदाय पनि पर्वे खोलाको चाहिँ चेपाङ समुदायमा जुन चाहिँ 57 घरधुरी छन्, उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ कुसुम खोलाबाट साडेर भूमिहीन बनाएको थियो। उनीहरूको भूमि अधिकारमाथि चाहिँ जुन मानव अधिकार हनन भएको थियो, जुन चाहिँ आत्मनिर्णयको अधिकार र स्वशासनमाथि चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ अन्याय भएको थियो, विभेद भएको थियो। यो विभेदीकरणको लागि चाहिँ हामी राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज र स्थानीय तहको चाहिँ सरकारहरूसँग चाहिँ हामीले योभन्दा 1 वर्ष अगाडि र फेरि दोस्रोमा हामी काम गरिरहेको छौँ र त्यहाँ आएको आउटकमहरूलाई मात्रै हामी यहाँ सेयरिङ गरेको हौँ। राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घ चाहिँ मैले पनि अघि पनि भने 18% महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ आदिवासी महिलालाई चाहिँ प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छ र त्यसमा पनि 59वटा चाहिँ अब सूचीकृतमा पनि हाम्रो 50वटा महिलाहरू छन् र यसको हाम्रो भेग पनि धेरै छ। जस्तै यसमा 7वटा प्रदेश र 66वटा जिल्लामा पनि हामी आबद्धता छौँ र हामीले काम पनि गरिरहेको छौँ र अवश्य पनि हाम्रो तामाङ सबै महिलाहरू, आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई समेटेर हामीले ल्याउने कोसिस गरिरहेको छौँ र समिति पनि राखेको छौँ। तपाईँलाई पनि यसको बारेमा केही मतलब बुझ्न मन लाग्यो भने, जान्न मन लाग्यो भने राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी महिला महासङ्घको अफिस बुद्धनगरमा पनि भिजिट गर्नुहोला र तपाईँ हामी बसेर नै हामी हाम्रो आन्दोलनलाई, अधिकारलाई सुनिश्चित गर्नको लागि पनि प्रतिबद्धता गर्दछु। र अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रसिलाले उठाउनु भएको कङ्गोबाट चाहिँ यसमा महिलाकै नाम लिनुभएको थियो। उहाँले पनि आदिवासी महिलाको जुन चाहिँ यो नीतिहरूको कुराहरू गर्नुभएको थियो, कानुनको कुराहरू, जुनमा चाहिँ यसमा हाम्रो नेपालमा नीति निर्माणहरू, कानुनहरू त अब बनिरहेकै छ, ऐनहरू बनेकै छ, जुनमा चाहिँ अब संविधान 2072 को संविधान नै हाम्रो लागि चाहिँ एउटा कालो भनेर हामीले नमान्दाखेरि त्योभित्र के भएको कुराहरू छन्, लेखिएका छन्, तर त्यसलाई चाहिँ संविधान संशोधन भन्दा पनि पूर्ण लेखन गरिनुपर्छ भनेर हाम्रो माग अझै पनि छ। र त्यहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो आत्मनिर्णयको अधिकार र सुशासनको कुराहरू जुन चाहिँ अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय चाहिँ हाम्रो कानुनहरू अनुसार चाहिँ जुन बाध्यकारी छ सरकारलाई, त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो नगरेको हुनाले हामी अझै पनि महिला महासङ्घ चाहिँ अझै पनि हामी ग्रासरुटदेखि नै हामी आन्दोलनमा छौँ र आन्दोलन छौँ र भौतिक र बौद्धिक आन्दोलनको कुराहरू पनि मैले उठाइरहेको छु। त्यसमा हामी नेपालका सबै आदिवासीहरू पनि छौँ। सँगसँगै हामी कलेक्टिभ राइटको कुरा गर्दाखेरि र केही नीति नियमहरू स्थानीय तहबाट हाम्रो भए पनि तर स्थानीय तहमा पनि 3 तहमा चाहिँ जुन वडा र पालिकामा चाहिँ हाम्रो जुन कानुनहरू बन्दाखेरि चाहिँ आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई र आदिवासीहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ अर्थपूर्ण सहभागिता नगरेको र त्यहाँ चाहिँ जुन अहिले जलवायु परिवर्तन भूमिको अधिकारहरूको कुरा छ, थुप्रै उनीहरूको चाहिँ अभ्यासहरूको कुरा छ, जीविकोपार्जनको कुराहरू छ, प्रथा परम्परा, यो कुराहरूलाई पनि नस्वीकारेको देखियो। तर अब महिला महासङ्घले चाहिँ केही ठाउँमा गएर काम गरिरहेको हुनाले त्यसलाई गरेको छ र जुन प्रभावित क्षेत्रहरूमा पनि काम पनि गरिरहेको छ र यसमा अब हामी त्यसलाई चाहिँ नीति निर्माणमा जानको लागि चाहिँ हामी अहिले पनि आन्दोलनमै छौँ र हुन्छ भन्ने पनि आशा गरेको छौँ। र अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो जुन हाम्रो सुदूरपश्चिमबाट उठाउनु भएको थियो त्यसमा चाहिँ जुन चाहिँ टप महिलाहरू मात्रै हो भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभयो। आफ्नो कुरा राख्न पाउने आफ्नो सो अधिकार हो, आफ्नो मानव अधिकार हो, व्यक्तिगत अधिकार हो। यसमा चाहिँ के छ भने हामीले मैले अघि पनि भने 7वटा प्रदेश र हाम्रो 66 जिल्लाको कुरा गरिरहेको छु। यसमा हाम्रो अहिले पनि अघि मैले देखाएँ हाम्रो संरचनामा पश्चिम हिमाल पहाड तराई छ हाम्रो महिला महासङ्घमा। त्यसभित्र पनि पश्चिम सुदूरपश्चिम पूर्वदेखि हाम्रो सबैलाई समेटिरहेको छ। यसमा ठिक छ हजुर समेटिनु भएन होला, त्यसमा फेरि हामी समेट्ने प्रयास गर्नेछौँ र हामी चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय रूपमा नै हामी काम गरिरहेको छौँ र हामी टप महिला भन्दा पनि हामी चाहिँ ग्रासरुटबाट काम गरेको होइन। हामी चाहिँ गाउँबाट एउटा पाखा पखेराबाट हिमाल तराईबाट चाहिँ आएर हामी आन्दोलनमा एउटा सङ्घर्ष गरेर आएको महिलाहरू हौ र टप महिलाहरू भन्दाखेरि एक किसिमले गर्व पनि लाग्यो। हजुरहरूको हेर्ने तपाईँको हेर्ने दृष्टिकोण चाहिँ यति धेरै सकारात्मक भएकोले खुसी पनि लाग्यो। तर हामी सँगसँगै आन्दोलनमा आउनुपर्छ, हामी ग्रासरुटबाट आएका हौँ र हाम्रो अधिकारको लागि हामी सधैँ एक हुनुपर्छ भनेर म तपाईँलाई फेरि अर्को प्रतिबद्धता महिला महासङ्घको तर्फबाट चाहिँ गर्दछु र मेरो चाहिँ यति नै हो। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Yes. A very short comment also to honor our other presentations.
दुईजनाले अत्यन्तै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा उठाउनु भएको छ। पहिलो कुरो त हामी आइपिएलसी नेपालमै बसेर थप छलफल गर्न पर्ने हामी यहाँ यसो छलफल पनि गर्दैछौँ। पहिलो कतिजना आदिवासी जनजाति आयो भन्ने भने अहिले मैले सङ्ख्या भने धेरै आछन्। अहिले यति बुझ्नुहोस्, त्यो लिस्ट म पठाउँला। अब आइएलओ 109 त्यसपछि युएन ड्रिपको बारेमा चाहिँ यति धेरै मिहिनेत गरेका छौँ कि त्यसको भयङ्कर मिहिनेत गरेका छौँ। कसरी त्यसलाई चाहिँ स्थानीयकरण गर्न सकिन्छ, कसरी त्यसलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्न सकिन्छ भनेर। अर्को हिंसा भएको छ भन्नुभयो। हिंसाको हाम्रो चाहिँ यो एकदमै हिंसा विरुद्धमा हामी लागेका छौँ। कहाँ हो त्यो डाटा दिनुभयो भने हामी ठाउँको ठाउँ त्यहाँ गएर हामीले चाहिँ त्यो एक्सन लिने काम पनि गर्छौँ। त्यो मैले त्यति मात्र राखेँ। अब पैसा तल जाने कुरामा एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा गर्नुभयो। नेपालमा चाहिँ जलवायु नीति बन्ने बेलामा 80% समुदायमा जानुपर्छ भनेर लेख्न दबाब दिने हामी हो। हामीले चाहिँ जबरजस्त 80% समुदायमा जानुपर्छ भन्यौँ। अहिले सरकारले मानेको थिएन। हामीले पटक पटक अर्थमन्त्रीलाई भेटिसकेपछि अहिले चाहिँ समुदायमा जाने कुरा भएको छ। अब त्यो समुदायमा गइसकेपछि आदिवासी जनजाति दलित विपन्न मुस्लिम सबैले कसरी पाउने भन्ने विषयमा चाहिँ अहिले हामी छलफल गरिरहेछौँ बेनिफिट सेयरिङको सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's honor the next 4 presenters. We're going to have to go a little bit, probably what we'll do is that we'll do 4 presentations and then we'll do one more round of questions, just because we also want to honor our own time to make sure. So we'll be doing the last 4 presentations in one go and then go back to the audience. So the first person I'm going to call, or the next person I'm going to call, is the Honorary Bahati Patak. She's a seasoned leader in the community forestry and women's rights in Nepal, executive board member of the Women's Rights Resources Network, and she champions gender and social inclusion with natural resource government. So the big button is to go to the next one, and if you want to go back, you go to the button. Okay, you tell me when then.
धन्यवाद मोडरेटरलाई। सर्वप्रथम त आरआरआई को यो 20औं वार्षिक उत्सव स्थापना दिवसको सन्दर्भमा हामी सबैलाई धेरै धेरै बधाई। शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। नेपालमा हामीले यो अवसर प्राप्त गऱ्यौँ। अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय हाम्रो पार्टनर, कोलाबोरेटर, सहयोगी सबैलाई हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। समय 7 मिनेट मात्रै छ। खास गरिकन कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा वुमेनहरूको लिडरसिप कस्तो छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा केही स्लाइडहरू मात्रै मैले तयार गरेको छु। अगाडिको कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको 2वटा प्रेजेन्टेसनले धेरै कुराहरू यहाँहरूको बिचमा प्रष्ट पारिसकेको छ। खास गरिकन वुमेन्स राइट्स एन्ड रिसोर्स नेटवर्कबाट हामीले कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको वुमेन्स ग्रुपहरू, वाटरसेड एरियामा काम गर्ने वुमेन्स ग्रुपहरू र ल्यान्ड राइट्समा काम गर्ने वुमेन्स ग्रुपहरूलाई एफिलिएटेड गरेर अहिलेसम्म 4200 वटा वुमेन्स ग्रुपहरू चाहिँ हामीसँग आबद्ध भएको छ। त्यो सँगसँगै नेपालको कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको र ओभरअल फरेस्ट सेक्टरमा, वन क्षेत्रमा ग्रामीण महिलाहरूको ठुलो योगदान छ भन्ने विषयमा मलाई लाग्छ धेरै चर्चा गरिराख्नु पर्दैन। यो अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा नै प्राकृतिक स्रोतको संरक्षणमा चाहिँ ग्रामीण महिलाहरूको एकदमै ठुलो योगदान छ। त्यो सँगसँगै अहिलेसम्म हामीले प्राप्त गरेको उपलब्धिहरूलाई म अलिकति सेयर गर्न चाहन्छु। 2007 देखि नेपालमा राइट्स एन्ड रिसोर्स इनिसिएटिभले हामीसँग कोलाबोरेसन गरेर काम गर्न सुरुवात गरेको हो। यो सन्दर्भसँग जोड्दाखेरि आरआरआईमा पनि यो एजेन्डाको सुरुवात भइराखेको थियो, जुन चाहिँ जेन्डरको इस्युलाई एउटा मेनस्ट्रिममा ल्याउने गरी आरआरआईले जुन खालको मेहनत गर्यो, त्यही सन्दर्भमा हामी नेपालमा कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा चाहिँ महिलाहरूको लिडरसिपलाई स्थापित गर्ने सन्दर्भमा ठुलो बहस छलफलहरू पनि त्योभन्दा अगाडि नै सुरुवात भएको थियो। र यसमा चाहिँ अघि घनश्याम सर र ठाकुरजीले प्रस्तुत गर्नुभएकोमा जुन चाहिँ रेस्टोरेसनको पाटोमा ह्युज चेन्जहरू देखियो। जब 25-30 वर्ष अगाडि र कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीलाई ह्यान्डओभर गरिसकेपछिको जुन चाहिँ एउटा प्रोटेक्सनको पाटोमा चेन्जहरू देखियो, त्यसमा चाहिँ उहाँहरूले त अब मलाई छोडिदिनु भएको होला भाग, तर त्यहाँ महिलाहरूको ठुलो कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ। यदि महिलाहरूले त्यो नेचुरल फरेस्टलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्नुहुन्थेन र उहाँहरूले चाहिँ प्लान्टेसनदेखि अरू कुराहरूको संरक्षण गर्नुहुन्थेन भने यति धेरै चेन्जहरू चाहिँ देखिँदैन थियो। प्रत्यक्ष रूपमा उहाँहरूको संलग्न छ र महिला दिदीबहिनीहरू सँगसँगै स्थानीय समुदाय, आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको पनि त्यहाँ धेरै योगदान चाहिँ देखिन्छ। त्यो सँगसँगै अब महिलाहरूको लिडरसिपको कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ खास गरिकन इलेक्टेड वुमेनहरू, महिलाहरू अघि पोलिसी मेकिङको पनि यहाँ प्रश्न गर्नुभएको थियो। स्थानीय समुदाय, त्यसमा पनि सामुदायिक वनबाट, सामुदायिक वनले, महासङ्घले, आदिवासी महासङ्घहरू र विभिन्न यो क्षेत्रमा काम गर्ने सङ्गठनहरूले पैरवी गरेर स्थानीय समुदाय र आदिवासी जनजाति, महिला र युवा दलितहरूको पक्षमा कानुन निर्माण गर्नको लागि पैरवी त गर्ने नै भयो। त्यो सँगसँगै एउटा लिडरसिप उत्पादन गर्ने फ्याक्ट्रीको रूपमा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्री स्थापित भएको छ। यो किन भन्दाखेरि मैले एउटा डाटा यहाँहरूको बिचमा प्रस्तुत गर्न चाहन्छु। नेपालमा चाहिँ हाम्रो यहाँको इलेक्सनमा चाहिँ लोकल इलेक्सन, प्रोभिन्स इलेक्सन र फेडरल लेभलको इलेक्सनमा हाम्रो चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा काम गर्नेहरूको चाहिँ इलेक्टेड जुन झन्डै 3200 या 3000 छ, 3200 को हाराहारीमा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको लिडरहरू चाहिँ इलेक्टेड हुनुभएको छ। अहिले यहाँ भन्नुभयो नि, मन्जु मलासी यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ, घनश्याम पाण्डे यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ, निरा जैरी हुनुहुन्थ्यो। उहाँहरू फेको फन्डको लिडर हुँदाखेरि नै उहाँ चाहिँ लोकल गभर्मेन्ट र फेडरल गभर्मेन्टमा इलेक्टेड हुनुभएको हो। मैले यो किन भने यो ठुलो हाम्रो एचिभमेन्ट हो, हामीले यसलाई प्रमोट गर्छौँ। पोलिटिकल पार्टीहरूमा पनि महिलाहरू, स्थानीय समुदाय, आदिवासी जनजातिहरू जो फरेस्ट सेक्टर र नेचुरल रिसोर्समा काम गर्नुभएको छ, उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ जिताउनको लागि यो मुभमेन्टले ठुलो सहयोग गर्ने भएकोले गर्दाखेरि 3000 इलेक्टेड भएको ठाउँमा 852 जना चाहिँ महिलाहरू मात्रै इलेक्टेड हुनुभएको छ। अहिले पनि हुनुहुन्छ, प्रेजेन्ट हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरू। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ एकदमै ठुलो एचिभमेन्ट हो। उहाँहरूको चाहिँ रिप्रेजेन्टेसनले गर्दाखेरि पोलिसी बनाउने ठाउँमा चाहिँ ठुलो सहयोग भएको छ भन्ने यहाँलाई म जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। अर्को चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीकै लिडरसिपको हिसाबले 50% महिला चाहिँ कार्य समितिमा आउनुपर्छ। त्यसै गरी भाइटल पोस्टमा पनि 50% चेयरपर्सन आइदर सेक्रेटरी भाइस चेयरपर्सन आइदर ट्रेजरर भनेर जुन हामीले चाहिँ हिजो सुरुवात गऱ्यौँ त्यसको अभ्यासलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्दा भनेको कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको गाइडलाइनलाई चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्दाखेरिको रेसियो हेर्ने हो भने वुमेनहरूको लिडरसिप चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा हिजो 22,000 थियो, त्यसपछि गएर 62,000 चान्चुन भयो, अहिले 73,300 चान्चुन चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको भाइटल पोस्टमा चाहिँ लिडरसिप महिलाहरूले लिइराख्नु भएको छ। त्यहाँभित्र आदिवासी पनि हुनुहुन्छ, दलित पनि हुनुहुन्छ र अरू समुदायको पनि वर्गको पनि महिलाहरूले चाहिँ नेतृत्व लिइराख्नु भएको छ। यो चाहिँ लिडरसिपको हिसाबले त्यसले गर्दाखेरि मैले यो महिलाको मात्रै भनेको छु किनकि हामीसँग अघि पनि भन्नुभयो 1072वटा सामुदायिक वन चाहिँ महिलाहरूले मात्रै लिडरसिप लिएर त्यहाँभित्र व्यवस्थापन गरिराख्नु भएको छ। त्यो एकदम राम्रो छ, गभर्नेन्सको हिसाबले राम्रो छ, अरू खालको ट्रान्सपेरेन्सी अरू खालको डेभलपमेन्ट र सोसियल चेन्जको हिसाबले उहाँहरूले काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ। अरूको चाहिँ यो पोलिसी इन्फ्लुएन्स गर्नको लागि जुन इक्वल टुवर्ड्स जेन्डर इक्वल आउटकम्सको हामीले कुरा गरेका छौँ, पोलिसी एडभोकेसीमा यो सबै हुनुको पछाडि चाहिँ कलेक्टिभ हिसाबले हामीले चाहिँ एक खालको डायलग डिस्कोर्स हाम्रो इन्गेजमेन्ट हामीले चाहिँ मुभमेन्ट आवश्यक परेको बेला मुभमेन्टहरू सञ्चालन गरेपछि हाम्रो पोलिसीहरूले चाहिँ त्यसलाई रिकग्नाइज गरेको छ। जस्तो फरेस्ट एक्टमा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको चाहिँ 50% चाहिँ आम्दानीको 50% चाहिँ एकदम डाइरेक्ट वुमेनहरूको इकोनोमिक इम्पावरमेन्टमा चाहिँ इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्नुपर्छ, त्यो अगाडि नै राख्नु होला। त्यसपछि गएर चाहिँ हामीले कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको गाइडलाइनमा 50% महिला र अर्को यस्तो राम्रो युनिक छ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा हाम्रो चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा चाहिँ महिला र पुरुष दुईजना घरमुली हुने चलन छ। किनकि हाम्रो चाहिँ खास मेल डोमिनेटेड भएको हाम्रो यो संस्कारबाट हुर्किएको ठाउँमा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीले महिला र पुरुष चाहिँ एकदम म्यान्डेटरी पार्टिसिपेट हुनुपर्छ, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चेन्जहरू देखिएको छ। त्यस्तै गरी स्ट्राटेजीहरू बनेको छ। यो सबै के कारणले बन्यो भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो स्ट्रङ कमिटमेन्ट, हाम्रो प्रेसर र सिभिल सोसाइटीहरूको चाहिँ राइट होल्डर ग्रुपहरूको इन्गेजमेन्टले गर्दाखेरि यस्तो खालको पोलिसीहरू बनेको। त्यसै गरी अब लेसन लर्न टुवर्ड्स द इनोभेसन, हामीले इनोभेसनको कुरा गर्दाखेरि वुमेन लिड चाहिँ फरेस्ट बेस्ड इन्टरप्राइजहरू अहिले मोर देन 40,000 चाहिँ कम्युनिटी बेस्ड इन्टरप्राइज छ। त्यसमा हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ वुमेनले लिड गरेको चाहिँ धेरै छ। इन्टरप्राइजहरू चाहिँ एकदम स्मल इन्टरप्राइजहरू छ, तर त्यसमा चाहिँ महिलाहरू एकदमै सक्रिय रूपमा आइरहेको छ। यो एकदमै राम्रो इनोभेसन हो भन्ने हामीलाई लाग्छ। अर्को ट्रान्सफर्मिङ चाहिँ यो जुन छ एउटा नर्म्सहरू चेन्जहरू भइराखेको छ, नलेजहरू चाहिँ अलि नथि कसले यो अगाडि यो चाहिँ जुन खालको चेन्जहरू हामीले ट्रान्सफर भएको देखेका छौँ, धेरै चेन्जेसहरू चाहिँ वुमेनहरूको लिडरसिप र इन्गेजमेन्टले गर्दाखेरि चेन्जहरू चाहिँ तल देखिराखेको छ। अर्को यो रिकग्नाइज गर्ने कुरा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको जुन एउटा मोडल अभ्यास हो, त्यो अभ्यासको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अहिले कोलाबोरेटिभ फरेस्टमा पनि महिलाको 50% को कुरा, गभर्मेन्टको स्ट्रक्चरमा पनि 50% फरेस्ट सेक्टरमा हुनुपर्छ भन्ने यो कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ जोड दिइराखिएको छ। अर्को महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ एक्चुअल लिडरसिपमा प्रमोट गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ हामीले गऱ्यौँ, तर त्यसलाई एकदम इफेक्टिभली इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन कसरी गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा एकदम अझ च्यालेन्जिङ छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। त्यो सँगसँगै अर्को चाहिँ हामीले यो फरेस्ट र फार्मलाई कसरी लिङ्केज गरेर अगाडि बढाउने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा यो खास महिलाहरूको इन्ट्रेस्ट अनुसार चाहिँ फरेस्ट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट र एग्रिकल्चर बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट दुईटालाई जोडेर इकोनोमिक पाटोमा चाहिँ कसरी इम्पावर गर्ने भनेर त्यो खालको इनोभेसन चाहिँ हामीले सुरुवात गरेका छौँ। नेक्स्ट, अब यो केही चाहिँ अब हामीले यो फ्युचर च्यालेन्जेस र अपर्च्युनिटीहरू देखेका छौँ। यसमा चाहिँ रिकग्नाइजेसन एन्ड एकाउन्टिङ अफ द वुमेन अनपेड कन्ट्रिब्युसन, महिलाहरूले यति धेरै कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्नुभएको छ तर यो चाहिँ अनपेड हो, तर उहाँहरूलाई रिकग्नाइज गर्नुपर्छ। उहाँले गरेको कामलाई फ्युचरमा हामीले कसरी काउन्टिङ गर्ने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो यो च्यालेन्जेस पनि हो र नेक्स्ट अपर्च्युनिटीको रूपमा लानुपर्छ। त्यसै गरी जेन्डर रेस्पोन्स क्लाइमेट एक्सनहरू अघि पनि भयो, फन्डिङका कुराहरू छन् तर महिलाहरूको एक्सेस छैन, महिला नेटवर्कहरूको एक्सेस छैन। त्यहाँभित्र उहाँले ल्याएर काम गर्न सक्नु भएको छैन। महिला लिडरसिपको लागि हामीले पोलिसी बनाएको छौँ, त्यो पोलिसी इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्नको लागि महिलाहरूलाई क्यापेबल बनाउनको लागि चाहिँ इन्भेस्टमेन्ट नै छैन, लगानी नै भएको छैन। त्यो चाहिँ फ्युचर प्लानहरूमा यो च्यालेन्जलाई लिएर हामीले फ्युचर प्लानमा चाहिँ विशेष फोकस गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। अर्को वुमेन फ्रेन्डली एग्रिकल्चर पनि छैन हेर्नुहोस्, किन भन्दाखेरि इक्विपमेन्टहरू आउँछ, अब प्रविधिहरू आउँछ, तर महिलाहरूले कामै गर्न नसक्ने खालको प्रविधिहरू आएर एग्रिकल्चरमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो खालको ठुलो चेन्जेसहरूको महिलाहरूको इन्गेजमेन्ट चाहिँ एकदमै ट्रेडिसनल हिसाबले मात्रै जानु परिराखेको छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यस्ता खालका कामहरूमा चाहिँ विशेष गरी कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीमा कम्युनिटी बेस्ड अर्गनाइजेसनहरूमा चाहिँ महिलाहरूको एकदमै ह्युज कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ। यो अचिभमेन्ट र हामीले देखेको च्यालेन्जेसहरूलाई लिएर वे फरवर्डमा चाहिँ हामीले आरआरआईको 20औं एनिभर्सरी भएकोले गर्दाखेरि नेक्स्ट स्टेपमा हामी जानुपर्छ। किन भन्दा अघि ल्यान्ड राइट्सको कुरा उठाउनु भएको छ, ल्यान्ड राइट्सको कुरामा चाहिँ कलेक्टिभ ल्यान्ड राइट्सको हामीले कुरा उठाएको हो। नेपालको सन्दर्भमा यो एकदमै स्ट्रङली अगाडि बढ्न सकेका छैन। वुमेन्स चाहिँ कलेक्टिभ ल्यान्ड राइट्सको कुरालाई हामीले एउटा क्याम्पेनको रूपमा लग्यौँ भने कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीभित्र चाहिँ एउटा अभ्यास के भएको छ भने हामीले फरेस्ट एक्टमा चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीभित्रको निश्चित भाग चाहिँ आदिवासी जनजाति गरिब विपन्न महिलाहरूलाई दिन सकिनेछ भनेर त्यो प्रोभिजनको व्यवस्था चाहिँ गरेको छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो सबै हाम्रो इफोर्ट, यसमा आरआरआईको एउटा एनालाइसिस र ब्याक सपोर्टले गर्दाखेरि हामीले आज यो उपलब्धिहरू प्राप्त गरेको हो। यसमा हामीले धेरै बहसहरू गर्न सक्छौँ, छलफलहरू गर्न सक्छौँ। म बागमती प्रोभिन्समा पार्लियामेन्टमा भएको कारणले गर्दा त्यहाँभित्र पनि हामीले पार्लियामेन्टहरूसँग सबै पार्लियामेन्टको वुमेनहरू, अघि हामीले भने प्रोभिजन छ, इलेक्टेड हुनुभएको छ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीको, तर उहाँको क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङमा हामीले इन्भेस्ट गरेका छैनौँ। त्यसको विषयमा चाहिँ हामीले वुमेन्स राइट्स एन्ड रिसोर्स नेटवर्कबाट वुमेन्स पार्लियामेन्टहरूको क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ गर्ने क्लाइमेट चेन्ज र बायोडाइभर्सिटीमा, त्यसै गरी हामीले चाहिँ तलको लोकल गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ कम्युनिटी फरेस्ट्रीबाट इलेक्टेड वुमेनहरूको पनि क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ गर्ने भनेर त्यो लाइनबाट हामी अगाडि बढेका छौँ। यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले अब सबैले यो एउटाको मात्रै इफोर्ट होइन, हामी यहाँ सबै रहनेको कलेक्टिभ इफोर्ट भएकोले गर्दा जब कलेक्टिभ रूपमा गरेको कामलाई हामीले भन्न सक्छौँ अनि मात्रै हाम्रो मुभमेन्ट चाहिँ स्ट्रङ हुन्छ, चाहे त्यो लोकल कम्युनिटी, चाहे इन्डिजिनियस पिपल, चाहे युथ, चाहे वुमेनहरू। त्यसले गर्दा कलेक्टिभ इफोर्ट इज भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। धन्यवाद।
Next up is Dr. Pasando Masherpa, who's the Executive Director of CIPRED, the Center for Indigenous People Research and Development, a leading advocate for indigenous knowledge and climate resilience. With over a decade of experience, he's worked for nationally and internationally to promote the rights and contributions of indigenous people, women, and local communities.
Thank you very much. Tasidile, namaskar. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of us celebrating the 20th anniversary of RRI. This is our pride to have this event in Nepal, and thank you so much for Solange and all the RRI team for choosing our Nepal as a, the venue for the convention to celebrate among all of us. I would like to share a little bit about CIPRED, and then we just go ahead with a few examples what we have been doing. Center for Indigenous People Research and Development, CIPRED, established in 2011, with the aim for documentation, research, policy advocacy based on the research, through indigenous-led research, innovations, and documentation, and make it as our policy advocacy for ensuring indigenous people rights to protection of our customary governance, rights to protection of our knowledge, values, practices, so that our future generation, our children, grandchildren, would live with a respect and dignity in solidarity in our own landscape. It has been, I was calculating last night, how many years since I have been working with the community, with our own community. It was already 28 years. When I started working with our mountain indigenous communities. I calculated yesterday, last night, how many years I have been working with our global indigenous peoples and local communities and Afro-descendants around the global family. It's already been 17 years. Then in the span of more than 2 decades of work, one thing always haunted me: how can we live with a respect and dignity? How can you live with a self-determination? That has been haunted me when I watch my children. I'm the mother of 3 children. And every time we try to deconstruct what has been constructed with the education for years and years and years and years. How many years we spend our time in our school, how many years in the university. In the name of degree, I was calculating more than decades and decades. And that was how our mind has been shaped. And now this is the time we need to deconstruct what has been constructed. And that has what been haunting me. Can you just go to the audio, please?
This one?
Yeah. I just reflected back my own stories. I started asking question myself, why my name was changed when I was admitted at school. I was called Pasang Dolma. Pasang means Friday. I was born on Friday. So we have stories when I was born. But when I was admitted at school, my name was changed by my teacher. So till I was 6th grade, I was called another name. And I was ignorant that time. But now when I reflect back, the colonial aspects of not accepting indigenous language, Pasang means alien for them. But much later, I regained. And that was kind of a victory for myself to understand myself, my story, my experience on the ground, how we are driven by my parents, families, societies, and community as a whole. So, separate, I joined in 2016, but before then, I have been working in different organizations, international organization, national organization, but I have put one foot always in the academic discourse because teaching is my passion. I have been teaching since I finished my school. So more than 3 decades already, I have been teaching in my life at school, college, university, and now part of the visiting faculty at Kathmandu University, we started, we moved in the global movement, indigenous knowledge, building the capacity, climate policy and action. That was one of the key agenda of the UNCCC. In the span of 22 decades of the UNCCC, the struggle of indigenous people for recognition of our knowledge system, only in the Paris Agreement that became the outcome for recognition of indigenous knowledge, values, and practices. And that became a window of opportunity for us to establish indigenous study master's program in Kathmandu University. I feel so proud to see many students here in this hall, many faculty members making proud and connecting their dots, experiences back to the roots and inviting more young generation to continue this momentum. And along with our master's program, we started international indigenous-led research and education. We started in 2023 and 2024, and the momentum keeps on going on along with the pact, with the momentum of indigenous-led research. So another next conference is going to be happening in Kenya. So this moment of international-led research is continuously happening, and we really want to keep the momentum. And we are not just limiting the indigenous-led research and education in the university, but we are trying to build in solidarity, connecting the dots with the academic and non-academic discourse. And that, the momentum already started. And this is the pictures with my faculty members in Kathmandu University, discussing, reflecting our curriculum, what to be done next. And from next year, we are hoping to have 2 years master's, and then after that, PhD, continuously, but bringing with the bilateral, multilateral, civil society, different organization also reflect that discourse, what is happening inside the academic, what is happening outside the academic, and to keep the momentum for us to move ahead in solidarity. So finally, I would like to share the map of Nepal, where CPET is already starting this momentum. Our different research, especially in the area of customary governance and land tenure rights, indigenous food and economy, climate change, biodiversity, and finally, indigenous-led research and education. These are the different parts where we have been working in solidarity with the local government, local institution, and also in the academic and non-academic research institution. Yeah, finally, I just would like to give a big thought, small thoughts that the separate, working in collaboration with the different academic, non-academic institutions. And we are, as a pact, also would like to recommend, also encourage RRI team and collaborative teams to enhance further our momentum on indigenous-led research, education, and development to bring the paradigm shift in the research discourse, education discourse, and this is the only way of bringing not only paradigm shift, but also transformative change at the community, national, international level for our children to live with the respect and dignity and our shared future in solidarity. Thank you so much. Thuchiche.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful. We're going straight to our next presentation by Mr. Buddha Tapagarti from NEFIN. He's the Senior Vice Chairperson there and a longtime Indigenous rights activist with over 30 years of experience, worked extensively with FPIC and other organizations as well as Indigenous education. So this one goes to the front, and here if you need to go to the back. To front, back, here. That's back, yeah, and that one is front. Yeah, just press in, you can press in the middle of the button and press in the button to go back. There you go, front, yeah, front. And then one back, yeah? Thank you.
यहाँहरु सबैजना अलिक थाकी पनि सक्नु भएको होला नेपाल एउटा त्यस्तो देश जहाँ 35% भन्दा बढी आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको जनसंख्या छ 35% भन्दा बढी आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको माउ संस्था नेपाल आदिवासी जनजाति महासंघको तर्फबाट यहाँहरु सबैलाई हार्दिक अभिवादन सेवानुङ टक्राउन चाहन्छु र आरआरआई को यो 20औं वार्षिक उत्सव नेपालमा मनाउने जुन निर्णय गर्नुभयो यसका लागि आरआरआई को टिम प्रति हार्दिक धन्यवाद सहित आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु हामीले यति बेला आदिवासी जनजातिको अधिकारका सन्दर्भमा कुरा गर्दै गर्दा खास गरी भूमिको त्यो अधिकारलाई हामीले स्मरण गर्नुपर्दछ भूमिको त्यो अधिकार जति बेला आजभन्दा 250 वर्ष अगाडि आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको नियन्त्रणमा थियो यहाँका धेरै भूमि त्यो भूमि 250 वर्ष अगाडि जुन ढंगले खोसियो र त्यति मात्र नभएर 250 वर्ष अगाडि यहाँका आदिवासी जनजातिहरुसँग एउटा सन्धि पनि भएको थियो कि त्यो आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको भूमि माथि आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको आफ्नो नियन्त्रण हुनेछ आफ्नो उपभोग गर्न पाउने अधिकार हुनेछ र सामूहिकता हुनेछ भन्ने एउटा त्यहाँ सन्धि पनि भएको थियो त्यसैगरी 170 वर्ष अगाडि नियम र कानुन बनाएरै आदिवासी जनजातिका ती प्रथाजनित अभ्यासहरूलाई नेपाल त्यति बेलाको नेपाल सरकारले सम्बोधन पनि गरेको थियो यद्यपि पूर्ण रूपमा त्यो सम्बोधन नभए तापनि केही हदसम्म सम्बोधन गरेको थियो तर 60 वर्ष अगाडि बनेको भूमि ऐन जसले आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको भूमिमाथिको अधिकारलाई खोस्यो आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको भूमिमाथिको सामूहिकतालाई खोस्यो यसैले यहाँ मैले जुन कुरा गर्न जाँदै छु खास गरी आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको प्रथाजनित अधिकारका विषयमा जुन कुरा गर्न जाँदै छु त्यो आदिवासी जनजातिको प्रथाजनित अधिकार खास गरी भूमिसँग सम्बन्धित हुने भएको हुनाले यो भूमिको कुराहरू र त्यसपछि यहाँका हाम्रा कस्टमरी इन्स्टिट्युसन्सहरुका कुराहरूलाई सबैभन्दा बढी महत्त्व राख्नुपर्छ र तिनीहरूलाई सुनिश्चित गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ मैले यहाँनिर राख्न जाँदै छु र सबैभन्दा पहिला आदिवासी जनजातिहरुको यो प्रथाजनित अधिकार सुनिश्चित हुनका लागि राज्यले भूमिमाथिको अधिकारलाई सुनिश्चित गर्नुपर्दछ तर नेपाल सरकारले खास गरी भूमि अधिकार र भूमि माथिको स्वामित्व भनेर जसरी उसले बुझेको छ र हाम्रो माग र हाम्रो बुझाइ भनेको त्यसमा फरक छ राज्यले ती व्यक्तिहरू जो व्यक्तिहरू चाहिँ जमिनविहीन भूमिविहीन छन् भन्न खोजेको कोही पहिरोले बगाएर वा कोही चाहिँ विभिन्न ढङ्गले जब चाहिँ भूमिविहीन हुन्छन् तिनीहरूलाई भूमि दिनुलाई उसले चाहिँ राज्यले चाहिँ भूमि अधिकार भन्न ठान्छ। तर आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको माग भनेको के हो त भन्दाखेरिमा चाहिँ त्यो भूमि जुन भूमिमा उनीहरूको हिजोदेखि प्रथाजनित ढङ्गले जुन एन्सेस्टर पुर्खादेखि उनीहरूको आधिपत्य थियो, उनीहरूको स्वामित्व थियो र त्यस भूमिसँग सम्बन्धित विभिन्न प्राकृतिक स्रोत र साधनमाथिको उनीहरू जुन अग्राधिकार थियो त्यसलाई सुनिश्चित गर्नुपर्छ भनेर हामीले माग गरेका छौँ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा चाहिँ आदिवासी जनजातिको प्रथाजनित अधिकारका सन्दर्भमा कुरा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि भूमिमाथिको अधिकार सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हुन्छ। त्यसैगरी राज्यले कस्टमरी इन्स्टिट्युसनहरू प्रथाजनित जुन संस्थाहरू छन् त्यसलाई सम्मान गर्नुपर्ने आवश्यकता हुन्छ। त्यसैगरी भाषालाई राज्यले त्यसलाई सम्मान गर्नुपर्छ। नेपालमा पछिल्लो समय मातृभाषामा चाहिँ प्राथमिक शिक्षाहरू दिने व्यवस्था गरिएको भए तापनि यो जुन एक भाषा एक नीति जसरी चाहिँ र एक शिक्षा नीति जुन लागू गर्यो त्यसले आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको भाषामाथि यसले कुण्ठित गर्यो र आदिवासी जनजातिहरूलाई बहिष्करणमा पार्ने एउटा सुनियोजित षड्यन्त्र त्यसलाई लागू गर्यो। त्यति मात्र नभएर कस्टमरी लिडर्सहरू र कस्टमरी प्र्याक्टिसेसहरूलाई पनि राज्यले उत्तिकै चाहिँ त्यसलाई सम्मान गर्नुपर्दछ। मैले यहाँनिर केही तस्बिरहरू देखाउँदै गइरहेको छु जहाँ भर्खरै ताप्लेजुङको मुकुमलुङ भन्ने ठाउँ जहाँ चाहिँ त्यहाँका आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको स्वतन्त्र पूर्व जानकारी सहितको सहमति बिना त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ कुनै एउटा परियोजना सञ्चालन गर्ने दुस्साहस गरेको छ, जसले त्यहाँका आदिवासी जनजातिहरूलाई विस्थापित गर्ने मात्र होइन आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको त्यो आस्था र त्यहाँ उनीहरूको चाहिँ जुन एउटा चाहिँ धरोहर छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ तहस नहस पार्ने एउटा ठुलो समस्या सिर्जना हुँदैछ। त्यसै गरी अर्को राउटे र त्यसै गरी बनकरिया यिनीहरू साङ्केतिक मात्र मैले यहाँ तस्बिरहरू प्रस्तुत गरेको छु, जसलाई उनीहरूको चाहिँ भूमिबाट जुन राउटेहरू जुन आफ्नो जङ्गलमा उनीहरू आफू बस्न चाहन्छन् त्यहाँ उनीहरूले जङ्गलको अधिकार प्राप्त गर्न सकेका छैनन् भनेदेखि बनकरिया जसलाई पर्सा राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जबाट आजभन्दा 40 वर्ष अगाडि त्यहाँबाट उनीहरू विस्थापित भएका थिए र राज्यले अत्यन्त षड्यन्त्रपूर्ण ढङ्गले उनीहरूलाई भाडामा जुन त्यहाँको एउटा चाहिँ मकवानपुरको एउटा स्थान उपलब्ध गराएको छ त्यो उनीहरूको जुन एउटा सम्झौता पनि अब सकिँदैछ र अहिले उनीहरू चाहिँ अब कहाँ जाने भन्ने खालको कुरा चाहिँ अत्यन्त अन्योलपूर्ण अवस्था रहेको छ। त्यसै गरी क्लाइमेट चेन्जले पनि आदिवासी जनजातिका कस्टमरी प्र्याक्टिसेसहरूलाई निकै प्रभाव पारेको छ। जस्तो कि यहाँनिर मैले तपाईँहरूलाई याकको चित्र देखाएको छु। पछिल्लो समय हिमाल पग्लेकै कारणले गर्दा हाम्रो जुन याक पाल्ने हिमाली समुदायहरू छ त्यो धेरै माथि चाहिँ अगाडि जानुपर्ने भएको हुनाले याक पाल्ने जस्ता कतिपय हाम्रा चाहिँ प्रथाजनित अभ्यासहरू चाहिँ सङ्कटमा पर्न गइरहेका छन्। त्यति मात्र नभएर त्यो जुन तलपट्टि अर्को एउटा तस्बिर छ जहाँ सुक्खापनको कारणले गर्दा त्यहाँका हाम्रा जुन प्रथाजनित ढङ्गले बाख्रा पालनका चाहिँ गोठहरू र त्यसै गरी उनीहरूको चाहिँ बस्ती पनि चाहिँ उजाडिदो अवस्थामा छ। यद्यपि हामीसँग केही अपर्च्युनिटीहरू पनि छ, केही आशाहरू पनि छन्। जस्तो कि पछिल्लो समय स्थानीय तहहरूले आदिवासी जनजातिका प्रथाहरूलाई चाहिँ सम्बोधन गर्ने गरी विभिन्न ठाउँहरूमा विभिन्न स्थानीय समुदायहरूले चाहिँ यो ऐनहरू बनाएको अवस्था छ। यसमा खास गरी चुम्नुब्रीको सन्दर्भ कुरा गर्न सकिन्छ, बडगरका कुराहरू गर्न सकिन्छ, यसै गरी चाहिँ इलाममा भएका वनका नियमावलीहरू ऐनहरूका कुराहरू गर्न सकिन्छ। त्यसै गरी पछिल्लो समय हाम्रा नयाँ पुस्ताहरूले पनि हाम्रो प्रथाजनित अभ्यासलाई पनि उनीहरूले चाहिँ अवलम्बन गरेको कुराहरूलाई पनि यहाँनिर राख्न सकिन्छ। यति भन्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले यो 2 वर्षको बिचमा आरआरआईसँग चाहिँ हामी यो 2 वर्षमा चाहिँ सहकार्य गऱ्यौँ, हाम्रो कोलिसन रह्यो। त्यसमा आरआरआईसँगको यो सहयोगमा आरआरआईसँगको यो सहकार्यमा हामीले मुख्यतया 3वटा कामहरू गऱ्यौँ। एउटा काम भनेको खास गरी अगस्त 9 अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी दिवस मनाउने सन्दर्भमा यो आरआरआईले हामीलाई ठुलो सहयोग गरेको छ र यसलाई हामीले केवल एउटा चाहिँ उत्सवका रूपमा मात्र मनाउँदैनौँ, यसलाई हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो एउटा अभियानका रूपमा र आन्दोलनका रूपमा पनि मनाइरहेका हुन्छौँ। त्यसै गरी केही समय अगाडि राज्यले चाहिँ यो नयाँ संरक्षित क्षेत्र नयाँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज घोषणा गर्ने तयारी गरिरहेको छ। मेरापिक राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज घोषणा गर्ने तयारी गरिरहेको छ। मेरापिक राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज घोषणा गर्ने सन्दर्भको कुरा गर्दा यो पनि एउटा साङ्केतिक कुरा हो। 1973मा जति बेला नेपालमा पहिलो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज चितवन घोषणा गर्दै गर्दा 20,000 थारूहरू त्यहाँबाट विस्थापित भएका छन् भनेदेखि त्यसै गरी नेपालका धेरै संरक्षित क्षेत्र र राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जहरूबाट आदिवासी जनजातिहरू घरबारविहीन र उनीहरूको अधिकारहरू चाहिँ त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ उनीहरू विस्थापित भइराखेको अवस्था र खोसिएको अवस्था छ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा अब राज्यले बनाउन खोज्दै गरेको प्रस्ताव गर्दै गरेको मेरापिक राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज पनि त्यहाँ चाहिँ उनीहरूको एपिक अर्थात् उनीहरूको मन्जुरी बिना कुनै पनि कामहरू गर्न पाइँदैन भन्ने सन्दर्भ कुरा हामीले चाहिँ त्यसमा राज्यलाई चाहिँ ध्यान आकर्षण गराएका छौँ। त्यति मात्र नभएर अबका कुनै पनि संरक्षित क्षेत्र हुन् वा राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जहरू हुन् त्यहाँ आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको अधिकारहरू सुनिश्चित हुनुपर्छ, उनीहरूका प्रथाजनित अभ्यासहरू सुनिश्चित हुनुपर्छ, उनीहरूका चाहिँ प्रथाजनित र आदिवासी ज्ञानहरू चाहिँ सुरक्षित हुनुपर्छ भन्ने खालका कुराहरूलाई पनि हामीले राज्यसँग यो खालको ध्यान आकर्षण गराएका छौँ। त्यसपछि अर्को एउटा कार्यक्रम हामीले चाहिँ यो आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको प्रथाजनित जमिन जुन छ त्यो जमिनलाई चाहिँ अभिलेखीकरण गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा RRI सँगको सहकार्यमा हामीले एउटा प्रिलिमिनरी वर्कसप सम्पन्न गरेका छौँ र हामीले अपेक्षा गरेका छौँ कि आदिवासी जनजातिहरूको त्यो पुर्खा यो प्रथाजनित हाम्रो एन्सेस्ट्रल जुन ल्यान्ड छ त्यो ल्यान्डको चाहिँ म्यापिङका सन्दर्भमा पनि हामीले अब छिट्टै काम गर्ने हामीले त्यो अपेक्षा गरेका छौँ र RRI ले त्यसमा हामीलाई सहयोग गर्नेछ भन्ने कुरालाई अपेक्षा गरेका छौँ। यति कुरा राखेँ। अब यहाँहरुका केही जिज्ञासाहरू छन् भनेदेखि मैले त्यसलाई स्वागत गर्नेछु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Beautiful presentation. Thank you. Let me get the clicker because then we're going to go to our last presentation of the day from our beautiful partners, the Voice of the Youth. And I'm going to call here Pema Vogmu Lama, who is a Mugum Indigenous youth leader, activist, and feminist from Nepal. She serves as secretary for the Youth Federation of Indigenous Nationalities Nepal, the IFAN, which she's representing here today. Champion climate justice, indigenous knowledge, and gender equality, passionate grassroots activist, amplifies indigenous voices in both the national and international policy-making arenas. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florentin. I'm not sure I said your name right, but yeah. Tashitele, everyone. Indigenous greeting, namaste. And I'd like a very big hi from everyone, please. Hi. I really want the energy to be up because I feel like we are going like really, really low on the energy. Yeah, best for the last. So yeah, moving on. So I'd not like to take a lot of time because we are already running out of it. So first of all, really heartfelt congratulations and many, many best wishes to RRI for its an amazing journey of 20 years. It hasn't been much that I have known RRI, but in the years that I've known them, the works they have done, I used to have a preconception of, you know, who donors are and what they do for indigenous people. And with all my pre-assumptions, knowing RRI and the works they have done, the kind of support they have presented, not just in terms of funding, but also in terms of the emotions that they share with us, it has been a really amazing journey. And it gives us hope that maybe if we have more funders, more supporters, partners like this, maybe our issues will not take as much time as it has taken to move forward. So it's a really, really heartfelt congratulations to RRI. And just moving forward to my presentation, I learned one thing from a lot of our seniors here and elders here, that maybe I should have also brought some metrics and percentage and numbers to show the kind of achievements that YFIN and Indigenous youth have done. But today I bring more of my experiences of my fellow youths, experiences of youth elders who have led this movement to bring us in this platform and share the kind of knowledges, to share the emotions that we have shared within our conversations, within our sharing circles. So one of the achievements that I feel is really big for YFIN as an institution and organization is the level of institutional strengthening and institutional foundations that we have built. YFIN, when it started, it was initiated 26 years ago. In a space, right now we are understanding the shrinking space for shrinking civic spaces. But we come from a time where there was no space for indigenous people. There was no place for us to claim our identities, for us to be indigenous. Funding is like a very, very far, it was a dream at that time. And even coming from that time, the kind of foundations that YFIN has been able to build, the kind of connection that it has been able to build within our movement with indigenous people, with indigenous communities, with young people, it is really, really amazing when I hear about it. And that makes me wonder, why do we exactly need funding? When our elders had led movement without any funding support from state or from external resources, they had done so much work. They had claimed indigenous identity as a constituency, as a nation in this country where we have been internally colonized for such a long time. And in that time, we did not need money. But why are we behind right now? Because it's how the state has made. It's how the society has built. It's how we as a world has grown in pushing indigenous peoples and our community outside. So I feel like that is an amazing, amazing achievement, and that gives a lot of learning opportunity and a lot of growing opportunity for not just indigenous movements, but for all movements to come together and reconsider what is happening within the world that we live in. And another achievement is, it's very easier for me to share this achievement because every achievement that all of the speakers that have shared, there have been contribution of indigenous youth in all of the experiences they have shared. And that for me is such a great thing to understand and to just feel that power that our elders, even the elders that are here right now, have been youth at some point of their life, and they have realized the need for this movement. And I see a lot of achievement in that itself, and a lot of achievement in a lot of youths that are within this room right now. For us to be in this space is a very big achievement, and the contribution that we do, not as a foundation, but as a pillars to strengthen the movement that our elders have paved, is a really big achievement for us. And another achievement is not just in terms of like what we do as a movement, and I take movements very loosely right now, because what exactly is a movement? Is movement coming out in the streets and protesting? Is movement ensuring that indigenous people are in the policies? Is movement ensuring that funds are within our community? So what is exactly movement? And for me, what movement we as indigenous youth and a lot of other youth that haven't been able to bring their voices in this platform are doing is they are still in their roots, despite all the colonization, despite globalization, and despite everything that's happening. They're still in their roots. They're still practicing their indigenous cultural traditional practice. They're still within their customary governance system. They're still so connected and so in touch with their nature and their land and their territories. That is a very big achievement for us as indigenous youth, and something that we have still been practicing. And another is we are also in the state rooms. It was a very new information for me. Some of our founding members from YFIN, they are currently in government rooms and government positions, which they have been there after such a long fight. And that is also an achievement for us, because they are there representing indigenous youth. They are there from our indigenous young people's fights, and they're there in the state room influencing decisions that directly affect us. And that is an amazing, amazing achievement for me and us as an indigenous young people. So in terms of learning, I evaluated whether it's a learning for overall as a movement, or learning in going forward, or learning from everything that we have experienced. So one of the learnings that we as indigenous youth and we as indigenous movement and also civil movement, we learn is the responsibility that we carry coming in this space, because I've shared spaces with a lot of youth coming from such a diverse sectors, from those working at the community level, those working at regional level, global levels, even at national levels. And a lot of things that I see is sometimes I'm representing voices that I should not be representing. Even as indigenous youth, I'm representing voices. Right now, I'm representing voices as indigenous youth of Nepal, and that is not fair for a lot of people that I don't relate to and that I don't bring their voices here. And that is a really big responsibility that not just me as a person, but all of us, each and every individual of us that is in this room, need to take the responsibility that we are carrying in bringing these names, these terminologies forward. And that is a really big learning that we as an organization have also learned when we are representing as an umbrella organization of indigenous young people in Nepal. And another is political and cultural identity. From our experiences, a lot of our fights by our indigenous elders have been through throughout the history have been for our political identity, for our political recognition, because we have been outside of state mechanism for such a long time, and that have really pushed us behind the margins. So our community, our elders have really fought for that political recognition. But at the same time, what we lost, well, it's not completely lost, but what we did lose in that process is our connection to our roots. We did lose that, and it's really important for us to recognize that and to really move forward in connecting back to our roots and connecting back Indigenous young people to their roots. And that this is not as easy as like I'm saying right now, because that needs a lot of collective efforts from a lot of different levels and actors. And that's where comes redefining movements. So like I said, I use the word movement very loosely because there are a lot of things that can come within movements. And like Doris' sister shared when she shared the message for Indigenous youth, she shared that we really need to redefine, and we need to define what is movement for us by ourselves and what is movement for Indigenous youth by ourselves. So that's why it's a very big learning for me too, because a lot of things that I've learned is from my mother, is from my parents, it's from our elders that have shaped me into being in this movement. And a lot of times, that scenario and the scenario that I'm currently, and a lot of Indigenous young people and even younger generation are currently, it can be a little bit different. And there can be multiple strategies and multiple ways we can redefine it, and we can refocus on what we want to achieve as a community, as a constituency, as Indigenous people in Nepal. And another, connecting all of that learning is intergenerational sharing. And by sharing, it's not just about leadership sharing, but also sharing the knowledges that we have, sharing the strength that we have, also sharing the feelings that we have, the sadness, the happiness, everything that we have needs to share within generations. Because I'm here, a lot of Indigenous young people in this room are here because we had that intergenerational sharing. But a lot of Indigenous youth are not here because they did not have that sharing. So it's really important to take this learning forward. And some of the way forwards that we can do is reclaiming our territories, identities, and narratives. Like I shared about redefining, it's also very important right now in this space that we need to reclaim who we are, because a lot of that is forgotten, a lot of that is erased, and a lot of that is transformed. So that needs to be reclaimed, and that reclaiming needs our own initiative, because the reclaiming that others have done for us was not what we wanted. So that's why we need to reclaim that ourselves. And beyond that, we also need to demand spaces, not just within Indigenous movement, but beyond Indigenous movement, at state levels, at CSOs movements, at feminist movement, at community forest user group movements, and a lot of other movements. We need to demand that space, because a lot of times those spaces are not readily given to us. So it's very important for us to demand that space and make that space meaningful for everyone that we are representing. And another is co-creating enabling spaces that YFIN has been doing for such a long time. We currently have more than 30-member organization representing 30 Indigenous peoples in Nepal. We also have more than 50 district chapters. These all are spaces that we built, that our Indigenous young people in grassroots levels, in district levels built for us to come together, to share our knowledges, to not just share our knowledges, but also share our struggles. And then, most importantly, bridging generations and having our elders. I see a lot of elders here in this room, and having the blessing of those elders, having direction provided by that elders is very, very important for us. And sometimes, because of a lot of incidents that our sisters have already shared of development projects, of state operations, we have lost that bridge between our elders and us. And that bridge needs to be remade. Needs to be remade by us ourselves. And at last, my message is for us as Indigenous youth, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you, first of all, to all the wonderful presenters who were here to share all the insights from these beautiful organizations. So a big round of applause for all the presenters. We have to keep track of time. That's unfortunately my job, Stefan's job, and Barbara's job. And we also have a very important award ceremony starting soon. So we won't have time to have questions to the panel, but I have to reinforce from all of them that they're going to be here, and you can talk to them about all the things that they have shared. I will pass to Stefan quickly to see if we have one or two last insights from the room as a reaction to these presentations.
Yeah, so we're getting final reflections from you. Just to remind you, we heard a presentation, because it's 4 in a row, right? So we had one presentation on women leadership from and beyond community forestry. We talked about indigenous-led research, realizing indigenous rights, and then finally the youth leadership. So I have 1, 2, 3. Yes, you had.
Thank you, panelists, for the excellent presentation. Congratulations to you all and learning from all of you. And I have a question to FECOFON. How FECOFON have implemented ILO Convention 169, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Convention on Biological Diversity, CEDAW General Recommendation 39 on the Rights of Indigenous Women and Girls in the community forestry legislation and guidelines? And another question is, do you have disaggregated data of caste and ethnicity of diverse group in community forestry? And another one is just, I'm going to say the recent development. Recently, Supreme Court has given directive orders to Nepal government by saying that implement ILO 169, UN RIP in the local level, federal level, and provincial level legislation. So I think how it will be implemented, we indigenous people of Nepal, 30.2% indigenous people are curious how the Nepal government will implement, because Bharati ji is honorable, one of the women who have reached in the decision-making level. So we are really proud of her. Thank you.
Thank you. So you should follow up with them afterwards to get your answers.
What we have gathered here today reminisce 20 years when RRI was born. And that thinking is resonating in different voices across the world in this room. That was the thinking of the RRI. How will RRI become a global movement to articulate issues around the downtrodden citizens from around the world that are clamoring for their rights to be heard, to have a seat on the table to discuss pertinent issues relating to forests, relating to land governance. I think that was a very laudable thinking. Today we are here, we are getting resources, human resources in the form of statements coming from colleagues in this struggle. We hope in the next 20 years again, we will be able to get more testimonies coming on. Because what I have learned, this is my first meeting, joining the family. But what I have gathered here today will never be forgotten. Because I know the frontliners, the initiators of the RRI, their dream are now resonating across the world. We say thank you to them, and we hope this family will lead in the coming years.
Thank you. So one up there, and then I had Barbara, and then we need to, unfortunately, close.
Hello. म गणेश विश्वकर्मा मैले धेरै प्रेजेन्टेसन सुनिसकेपछि विशेष गरी 2006 को चाहिँ पपुलर मुभमेन्ट पछाडि नेपालमा हामीले नयाँ एउटा चाहिँ आन्दोलनको सुरुवात गर्यौं जसमा चाहिँ इन्डिजिनियस मुभमेन्ट र चाहिँ लोकल कम्युनिटीको आन्दोलनलाई चाहिँ एकीकृत आन्दोलन बनाएर अगाडि बढाउने नेपालको एकदम राम्रो खालको मोडेल छ यो यति हुँदाहुँदै पनि त्यो मोडल कुन बेला राम्रो हुन्छ त भन्दाखेरि त्यसमा चाहिँ इन्द्रेणी एप्रोच प्रयोग गर्यो भने अब खिचडी एप्रोचमा काम गर्दैन त्यहाँ खिचडी एप्रोचमा के हुन्छ भने तपाईले 8-10 वटा सामान एउटैमा मिसाएर पकाउनुहुन्छ त्यो पनि कुकरमा अनि त्यो हरेक कुराको चाहिँ अस्तित्व अलग अलग हुँदैन त्यहाँ तर तपाईले इन्द्रेणी एप्रोचमा जानुभयो भने त्यहाँ 7 वटा चाहिँ रङहरूको अलग अलग अस्तित्व हुन्छ र सबै मिल्यो भने एकदम सुन्दर चाहिँ इन्द्रेणी बन्छ त्यसो हुनाले जसरी सरकारले चाहिँ विभिन्न कम्युनिटीलाई डिभाइड एन्ड रुल गर्छ त्यस्तै कतै कतै हाम्रो आरआरआईले आरआरआईका पार्टनरहरूले पनि यो मधेसीहरूलाई दलितहरूलाई नेपालमा दलितहरू नियर अबाउट 15% छन् हैन मधेसीहरू नियर अबाउट 27% छन् तर उनीहरूको प्रतिनिधित्व उनीहरूको चाहिँ त्यो इन्द्रेणी टाइपको चाहिँ प्रतिनिधित्व कतै भएन कि यसलाई आजको यो साधारण सभाले यो चाहिँ वार्षिक उत्सवले पुनर्विचार गरोस् यो वार्षिक उत्सवको हार्दिक धेरै धेरै शुभकामना
Thank you. So we have a final word back there, and then we unfortunately have to close because we need to move to the award ceremony.
Thank you very much. I was just struck by Dr. Pasang's relating that as a child, her teacher changed her indigenous name. And this was done throughout the enslavement of Africans. That's why my name is Barbara Reynolds. But it wasn't just the name, but it was the language, it was the clothes, it was the food, it was the customs that were inferior. And one cannot help but reflect on the impact that had on the individual child, who in this instance was able to overcome that, but on a whole population of people. And so it's important that in understanding the deconstructing of our identities, that we understand that the repair of this really has to come from those who have been deconstructed, because the repair and the healing will not come from those who already did the deed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I pass back to Floor.
Thank you so much. And the fact that we have so many comments, questions, conversations that are only getting started makes a lot of sense. After day one, we're inspired. There's a lot of movement happening, and we'll have 2.5 extra days to discuss this in depth, go into all these examples. I also just want to call your attention to the report that you received. I don't know if anybody can hold it up for me, the 20-year anniversary report, which also contains a lot of the achievement stories, including those from Nepal. So if you want to read more there as well, to get prepared for the coming days of dialogue as well. Once again, thank you so much, all 8 of you. Wonderful, beautiful presentations, a lot of inspiration. I think we'll have a picture. We're going to go to a coffee break, and in 15 minutes, we'll be back here to start the award ceremony. So grab a coffee, bring it back here, continue your conversations, and then at 5 sharp, we will start the award ceremony. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so the best thing is you grab your coffee and you come back immediately, so we can actually start at 5.
Thank you. You okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to come on the stage?
I wanted to, yes, hi. I wanted to apologize to all of you because I was giving you time.
Okay.
I was trying to help. And I know how it,
recognize the power of collective action. So that's how we just said, well, why don't we start this award? Another thing that struck me was also, it was more this individualistic and Western ways of awarding instead of being rooted within the community, and also the capitalist approach with the money that comes with it. And we were like, well, for us as RRI, we're not that rich, so we cannot put money to it, but we know that we do have different mechanisms that can support projects. And we were like, well, if we have the award these, we will see how we can include them as part of the RRI coalition, but also see how we can, for example, under Clarify, get them some projects so they can work on. So that's how we came up with this award to really think about the power of collective action. So, welcome to the inaugural Rights and Resources Initiative Collective Action Award ceremony. The Collective Action Award was created to honor the extraordinary strengths and vision of Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and local communities who have come together over time to protect their lands, cultures, and rights. This award recognizes enduring power of collective, intergenerational efforts rooted in community and sustained by shared purpose. Unlike many awards that center on individual achievement or short-term projects, the Collective Action Award uplifts the long art of community-led action, emphasizing processes of long-term organizing, sharing traditional knowledge and innovation in the face of complex social, environmental, and political challenges. It celebrates initiatives that are led by and for Indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, and local communities, with a strong emphasis on inclusive participation, particularly of women, youth, and elders. The nomination process was intentionally community-centered. Open to nominations from across the globe, we received over 190 submissions from communities working tirelessly to defend rights, restore cultural practices, strengthen governance, protect territories, and build sustainable futures. Nominations were evaluated through a rigorous and participatory review process led by a diverse and independent selection committee. Final awardee was selected based on their alignment with the award core criteria. And here are the criteria: collective leadership, achievements in territorial right and community resilience, cultural revitalization, prosperity and sustainable livelihoods, and inclusive collective governance. Tonight, we honor those communities whose actions stood out for their tenacity, creativity, and vision. Their efforts are bold, rooted, and inspiring examples of what it means to advance justice, care for the earth, and hold space for future generations. RRI is proud to work alongside these awardees, not only in celebration, but in shared commitment. We will continue to amplify their voices, support their leadership, and build platforms that shift power and resources directly to community-led solutions. We also want to express our deepest gratitude to all the 190+ communities who were nominated. Your work is vital and deserves continued recognition and support. We thank the nominators, community endorsers, translators, selection committee members, and organizing partners who helped make this award possible. Your efforts ensure the process was accessible, inclusive, and rooted in community values. Together, we celebrate not just an award, but a movement, and the generations who carry it forward. And now, I would like to introduce and welcome to the stage Jenny Springer, a member of the RRI Selection Committee, who will share honorable mention of our top 15 award finalists before revealing our 3 award winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Solange, and good afternoon, everyone. As an RI Fellow, it was a great honor to serve as a member of the selection committee for this first ever RRI Collective Action Award, along with 8 other selection committee members from around the world.
We had a difficult task as a selection committee. As Solange notes, there were 190 nominated communities. We were impressed not just with the quantity, but with the quality of their work. All of them are doing critically important work. At a time when so many global developments could be cause for despair, these communities inspire us with their courage and tenacity, their creativity and resourcefulness, and their visions of hope for the future. Among the 190 nominees, I have the honor today to present 15 finalists, 15 communities that made it to our finalist round for consideration for the award. While they were not the formal award recipients, we want to honor and celebrate these 15 finalists for their exemplary work. And I'll present all 15 in turn. In the interest of time, please hold your applause until the end. Beginning with the Asia region, the Indigenous Peoples of Adat, Dalem, Tumblingen in Catur Desa in Bali, Indonesia. We recognize these communities for integrating conservation with indigenous knowledge systems, focusing on biodiversity protection, water security, cultural preservation, and sustainable livelihoods. The Sumba community in the Sum Valley, Gorkha district of Nepal. They have played an essential role in sustaining resource management and biodiversity conservation through a unique customary governance system. The Lumad community in Surigao del Sur, Mindanao, the Philippines, has become a powerful force for the protection of ancestral lands, cultural heritage, and rights for over 20 years. The indigenous communities of the Oibura Indigenous Territory in the Bima region of Indonesia. They are mapping customary territories, creating indigenous-led enterprises, and establishing cultural schools through inclusive leadership that centers indigenous women and youth. The Tiria Gram Sabha, or Village Council, in Chhattisgarh State in India, has successfully obtained recognition of over 3,000 hectares of community forests, supporting both conservation and sustainable livelihoods. Turning now to Latin America, the Comunidad Achuar Xaramansa in the Pastaza region of Ecuador is promoting territorial autonomy, cultural resilience, sustainable livelihoods, and conservation, including by providing solar energy access to remote communities. The 5 indigenous communities who manage the potato park in the Cusco region of Peru are conserving native potato varieties and cultural heritage in this global center of diversity for the potato. The Pucayacu community in Pasco, Peru, is revitalizing ancestral knowledge to restore traditional water harvesting practice and ensure local water resilience. The Junta de Acción Comunal Verda San Isidro in Caqueta, Colombia, is building cooperative, sustainable agroecological farms while defending water, biodiversity, and indigenous agricultural traditions for over 25 years. Also in Colombia, the Community Council of Afro-descendant Women of California del Patia in the Cauca region is implementing sustainable farming and conservation practices through a women-led approach to strengthening territorial rights. And now the group of our finalists from Africa. The Mount Elgon Ogiek community in the Mount Elgon region of Kenya. We recognize this community for blending traditional ecological knowledge with sustainable livelihoods, conserving biodiversity-rich landscapes, while defending their land and resource rights for over a century. The Bateke Nord community in Mai-Ndombe province of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is securing community land rights, protecting the endangered bonobo, and improving the well-being of local people through democratic and participatory governance. The community of Masaha in northern Gabon is recognized for protecting ancestral forests from logging, preserving cultural heritage, and securing legal recognition of their territory as a community conserved area. The Kolu Ndig APAC, or ICCA, in the Fatick region of Senegal, is using creative new ways to continue sustaining a sacred forest that was established almost 400 years ago. And last but not least, the Bashi community of South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo is ensuring community-led, holistic development through education, healthcare, sustainable agriculture, cultural preservation, and the defense of territorial rights. Please, everyone, a big round of applause for our 15 finalists. In the coming weeks, RRI will be honoring all of these finalists, as well as our award winners, by featuring their stories, promoting their work, and profiling their achievements. Please follow their stories and social media profiles, and please act on and amplify their calls to action and their requests for collaboration and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. 190 applications, like nominees. This is telling us something, because we used to hear that it's hard to find best practices of what communities are doing. These are best practices. And I think we should keep on doing this and collecting more of this. And as RRI, we will see what is the best way to keep on engaging with these communities who are doing amazing work and that need support. We have been talking about direct access to finance, right? How do we make sure that these communities, with the little they have, they keep on doing a lot of good work? So we will definitely make sure that we can find ways to get them engaged with the RRI coalition. All right, so the ceremony is still ongoing. And we are thrilled to officially announce the Rights and Resources Initiative Collective Award winners, which will be going to one recipient from each of the regions where RRI works. We have Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And to help present the RRI Collective Award, Action Awards, we would like to invite to the stage RRI founders, Andy White, Arvin Curry, and RRI Board Chair, Peggy Smith, please come over. And as they are getting onto the stage, I would now want to pass on to Arvin Curry to announce, who will be giving us the first, announcement of the first awardee. We're all very excited to have them on. Standing right behind you. Yes, Sergi.
Well, as you heard, 190 communities doing excellent work across the globe. And the final winners actually represent the best of the best, okay? And they should be very proud of it. So the Asia Award goes to the indigenous people of Jagaria, Aru Islands of Indonesia. This community has fought several battles to preserve the ecology and culture of their island. They have fought illegal logging, they have fought the plantations development, large-scale concessions, and more recently, they have fought the carbon cowboys. Okay. They were able to do that because of two very important things. One, the whole island respects the customary law, is respected by everyone. And second important thing is they are deeply ingrained decision-making process. And they are guided by two principles, which I will say in their language and give you the translation, which has really kept them going. The two principles are Sita Ekatu, which means we all are one, and Sita Kaka Walike, which means we are all family. Now, there is a video introduction, which I would like to ask the technical team to present the video.
Dalam melakukan advokasi, dalam melakukan perjuangan, pergerakan, banyak tantangan dan tidak mudah. Tantangan itu baik yang datang dari di dalam komunitas maupun dari luar komunitas.
Mengatasi masalah-masalah yang dihadapi, maka tentu harus memperkuat komunitas sehingga tetap solid dalam melakukan perjuangan yang tidak boleh selesai.
Penghargaan ini bagi saya, mendorong saya untuk lebih giat lagi, mendorong kami untuk lebih giat, untuk tetap menjaga.
Penghargaan ini, maka semangat juang masyarakat mulai digerakkan lagi untuk tetap melakukan perjuangan sampai akhir hayat.
So now, accepting the award on behalf of the community, we would like to welcome two very special guests, Mika Ganobal and Rosina Gilagoy. Please come to the stage. Congratulations to both of you. Can you hear? Okay. Yeah. Can you hear now? Yeah, okay. Could you share with this whole audience what this award means to you and what your community should be remembered by all of us? Okay? Got it?
Apa makna? Baik, terima kasih. Pertama-tama, saya bersyukur kepada Tuhan yang memberi hidup dan kepada leluhur Jargaria yang memberikan kesempatan bagi kami ada di panggung yang luar biasa ini. Dan karena itu sebelum saya menyampaikan apa yang menjadi pertanyaan, saya mengajak kita sekalian memberikan aplaus yang luar biasa kepada RRI. Mari saya Iya, makna penghargaan ini bagi kami masyarakat adat Jargaria di Kabupaten Kepulauan Aru adalah bahwa kami tidak sendirian berjuang. Perjuangan yang kami lakukan mungkin jauh di Kepulauan Aru yang peta itu tidak kelihatan. Tetapi ketika penghargaan ini menunjukkan bahwa solidaritas masyarakat adat di seluruh dunia sudah bersatu. Menunjukkan bahwa permasalahan yang ada di Aru, di Jargaria, itu juga menjadi permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh saudara-saudara kami, masyarakat adat yang ada di Afrika, yang ada di Nepal, yang ada di Brasil, yang ada di seluruh belahan dunia. Dan karena itu bagi kami penghargaan ini menunjukkan bahwa kita masyarakat adat masih kuat ketika kita tetap bersatu. Yang berikut pertanyaannya, apa yang minta maaf bisa diulangi? Ya, dari komunitas kami perlu kami jelaskan bahwa komunitas kami itu jauh sekali di Aru, dan karena itu kami berharap hari ini ketika kita sama-sama ada dalam suasana seperti ini, kita bukan lagi dipisahkan oleh negara, tetapi sebetulnya kita disatukan oleh perasaan senasib sebagai sesama masyarakat adat. Ruang dan waktu yang hanya memisahkan, tetapi semangat dan solidaritas kita itu satu. Bahwa kita masyarakat adat, dan karena itu kami berharap perjumpaan seperti ini, perjumpaan ini menjadi pengingat bahwa masyarakat adat di Aru, di Indonesia, di Maluku juga menjadi bagian bersama dalam komunitas masyarakat adat internasional. Kami berharap ketika proses ini selesai, semangat dan solidaritas itu tetap kita bangun secara berkelanjutan. Terima kasih.
Surprisingly, this particular community comes from so far away. And they still have deep connections with Nepal. And that is reflected by the similarity of the headgear which they have. Now, this is not original, this is a replica, because original you can't bring in because it has the real feathers and real this thing. And they would like to present the headgear to the government of Nepal. I'm requesting Honorable Bharti Pathak to come and receive it on behalf of the government of Nepal. Come here. You can give the headgear. Thank you very much, very inspiring. Another round of applause, please. And now I would like to invite the RRI co-founder, Andy White, to present the second winner, awardee.
Thank you, Solange. It's an honor for me to be part of this gathering and to present this award. And so now we're turning to Latin America. And the award goes to the Jupago Creca Indigenous Collective from Brazil. There they are. So this community stood out for their work to secure their land rights. And we all know Brazil has been a tough country in many ways. And tremendous violence, tremendous challenge. So this community stood out for, despite those challenges, securing their land rights and also restoring over 27,000 hectares of land. And they did this through integrating food production with forest regeneration and preserving ancestral knowledge and promoting the well-being of all life forms within their territory. So please give another round of applause to the Jupago Creca Indigenous Collective from Brazil. And we have a little video to show about their work, and then we'll invite them to the stage. So a little video.
Sou indígena, Chucuru de Ururubá. Trabalhamos aqui no espaço, trabalhando com a sustentabilidade do meio ambiente. E para a gente, plantar árvores é plantar vida, é proteger o nosso solo sagrado, recuperando uma mãe com ferida. Então a gente temos a terra como a nossa mãe. A nossa sala de medicina, ela vem mostrando essa ciência, a ciência do nosso mais velho, a ciência da terra, da pedra, dos animais que moram na mata, das árvores sagradas, que transformamos elas em medicina sagrada para curar o nosso corpo, para alimentar o nosso espírito. Das novas gerações, dos nossos povos, das nossas florestas, nos pertence a gente. Então a gente está muito feliz em receber esse prêmio e isso nos motiva a sonhar e acreditar e continuar com esse projeto de vida que é sonhar em ver a nossa floresta cada vez mais rica, forte e em pé. Oi, preservar as nossas matas do mestre rei de Urubá, foi preservar as nossas matas do mestre rei de Urubá.
And to accept the award on behalf of the community are two leaders of the community organization, Bella Shukaru and Cristiano Shukaru. Please join us on the stage. So we'd like to invite them, Bella and Cristiano, to share with us what this award means to you and your community, and then also what would you like all of us in this room to remember about you and your community.
Olá, boa tarde. Eu me chamo Bella Chucuru, sou indígena, brasileira, meu bioma é Caatinga, e é uma imensa gratidão receber esse prêmio para fortalecer a identidade e resistência de sobrevivência das nossas futuras gerações. Então, a gente fica muito feliz e queria deixar aqui uma mensagem para vocês que nós indígenas, a gente temos uma relação íntima com a nossa Mãe Terra. A gente se conecta com nossos ancestrais para reflorestar, para recuperar áreas degradadas, para passar esses ensinamentos para as futuras gerações. Então, não existe novo sem o velho. Esse conhecimento, ele prevalece dentro da nossa cultura para fortalecer a nossa identidade, para nos ensinar a cuidar da nossa Mãe Terra, zelar, proteger, recuperar nascentes e nela se conectar. Temos uma relação íntima quando a gente se conecta com as pedras, com as águas, com o rio, com o fogo. Isso nos fortalece a cada dia para continuar preservando, para continuar plantando árvores. Gratidão.
Boa tarde, eu me chamo Cris, sou chucuru. Para mim é um prazer imenso estar recebendo esse prêmio, reconhecimento de um trabalho nosso junto com o coletivo da Jupago, dentro do nosso território, de ter esse zelar e cuidar e preservar da nossa Mãe Terra. E o mais importante é estar tendo essa relação com ela e fortalecer também esse conhecimento nosso para as futuras gerações, para a juventude, né? Porque eu sou jovem, mas eu sou um jovem que já estou ficando velho, e eu estou plantando árvores, estou plantando vidas para as futuras gerações, para os meus filhos, meus netos, meus bisnetos. E é muito gratificante mesmo estar aqui recebendo esse prêmio, gratidão, só tenho a agradecer a RRI por ter feito esse convite e a gente ter ganhado esse prêmio.
Another big round of applause for our brothers and sisters from Brazil. All right, and now I'll invite our board chair, Peggy Smith, to present the third award. Peggy, please.
I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed. I find it very powerful and moving to hear about the local actions that Indigenous communities are carrying out, and reminds me of the struggles we all have at home. I'd just like to make a pitch for, we are talking about Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but within RRI, we're also having discussions about expanding our horizons and encouraging a north-south dialogue, because as Indigenous peoples, I think no matter what corner of the world you come from, it's very important that we realize our common connections and foster solidarity between North and South. That's been one of my pitches to RRI as board chair. So our final collective action award is for Africa, and the award recipient is the Nashulai Maasai Conservancy from Kenya. This community stood out for forming Indigenous-owned and led cooperative conservancies, reclaiming and protecting ancestral lands as thriving ecosystems and cultural hubs, fostering conservation, sustainable livelihoods, women's empowerment, and cultural revival. So let's watch their video.
The Maasai, for the longest time, for centuries, have always lived in balance and harmony with the wildlife. We removed fences from the land, and within a very, very short period of time, we saw wildlife returning back to the land. Our hope is to expand our model, because this model has been a proven concept. It's a model that can be replicated in other communities. This is indeed a testament that when communities come together, so many positive things happen.
Before we present the award, we also wanted to share with you a tribute to the late Thomas Moema, who nominated this extraordinary community for this award. Thomas was the Nashulai Conservancy's operations manager, and he passed away shortly before the award winners were selected. He is remembered in an online tribute by the Conservancy as a hero and the best manager we ever had. We are so sorry for your great loss and deeply grateful to Thomas for his leadership and vision, which has now provided us with a chance to know and honor your powerful story and the resilience of the Nashulai Conservancy. Accepting the award on behalf of the community, we'd like to welcome to the stage Margaret Sekian Kushal and Nelson Oya Rea. So similar to our last two awards, we'd like you to share with us what the award means to you and how you would like your community to be remembered.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, we'd like to appreciate RRI and the Nepalese community for welcoming people from all over the world who are doing good and who are honoring our Mother Earth. This award means a lot to us. It means that the local communities, indigenous people, are able to write their own narratives. They are able to protect and preserve our furnishing ecosystems. We have done that in Nashulai. It has been a struggle, but it is a struggle that is bearing fruits. Like receiving this award, it is indeed a testament that the local communities have the solutions to tackle the tenacious problems relating to biodiversity loss and climate change. When we started Nashulai, it was really a very big struggle because we are a poor, underfunded community that came together just with hope and determination to safeguard our land, because we know that this land does not belong to us. It belongs to our children. It belongs to the wildlife. It belongs to the whole world in posterity. So we came together and, many, like Mahatma Gandhi said, the established industry began by, ignoring us, then they laughed at us, then they fought us, and then we won. And it's a testament of our victory coming here to receive this award. And it is a big lesson to the global community, to the indigenous communities who are protecting the lungs of the world. As you know, 70 to 80% of the globe where we have threatened biodiversity is protected by indigenous people. So by winning this award, it is actually an invitation to many more communities to move forward with hope and courage, knowing that the solution is in our hands. Let us not wait for others. Let us begin with ourselves. We did it in Nashulai, a small community. During COVID, when the tourism industry collapsed in our region and many of the established operators closed shop, we rose to the occasion and fed 28,000 people weekly for 1 year. It is the power of community organizing. And that is a story that can be replicated by indigenous people in this country, in Africa, in the whole world. So indeed, it's a proud moment for our community back home in Masai Mara. It's a great moment and a proud moment for Kenya, for Africa, and for all the indigenous people. And also for the women of Nashulai that Maggie represents. And I would like her to say something about what this award means for the youth and women of the Maasai community.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Once again, thank you so much for gathering here. My name is Maggie Sakian Koshal. And just to mention that this award, what it means to my community and to the women that I spearhead with community engagements, in change of our story. It means a lot. It means that when you've had enough, like when you reach rock bottom, when you all bring your minds together for a common goal, for a common interest, a lot is doable. This is what the women did in my community. They saw a river that was polluted, they pulled together, did it. They saw that their land was going away from them, they stood together, and we formed Nationali, and now wildlife and human beings are thriving in the land. So the thing is, we hold the answers to the challenges that we face. That is what community service means. So today, we say thank you. We did it together with the women of Nationali. Thank you.
And lastly, thank you so much, for remembering our manager who nominated us for this award, the late Thomas Mwema. He worked with us for 10 years. He was the best manager that we had. I knew him personally, even before he came to join our team. He was my student while I was a lecturer in a college in Nairobi. But later on, he told me that he wanted to come and serve because he has been following and seeing what Nationali is doing and the impact it's making. And he wanted to join that movement. And he said, when he arrived in Nationali, he said, I found home. I want to work with you forever. And actually, that is what he did. And his last call of action was to nominate us for this RRI prize. And we receive it in memory and in honor of what he did for Nationali and our community.
Wow, what an amazing moment, right? I would just like to explain a little bit what is in this gift that you've seen, the prize they receive. And we're very grateful to our Nepali partners and collaborators who made sure that these are very special awards. And I'll just tell you what is within each gift box, what it contains. So the gift, of course, you've seen the flag. Then there was also a box, and inside the box you have organic turmeric powder, organic Sichuan pepper powder, organic grounded pickle, soap made from animal milk, magnet showcasing the cultural importance of one of the World Heritage Sites of Nepal, the Pashupati Mandir Temple. So that's what you have inside the box. Please, a big round of applause, and thank you to our Nepali partners and collaborators for this amazing gift. And to finish, to take the picture, the photo of with the awardee, I would like to invite the committee members, those who were part of the selection committee that are here. And of course, I would like to invite my colleague Graziella and Natalie to join us. And committee member Doris join us online, but Cecile is here. Please, Cecile, join us. Gustavo. We had Brittany Botcher from the Skoll Foundation. She couldn't make it at the last minute for family reason. And of course, Jenny Springer is here. So Arvin, can you please join us for a group picture, please?
Humans and the beats. Vision Records.
Hey,
All right, and as we close this beautiful award ceremony, one last round of applause for all our winners and their beautiful, inspiring stories. I just shared with Solange my rule that we never end on logistics. So I'm going to do a quick logistics and then pass to Solange to close the day. Very important to return your devices, your interpretation devices, as you leave the space. Very important to bring them back and to leave them on the table outside. Okay, this is important so that they can be set up and organized for tomorrow. And the other important announcement, that's the last one, is that dinner will be again next door at 7. Okay, so in the same space as we had lunch, dinner will be served there at 7. And then I pass to you to close us off for today.
Okay. Wow, what a day. What a day and what a award ceremony. It has been a great day. To be honest, I can't find words to describe how we're all feeling right now. We are really celebrating 20th anniversary of RRI. So I wanted to thank each and everyone. And for the closing, I would like to give the floor to my sister from Nepal to provide some closing remarks, but also final blessings for us to go away. But for our award winners, please, when you see them, keep on congratulating them the whole week. Keep on taking pictures with them. They are our stars this week. They're really our star. And thank you again. But I'll give the floor to my sister from Nepal.
Thank you, sister. Translate गरिदिनु होला. RRI को चेयर लगायत सम्पूर्ण कार्य समितिलाई चाहिँ नेपालको तर्फबाट आदिवासी जनजाति महिलाको तर्फबाट यो 20 वर्षको एनिभर्सरी मनाएकोमा हार्दिक बधाई हामी सबैलाई बधाई छ र नेपालमा यो RRI ले चाहिँ नेपालमा चाहिँ चुज गर्नुभएकोमा सम्पूर्ण डेलिगेटहरू अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय क्षेत्रबाट पाल्नु भएकोहरूलाई नेपालमा हिमालयन कन्ट्रीमा चाहिँ स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्पूर्णले स्वागत छ र म सबभन्दा पहिला म सानो आफ्नो परिचय दिन चाहन्छु। म हिमालयन कन्ट्रीबाट चाहिँ आएको, म सगरमाथाको फेदीमा जन्मेको हो र म हिमाल पनि चढेको महिला हो। 1984 मा माउन्ट नुब्जे विदर अक्सिजन, 1984 मा 7664 मैले 84 मा चढेको र 1993 मा इन्डो नेप्लिज ओमेन एक्सपिडिसन एभरेस्ट 8772 मिटर मैले चाहिँ सगरमाथा पनि चढेको। त्यसकारणले गर्दा म एउटा दुर्गम क्षेत्रमा जन्मेको महिला र महिलाको अवस्था घरबाट विभेद, राज्यबाट विभेद भएको कारणले गर्दा शेर्पा वुमेन एसोसिएसन खडा गरेर मैले लामो समय शेर्पा महिला सङ्घ खडा गरेर अनि त्यसपछि म राष्ट्रिय आदिवासी जनजाति महिला महासङ्घको अध्यक्ष भएको छु र म यो महिला महासङ्घको 50वटा जातिको तर्फबाट सम्पूर्ण यो RRI को या पार्टिसिपेन्टहरूलाई चाहिँ म धेरै स्वागत नेपालमा गर्न चाहन्छु। र हाम्रो देशमा आदिवासी महिलाहरूलाई राज्यले विभेद गरेको छ, त्यसै गरी आदिवासीको संस्थाहरूले पनि हामीहरूलाई चाहिँ धेरै पछाडि पार्ने अवस्थाहरू गरेको छ। तर आज तपाईहरुले RRI को चाहिँ ओपनिङ सेक्सनमा पनि तपाईहरुले देख्नुभयो होला, एकजना महिला पनि हुनुहुन्न थियो, सबै पुरुषले लिडिङ गर्ने। यो चाहिँ हाम्रो परम्परादेखि चाहिँ चलेको, ब्राह्मण क्षेत्रीहरूले लिडिङ गरेको देश भएको कारणले गर्दा, पुरुष प्रधान देश भएको कारणले गर्दा महिलाहरूलाई विभेद गर्ने भएको छ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा RRI लाई म धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। जस यतिका हाम्रो चाहिँ RRI सँग आबद्ध भएको चाहिँ सम्पूर्ण सदस्यहरूलाई यहाँ ल्याएर चाहिँ एकै थलोमा हाम्रो चाहिँ 20 वर्षको चाहिँ तपाई यो एनिभर्सरी मनाउनु पाएकोमा चाहिँ म धेरै तपाईलाई बधाई दिँदै अबको दिनमा पनि आएर चाहिँ यो RRI ले चाहिँ नेपाललाई सेन्टर बनाएर चाहिँ यो RRI चाहिँ धेरै फैलोस् र अबको 10 वर्षमा RRI ले चाहिँ धेरै विकास गरोस् भनेर चाहिँ म आफ्नो पितृहरूलाई चाहिँ सम्झिँदै अनि हामी हिमाल चढ्दा सबभन्दा पहिला हिमाललाई चाहिँ हामी प्रार्थना गर्छौं। हामी हिमाललाई ढोक्ने, आफ्नो पितृहरूलाई चाहिँ स्वागत गर्ने, उहाँहरूको आशीर्वाद लिने भएको छ र जो आज यहाँ आदिवासी जनजाति हरूले जो लिडरहरूले चाहिँ धेरै सङ्घर्ष गरेर पुरस्कार पाउनु भयो उहाँहरूलाई पनि उहाँहरूको जीवनमा अझै पनि प्रगति होस् अझै पनि उन्नति होस् भनेर अरू अरू आदिवासीहरूले पनि आफ्नो आफ्नो भूमिलाई चाहिँ पहिचान गरेर रक्षा गरेको खण्डमा उहाँहरूको ठाउँमा फेरि अरू आदिवासीहरू पनि RRIले सिलेक्ट गर्छ र हामी गन्तव्यमा पुग्छ भनेर मैले आशा लिएको छु र उहाँले चाहिँ मलाई क्लोजिङ सेरेमोनीमा चाहिँ तिमीले एउटा प्रार्थना गर्नु आदिवासीको तर्फबाट चाहिँ प्रे गर्नु भनेको छ म सम्पूर्ण हाम्रो चाहिँ आमा बाउ पितृहरूलाई सम्झेर हिमालहरूलाई सम्झेर नेपाललाई चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ हिमालयन कन्ट्री भनेर विदेशले चाहिँ यो चाहिँ नेपाललाई चाहिँ हिमालयन कन्ट्री भन्छ र म हिमालय कन्ट्रीबाट आएको र म हिमाल पनि चढेको महिला भएकोले म एउटा प्रार्थना गरेर यो क्लोजिङलाई गर्नु चाहन्छु लामो बोल्दा म प्रार्थना गर्न चाहन्छु ओम नाङसी नामदा राङसी लोडुबी टासी छोक्चु सिंना सुकपाई सांगे छोताङ गेन्दो फाक्पी छोकुला छक्चल दचा टासी डोल्मी जल्पो चल्देन थुन्डु गोङ जेम्बी गेम्बा गेटा पल्दम कुल्ला गोम्बा गेसे ठाकपाती लोम्बो तर्फा चढा पल्तान सेम्जे थम्जे लगो टाकपी पल इसिम जेपा चढा ठाकपा छेन्थम थोपी टासी पलफेलवा देवरा शेपा गेला छाचा जम्बल छिनो पल्देन दोर्जी से चेरेन जिवा गोम्बो जम्बी सय निङबो डिपा नम्बरा सेल नम्की निङबो पछो कुन्दोस उत्पला दोजी फेकरा लुसिङ दाङ नुरबो दवा रडी निमा छासेन लेङनाम टासी पल्गी छो चाङछु सेम्बा गेला छासल रिन्छेन दाजु टासी सेर्की न्या देजो पुमजाङ येहुङ कमाल न्याडाङ दोङदाङ फिन्जो पलफेलो मिनु गेलजे ओङयुरो खोलो ति रिन्छेन दाजु गे छासेन जेन छोक्दो गेलवा छेगी गे मा गेसो ngो डेम्बी पल टासी लामो गेला छासालो छाङबा छेम्बु देजुङ सेरमी पो मिक्तुङ देन्दाङ गेलगो युरको पागे पोदाङ लुआङ मिमे जाङदम दो सेतेल हजे खोलो ताङ तिसुल ताङ दोङ दोङ दोर्जी से पिउङ रडी चोर्ताङ सासुम नेसुम देले टासी फेल जितें क्यावा गेला छासालो दाचरा देन्द्रे छावा चोम्बाला गेताङ नेवरा छेवाङ कुसिङ दे दे पलपे सम दे इशुडो टासी देले फिन्जुम चोप्राइशो चाङछु सेमजो रिम्बुरु चे माके पन्नम के गिर्जी केवा नेम्बा मेपाया गोङने गोङदो फेलवरा शो यो प्रार्थना चाहिँ बिहान हामीले गरे भने हाम्रो जतिसुकै कार्यहरू सफल हुने र बेलुका प्रार्थना गरे पनि हामीलाई राम्रो राम्रो सपना देख्ने हामीलाई भूत प्रेतले दुःख नदिने भएको हो र अर्को चाहिँ मानवको जीवन लिएपछि हामीले राम्रो कार्य बाहेक नराम्रो काम चाहिँ गर्नु नपरोस् भनेर प्रार्थना गरेको हो मलाई यो क्लोजिङ सेक्सनमा यो फ्लट दिनुभएकोमा चाहिँ म्याडमलाई धन्यवाद दिँदै बिदा हुन चाहन्छु थुची सेटासीले
All right, the day is over, and thank you again.
Hello. A gentle reminder, please do not leave your headphones on the table. Please kindly return. A gentle reminder,